Yeah,
Mm.
like that's not a person I want to hang around.
Yeah, I much prefer something that's at least takes
And I
pauses.
lose that. I lose that like set that like red flag by like being a gamer speak kind of guy.
Yeah. So yeah,
Gamer with a A.
game over. Yeah, I'm a game over
Soft
an
gamer.
A of an ER.
I'm a gamer with an A. My fellow gamers.
Yeah, fellow gamers. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So you, yeah, big fan of abandoning gamer speech, but not less concerned with perception and more concerned with just um not having vacuous speech. I think saying fucking awesome for the 500,000th time in a conversation just doesn't have anywhere near the same effect that it really should have, which is like,
Yeah.
whoa, that pricked me a little bit.
Yo, what? That's like there should be like emotion behind it. There should be a
Mm.
large. Yeah.
And
Uh,
I
I read
realized,
this book,
oh
Fleur,
no,
and I think you would like it a lot. It's called a web. Well, I don't know. It's kind of weird, but it's a called A Web of Our Own Making: The
okay.
Nature of Digital Formation, and it's by this Catholic guy, this like Catholic professor. He teaches at this bizarre college that's like it's a ranch. It's like 150 people
Interesting.
go to this college. It's like a ranch at the same time. Very interesting guy. But a big part of it is how like okay, the digital it's it's so omnipresent we don't even notice it or what it's doing to us. But a big part of what we're doing is like think of a mirror, right? The mirror claims to reflect you, but it doesn't, right? And then because it's an inverted image, and also you don't see people as just images. But the phone, you're basically creating a reflection of yourself that's always better than who you actually are.
Mm.
Like you're seeking to shape a version of yourself, and then so you aspire to become like that, like almost unconsciously. Like the best version of yourself is essentially the self you create online. And it's this constant need to see yourself reflected back in like online and on the internet, but also in real life. That's a big driver of how we relate to the internet. And um like it's almost like we've wanted to make ourselves into like robots. Like people aspire to be more and more robotic as they see themselves reflected in these robotic images.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's pretty fucking, and the prose is like nuts. Like I don't know. I don't know if it's just because he's read a lot of like, classic literature and stuff, but like it's really, really good.
Okay. Yeah, send it my way.
Yeah, yeah, I will.
Oh, I've weird
Like read this last part.
okay.
The Last Frontier, like this is like it's just so good.
This part of the this whatever paragraph. So we don't really
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what that is in Zoom. We don't use them. The most responsive technology conceivable is the mirror, the one that expresses me just as I am, erasing the scene that there is an intervening medium at all. There is no longer a question of mastering our environment. We have basically done that. The last frontier is objectifying ourselves and being subjected to ourselves by turns, surmounting the difference between artifice. I actually don't know what an artifice is. I'm guessing that just means like a
Like,
thing.
yeah, an artificial reflection, basically.
Okay.
Like, but it's also kind of a false lie. It's like a like deceitful like image that you're being given.
So blah blah. Um, where was that? Um,
Bottom.
the difference between artifice and human nature entirely, between observer and experiment, between our reflections and the new mirror in which we lose ourselves. So that definitely does have um I don't know, there is certain pros that I see. Um and every time I look at it I'm just thinking, fuck. Yeah, you can immediately distinguish a amateur and an expert. And
Yeah,
pros like this is okay. You're very erudite in the English language
yeah. Oh, this guy
because
is big time.
absolutely cannot construct anything that. Actually, I'm just gonna use an example that EXE. So EXE sometimes sends me opinions of his.
Love that.
I heard, yeah, right. But he would put it in a way that sometimes I would put it in, and it's really dry. It's like, I think this is good because of it. It sounds sort of like a I guess I'm just thinking about UK, sort of like, GCSE level writing. So that'll be like 15, 16-year old sort of writing where you're sort of emulating a very sort of what you think is very academic. It's sort of like what you're taught, but it's not
Yeah,
something
like
that's really. It doesn't have a lot of It it all sort of merges the same. You can go to another textbook or sorry, another workbook or whatever the fuck they call the books that you write in. Um,
yeah, yeah.
they would yeah, there we go. I just said fuck again, superfluously. But
Got him.
the got him, yeah. You would write uh, a lot of the sentences would just sort of like merge together. There wouldn't be any sort of signature left behind. It would sort of just be this sort of really bland way of writing, and it would just be really nice to adopt, a very signature way of writing.
Dude,
That is
the way this guy
very.
writes, he ends every end of the like he has these sections, and at the end of every section, it basically hits you like a truck. Like the end of
Mhm,
the sentence hits you like a truck, and the beginning of the next sentence, the beginning of the next concept brings you back into like it resonates so hard. Like the next sentence begins with a quote. This guy William Blake saying, "They become what they behold." Right. So
mhm,
the end is we lose ourselves in these digital reflections that we can never live up to, and then
mhm,
the next beginning of the next thought is a guy basically saying, "Yeah, this is how humans work. They become what they see. They that's just who we are." And
mhm,
you don't even need that like explain that that's what's being said. Do you know what I mean? Like it just makes sense.
mhm. Oh yeah, that's another thing in good writing when you don't.
It's so
In amateur writing, there's a lot of over explaining of a concept. You notice that in superfluous. I guess like in the Krubs video essay, a lot he liked to over explain something instead of let something breathe or let something be left to very sort of like people could logic out what he's talking about. While also it's like 80% there. You'd be like, oh, you probably would just understand through whatever you're in. What I'm talking about in that
I do.
sentence, but um, there's at least where I'm from, I don't think brevity is really taught, and I think I see that just in general. The conversations are just word count. The obsession with word count. I don't know if there was an obsession with word count from where I was, but they definitely didn't teach us brevity and or chaining concepts together. Um,
No.
it would usually be very much like we'd call it point evidence explanation, where it's just like, okay, it's like very dry. That's how I write. I'm like very dry because that's just the way I got taught how to write.
Okay.
I haven't built up my signature on how to write. Just haven't written in a while now. But it would just be like, okay, here's my point, because that's just how my brain works. That's how I'm sort of like when I'm writing, I'm also justifying my opinion, and sometimes like I don't agree with that, so it'll be like point, point, point. It's not a fully developed concept, so sometimes I'm debating myself on the paper, before the
Yeah, same,
final
same.
draft comes
Exactly.
out.
Yeah,
So
that's my problem too. And then it doesn't flow well for other people, and it only makes sense to me.
right, exactly. Um, or it just sounds a little bit dry because it's just here's the point, now you're explaining it's like a very predictable flow. Okay, now you're coming up with another point. There is no sort of mystery or meandering path. That's actually why I really my critique of sort of like American cities, I know this is sort of more abstract, but I always thought European cities were just more interesting because they're just more
Yeah.
meandering. I like traveling. I like cycling in the UK, and I just thought the US is just a little bit too, like blocky for me. I'm just not really that into that. And it's the same thing for writing. I think having at least, I feel like being taken on a journey. I want that being in a text rather than okay, you know. Here you're putting the point out, but you still need some structure. You can't just have like, okay, we're gonna have the explanation here or whatever. But I think some people are really good at presenting something. I like the in medias res where they or res, or I don't know what it's called, where they sometimes put this is used. I'm pretty sure this is like a literary term. As in like what you call it, like storytelling, where you put a scene from somewhere later on in the novel or whatever the fuck manuscript, and you put it at the beginning
Oh yeah,
to
as a
like
little hint.
hook the yeah
Yeah,
to hook the reader in, sort of give them a gist of like what's going on and set them right in the
yeah,
action. It's like what Breaking I don't know if you've seen the first episode of Breaking Bad, but it puts you right
I
into
have,
the
yeah,
action, and then it will
yeah.
take you back and sort of escalate until that point. You already know what the high point is. Now we're gonna escalate to that point. I always thought that was a really effective way. I've seen that. I can immediately identify when it's being used. And I've read some of Richard Lewis's. So he's written some stuff because
Dude,
I
he's
think he
so
went to.
overqualified for what he does.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, that guy's like.
It's so I love him so much. He's so
Yeah.
overqualified. But like shout out, right? We need people like that being overqualified, you know?
Yeah, I think what's funny too is that you can tell he's a little bit just not it's like when a kid is just like, you shouldn't be here, it's you're so much just you're so well, I don't know how you're hanging around this group of people.
Yeah.
That's who he is, because the conversations that he has around, let's say, esports or whatever, are completely, they're quite different to what the I guess people call them zoomers or whatever the fuck, where it's this like more social media sort of like drug fueled reporting on it sort of like reads like a gossip tabloid.
Yeah,
It's
no, it is. That's most what esports quote unquote journalism is. It's just like updates on the personalities of your favorite celebrities.
yeah. No, I like Foreign and Richard Lewis. They do quite different things. Foreign is like some autistic savant of, oh yeah, I know everything about everything. So he like interviews the people, and then he can like talk to them as if he's like lived the event with them.
Right, because he basically has, because he's autistically like memorized those events.
Yeah. So
One of my friends who's like actually diagnosed with autism, he's a surfer, and
mhm,
so not only is he monitoring like every tiny detail about how the like waves are before he goes out there, but like
mhm,
he remembers like other people's wave riding better than they do themselves often, because he's
mhm,
so aware and thinks about it so much. And
mhm,
like I think combining a person like that with a more like Richard Lewis is a more macro person. He's more like a bigger picture, what it all
mhm,
means when you put the story together, like why certain narratives matter, why they don't. Like that, those two combined, I think would be very good.
mhm. Yeah, they work together. I still think they work together. They have like it's like Last Free Nation, where they do sometimes he joins in on the podcast, and yeah, I really like them because they don't even agree with everything. And I think those people really more care about too, which is like they're sort of like the outcast, so they really care about like arguing about different opinions that they have that they don't necessarily agree with. Which I also really like, because sometimes those industries can get a little bit hive mindy.
Definitely.
So I enjoy the willingness to disagree with each other, and it's probably because they're not under any sort of publisher or whatever. They're just like guys that have known each other for like 2-3 decades, 2.5 decades, probably have seen their fair share of like, yeah, I've had the internet like completely attack me. That brings a different perspective to whatever relationship you have if you've gone through all of that.
Definitely.
I enjoy them.
You know how we talked a lot about like digital community and then like offline community, and how like, because you were just describing how like the hyper digital people, like they kind of don't, they're not interesting to be around because there's just this like lack of life, kind of hollow. um but also that like the being online constantly removes your ability to form communities. And I think that's a big part. It's like we've literally, the things we do online are substitutes for our offline. Like they are one-to-one substitutes. And so we're trying to cope with being alone and disconnected in this world. Like we're alienated, we don't have the same sense of community. And the way we deal with that is by forming communities online. But those communities themselves are part of how we're dissolving our offline communities. Like It's like we're indulging in belonging online
Hmm.
short term for a long term ultimate loss of belonging and meaning. Like
Yeah.
he describes how like we're like we consume like authentic handcrafted things online as a way to like not deal with the fact that we're literally destroying the ability to be authentically human in the world. Like it's like that's part like it's a symptom of a process of ultimately destroying the ability to have offline reality be human and communal.
Hmm.
And then the online communities is just cope. We're just coping.
Interesting. I don't think I'll put it like that, but I think there is a
Like
certain
it's
level
just
of
we admire and consume them in the terms that destroy the conditions for their nourishment.
Given an example.
So he says. So here's what he says. He says, "Next door, we work, we live, we community, fabric, and all manner of new digital community platforms are, for those reasons, not simply simulating offline communities, but helping dissolve them, and then selling the narcotic self-indulgence of belonging back to their users. The same point holds for analogous enthusiasm for what is local, artisanal, handcrafted, cottagecore, or traditional. We admire and consume them in the terms that destroy the conditions for their nourishment. They are evocations of intimacy in which we have little or no stake. When community and roots become a lifestyle, it is a sign that their politics are so void of substance as to become aesthetics."
Okay.
Like the entirety of everybody trying to be authentic and find their true self and all that stuff online is a symptom of an offline world being destroyed. And like we're coping with it only in ways that help further that destruction, basically. And like
Okay.
that's me. I'm one of those people doing that. I'm like building an online life that to escape the like alienation of my offline life. But then
Okay.
by doing that, I'm losing the opportunity to further engage with the offline world.
Okay.
And so I'm alienating myself further. And so and then I'm like, oh, I miss in-person conversations. I miss like being and then it's like, but me reminiscing on that in the nostalgia way is just me temporarily indulging like an anxiety so that I can
Hmm.
keep not dealing with that problem.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just don't know if I just don't know if I just don't know if at least for me, I just don't know if I really value a lot of stuff offline, and I think I would I would prefer if I could have at least similar minded people
Mhm.
um around me offline. I think meeting somebody in real life is just different. Um, I know my best friend because we shared a lot of the same hobbies going around his house and we're just together playing the same game side by side. That is different from being because we still had Xbox, we still could talk to each other online, but being offline was just different. We still sought that connection out to play and talk to each other offline. And I think there is a difference and I value that difference, but also I just don't know if I rate being in real life. At least, and I'm talking about small communities. I'm not talking about these like mass. I'm a gamer. That's like a nation I belong to. That's like a set
Yeah.
of traits that you can identify me as. But it doesn't go much further than than that. Really,
Yeah.
these small communities, I do value them. Um, because there's just something about in real life where I just can't find the same specific niche of people that
Same.
care about very specific niche things that I care about.
Same. But then the
And
process of finding those people online is the process of destroying your ability to find those people offline. Like, if you can't find those offline, but also by seeking to find it online, you're like coping with that by not finding it offline. Like, you're admitting that that's not something you're going to do, and you're going to create a life for yourself online. And it's not,
yeah,
I'm not
I'm
even saying that's
taking out
bad
the pool.
necessarily, but I think that's just what's happening. I think it's the case that we're like coping with not being able to find people we care about in the real world
Hmm.
online.
But I
Like
don't know
that's
if I
just
would
what's
call that a
happening.
cope. I don't think that's
Conditions that are
necessarily it.
unfavorable. Like the fact that you can't find people offline that share these niche and specific interests is a problem. And the way that you cope with that problem is by doing this online.
Okay.
Like I
The
don't even
cope
need
has been so
I'm not even judging
warped.
it. I'm not even trying to judge it. I just mean like think that like imagine you're talking about a Japanese word, the literal
Hmm.
meaning of cope.
Hmm.
Like Like not the like online
I
cope. Like
I
oh,
know,
oh
yeah. I'm thinking about the
yeah,
on more like what it's being warped into with a negative
yeah,
nuance. I'm thinking, yeah, I guess that is like a obviously a direct direct translation of the word cope. Yeah,
yeah.
it is a cope. Yeah.
Which
Um.
not even that, but it's just like that's what's happening. And like um yeah, I don't know. I think we really I don't know. It is weird though because I disagree with a lot of what's in the book.
Mm,
Um but I think there basically is all this criticism of online worlds and stuff that is just basically ways to deal with not thinking of the fact that we're trapped online. Like
mm,
that really the only futures we see for ourselves in dealing with these problems are online. But
mm,
so but instead of that, the way we cope with it is by having conversations about how there should be more offline. Like we're having online conversations about how we should be in real life more. Do you know what I
it's
mean?
pretty funny. Yeah.
It's really funny. And like literally the process of criticism, I think is often just coping with not liking what's happening, but not having the power or willpower to change it, frankly.
Mm,
Um, and I appreciated the honesty of this uh, borderline priest saying stuff.
woodland priest. I like that.
Yeah.
Not
I mean,
quite a priest.
honestly, I'd be maybe better than a priest. I don't know.
I don't know. Sounds better.
Yeah, I like
Just not really
academics
that
better.
into priests.
Me either. Well, I was when I was a kid, but then some stuff happened and I blacked it out.
Oh,
So
okay. Well, I don't know. Dan told me
yeah.
school teachers who are so because we somehow need to make a comparison there every time priests attacked. I don't
Oh
know
yeah.
why. Maybe it's an insecurity thing, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's cope.
Yeah, maybe it's go. May I have to deflect some hate? But, yeah.
Like I don't know. I notice whenever I take the opportunity to go offline, I enjoy it, but
Mhm.
then I like recreate all these mental fantasies that stop me from kind of capitalizing on that. Like
Interesting.
yeah, like even though temporarily there's enjoyments of offline, the
Mhm.
online is so much more intoxicating for me. I can I can see myself reflected online in ways I can't offline. Like I have a billion tabs open, all of which are combination of papers on surveillance, weapons trafficking, criticizing fucking book YouTubers, just all of the stuff I want to think about is in front of me. Why would I go offline where I see what reflected back at me, generic conversations about how Trump is being mean to Zelensky? Like, why do I want to go to dinner parties where people talk about how bad it is that climate change is happening, but spend no time researching this problem? Like, why would I want to do that? And so I've just now justified by thinking this way, staying online, and I'm now forgetting that how much I enjoyed being in real life, and that those conversations aren't reducible to that. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you create these straw mans of what the worst parts of offline experiences are, and then you create these straw mans of what online experience is, and how awesome it is to see all of your thoughts and beliefs and interests reflected back at you, and then it like traps you online.
Mhm.
Like the imagination element of all of this is so key. Like we're creating imagined online experiences and imagined offline experiences that will happen in the future. And then that's limiting our ability to do either
Mhm.
properly. Like we're not even sure what we want out of the online world or the offline world.
Yeah, I don't
We
think.
just know
Yeah,
that that's great.
yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of yeah, I see a lot of people. I remember this was maybe COVID era. Calvin was super on like the offline wave, um, where he sort of reminisces of, this sort of, half decade transition of, yeah, whereas the offline, being super online is just, he just doesn't like it. And I was like, I don't really agree with you. I just, um, never really confronted the whole sort of whole process he was going through. It just dawned on me later on, but I don't know if I'm super obsessed with offline. I don't
I
know
am.
if I care about it that much.
I do.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I, the way I care about it is in a completely different sense of, I look at Pakistan and their internet infrastructure is so much worse, and so they have this arcade culture over there that have created the best players. And it's not even really necessarily the best players, just these physical community centers that you go to and meet people in public. Man, that is so sick. And that's just like a generation that didn't really exist for me, because arcades were basically dead by the time, I came into consciousness. I say, like, let's say like puberty, start of puberty, I came into like a lot of the things that I like now, a lot of those things were starting to get realized. So what I mean by like getting into consciousness. And yeah, I missed a lot of that. But I still had the offline era of, yeah, we're going around each other's houses and we are playing games together, and then also doing physical activities too. And then there's this sort of like web of, you don't have Discord, you have, the streets. You go out on the streets and you bike to your friend's house, and then, you're doing a sleepover.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, same. I love that too.
But that's gone from me now. All my friends have moved away.
That's lame,
my town is too expensive. It's literally impossible outside of my one friend who is like, one mother is a real estate tycoon and the other mother is like the head of Yale surgery at Yale University, and he's still barely able to squeak by on the like money they give him every month. So
what the fuck?
Like the idea of me looking at the world and being like, oh, like, yeah, like I had all these great experiences as a kid. It's like, yeah, those are gone now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think that's part of what the other problem is like, in growing up, you lose eras of your life that could be validating in real life. You lose reasons to go off into the real world. There's no school or whatever, like if you don't have a job. So I think the online becomes so much more intoxicating. And there's actually this there's this like story of this guy Pygmalion in ancient Greece who was like pissed that all the women he saw were fat and didn't want any of the women in real life.
Awesome.
So he gets this stone woman and falls in love with her, and asks Aphrodite or Venus or something to turn her real. And like he falls in love only. It literally reminded me of like the anime waifu thing, and it reminded me of like, they can't find women in real life that they enjoy, and so they're going to craft relationships with people like that aren't real for the purpose of satisfying that still human desire to have love. Like, we all have that desire for love, but if we can't get it offline, well, we'll get it somewhere else. And the online version of that is this escape fantasy of this perfect skinned, big-eyed, loving waifu who just wants to be to just serve you. And that's like, I think a lot about the root of what some of this escapism is like, people can't get stuff in real life, and so they get it online. And then because they get it online, they can't get it in real life anymore.
Yeah, I think the internet is massive pornography for a lot of the real life activities. But I'm just wondering if, to a lesser extent, that's always a lot of that has always been a thing. I sort of see makeup in the same way. My where that on the internet now, I think it's like really easy to make yourself look like a perfect doll, and you have access to, filters that are not even intended. There was the doggy filter that wasn't even in, at least like you're not cognizant of the fact that it's making you, look better through filtering your skin, but that's just what it's like built into the filter. There's a lot of these and also like the freeware Photoshop that everyone knows how to use to get crazy filters, or just apps specifically made for that. That's like it's like makeup but worse. At least makeup has the inconvenience factor, and it can't fix everything. But the fact that you can fix everything, I think unrealistic perceptions, that's not good. I don't like that, and that's probably destroying people's mental health. For the people that feel like they have to live up to this responsibility. I never really understood how bad it was until I saw women watched women that were like actual women for like women, like content creators, instead of women that exist in gamer spaces. So internalize a lot of bullshit and act really also gamer. You know, they're from the nation of gamers, like actual,
Yeah,
more
actual
like
e-gamers. Yeah, like e-girl gamers, like not like e-girl in like the TikTok or Twitter sense, but in like an
right,
actual gamer.
right, exactly.
Then,
And just female content creators in general. Hearing some of the things that they've said about like their appearance, and the sort of wild stuff, that they've fought before, especially ones that typically more Asian ones tend to think like this, where it's like I don't have perfect cheekbones. I just don't know if I've ever given a fuck about cheekbones as it's like a trait, or maybe I do, but it's not something that I've identified. Maybe like general face structure, it changes it, and people and women have identified it to be cheekbones are like the secret hack to get the heart shaped face or whatever. But it's not something that I've really cared about, or like noses that I've never even like thought to even consider looking at, and they're going, yeah, like, oh, my nose isn't, the bridge is a little bit too low or whatever. And the fact that women think in this way, and that's like a common sentiment from different communities that I've heard, ooh, that's no bueno. That's
no,
really, and I still think that has existed because we've just had weaker forms of this, but it is absolutely worse now with just how accessible a lot of this beautifying nonsense is, and because it's so accessible, it's sort of that it's like, oh, anyone's willing to work a 996, so I'm just gonna do it anyway. If nobody wanted to work it, well, things would change. But it's the fact that it's so accessible, people willing to use it, and then those other people now need to compete in a dark sense to stay afloat. Yeah, I don't. I'm not a big fan of that.
We're creating digital images or expectations of ourselves that can never be met offline. And so the only escape is online. That's the only way to realize these fictitious versions of ourselves. And, I literally never say this, but like that eating disorder logic of like, oh, the cheekbones, oh, dude, I don't have any mirrors in my room because that's literally my experience. Like, I don't judge other people this way, but I fucking hate the way that I look. I fucking hate the way my chin looks. I hate my eyes. I hate my eyebrow. Like, I hate all of that. Like, that's an active thought and why I don't have any mirrors in my room. Straight
Interesting.
up. Like, when I was a teenager and like when I first dated Wonder, I'm like 6'1". I was 109 pounds.
I don't know what that is.
Okay.
That's like, I mean, it's probably around 50 kg.
109. What is the abbreviation for pounds? LBS.
Okay. Yeah, LBS, and then the height is 6'1".
49. Wow.
Yeah,
and you're 6'1"?
See, I weigh like 120.
Wait, what did you say, Naraj?
And I'm 6'1" too.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And so I gotta say, that's part of why it's like such a like I'm with you on this, because I see that the internet's doing this to people. I see that that's a part of what the internet did to me. It's connected to a lot of other stuff, like all these eating disorders and stuff are so complicated. But yeah, like that's luckily I beat that. I'm 180 now, 185. But that's I don't know. It fucks you up. It fucks you up to have these digital images and aspire to it. It like that's a big part of it,
close to.
And like with guys, no one talks about it with guys because eating disorders are seen like a female thing. It's not seen as like a thing that men can have, frankly. And it was crazy because when like I was at the clinic trying to get this dealt with, like there was one other guy there, and that was actually super rare. Like there's actually like they said that there's never been a time in the history where there were actually two guys there simultaneously, because guys just don't like think that this is something they could have, and also pretend they don't, like if they do.
Yeah, no. EXC, get that checked out.
Wait, get what checked out?
You know what I'm talking about. You probably been thinking of it in your head. I can't even string a sentence together, but you've probably been thinking about it. Really?
I've had music on. I'm not really like paying much attention. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, your weight.
Oh, my weight.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the origin. Like it matters like why your weight is of a certain. It's like
I know, but I've talked to him about this before, and I've heard the reasons that he told me.
Okay.
And a lot of those seem to be body related.
Dysmorphia. It's called dysmorphia. Yeah.
Yeah, body dysmorphia, I guess.
Yeah, because and what's so weird is like I don't apply these standards to anyone else. Literally, like people will see in real life. I'm like, that person's so beautiful. Like that person's like, it's not even like it's purely inner directed, which isn't always the case actually. Usually it's also outer directed. But it was funny when I was like super skinny. The thing I did outer direct is I would just tell other people they need to eat more and they were too skinny. It's kind of funny.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, it's like how I coped with it.
I don't think I've ever. I think I remember having one time when I got a really bad haircut. I didn't want to look at myself, and I sort of kept that trauma for like maybe a year or two, and then I just like, I don't give a fuck anymore.
Right.
I'm fine with looking at myself.
But you can totally feel that moment of like I literally don't want mirrors.
Oh yeah, I remember having a wardrobe with mirrors on, and I would just look down so I wouldn't look at myself.
Yeah, when you pass by, like I don't look at windows when I pass by. Oh my god, on my
bro!
phone.
Okay.
I'm
sorry. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, you already derailed to this point. I mean, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be walking to work or something, for example, and I'll see a car window, and I'll always look at the car window, and then I'll like look at myself, and then it like kind of annoys me.
Yeah.
I'm like,
same.
why the fuck did I do that? Like, why? I knew I don't want to see myself, so why did I look at myself?
Because I do. I mean, at least when I do, it's because I actually want to see myself, but I also don't want to see myself. Like I want to see myself, but I want to see the version of myself that I have in my head, and not the version of myself that exists in the world. And like also, I don't take selfies or anything usually. It's very rare.
Oh, I don't.
I look back at my phone.
Right.
Almost never take photos of my ever. I can't stand.
Me
I
neither.
can't stand
I have to like, I have to make it really like covering my face with my phone. You know. Like,
yeah.
I don't allow that.
Yeah. So like, at work, like I've like sent like pictures to my girlfriend, and I'll be like standing in the mirror in the bathroom, and
With the face.
I just
covered
make
with
it
the phone.
so my face is covered by my phone and my hair,
Yeah.
like so my head's the main focus.
Yeah. No, I don't take selfies, but I just don't take pictures in general. I think the first time I decided to take pictures was when I went to the trip in
Slovakia.
yeah, and my uncle, he does photography. Man, we were arguing about Photoshop. This is really funny. It's like, no, it's not contrast. It's exposure. I was like, man, that looks like contrast. Man, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But yeah, no, he's right. For me, when I'm editing a picture, it's one of those things where you're just doing everything that works. You know, you're using the tools that work to make the picture look like the way you want, but you're not necessarily understanding the underlying technology and how it works. So I don't give a fuck about that. It's like this is like my friend learned that from a video, and then I got a template from him, and then I just sort of reverse engineered the template so it works for me. That's how I learned that. But when I was there, that's when I started taking more photos. But yeah, I just don't take photos of anything in general. So I don't have any pictures of myself. Actually, I do. I actually do. After that trip in Slovakia, I accrued some. But yeah, it's not really like a look thing for me. It's just I just don't like taking pictures in general. But I've noticed that phone thing. I thought that was like a fashion trend because I see it was usually women doing it, but then I know it's just like, oh, if it's only women doing it, that's some insecurity shit, and I grew to hate it because I'm one of those people, because it's like I've been through that. I know it's worse for women, it's like not even a comparison, but I remember when I had that trauma of like never looking in the mirror, I was just like, man, I just need to man the fuck up because this is fucking pathetic. Like if I told anyone about this, man, it's just, man, that's fucking embarrassing. Not that I wouldn't, because I'm not really I'm ashamed that I can't look in the mirror, but I'm not ashamed that people know about that. At least people that I care about. Maybe, you know, someone, you know, my enemies, I'm not telling my enemies about that. Fuck that.
Yeah, no, my ops ain't knowing this for sure.
100%. So, after that, I was just like, I need to man the fuck up. And I've always had that mentality of just like, you know, mano y mano, you know, it's like, if you got a problem, you know, you have you have to warrior through it of just, you know.
Yeah, you would literally every guy, dude. That's why there's no fucking guys at the eating disorder clinics because they just fucking die.
They think it's like they think it's like their own burden, and I really empathize with that, because for me it's like I can do it. I know I can. If I have a problem, I've always lived, you know, alone. I've always just felt very isolated from everyone, but not alone in terms of like melancholy. I just like being alone, like genuine enjoyment of just cycling and I'm just alone. I love that. I love enjoying myself. And when I'm around other people in real life, sometimes I get disgusted. I'm sorry, I just want to be alone. But it's not alone on the internet. I just want to be alone, as in with my thoughts. I just like my thoughts. And so
the internet's the best version of your thoughts, dude. It's your thoughts reflected back
true.
at you in like a billion different ways.
Right. And that's probably why from an early age, definitely internet addict. But yeah, going back to the pictures or whatever, it was a little bit further than that. Not the pictures, but the sort of like the mano a mano thing. Yeah, I will just, if there's a problem I have, it's just going to be myself. And I don't know, I don't really have any impetus to change that, because I know other men, you know, they really struggle with, you know, dealing. It's like a shame thing, but for me, it's you can know about my problem, but I don't really. So I just don't really respect most people's opinion on what's going with me. So I just don't really care what you think, and I have my own problems, and I don't really want to tell you about it. In like sometimes my mom will ask me something, and it's just like I don't really care what you think, you know. And when I start explaining it, it's just. You're not gonna understand it from my perspective because you don't have the same values as me, so I don't really give a fuck about what you think. So maybe it's like finding specific people that care about what I think, but also I just don't even know if I have. Maybe I've internalized so many problems that I don't think I have any problems in my head to solve, which would be, you know, really egotistical, right? But I don't feel like I have, you know, serious problems. That's just something that other people are gonna have to tell me about.
Fair.
I feel very elated.
In real life, you can't find people who you would value the opinions of to tell you. Like that makes it like, well, then how the fuck is that going to happen if you can't find people that you like value the feedback of? Which that's a big problem for me in general. Like I'll get people telling me like positive things about myself, and it won't matter to me because I don't like believe them, or like to the extent that I believe them, I think that I'm fooling them. Like I don't trust them to actually gauge that about me. If that makes sense.
Right. Is it a trust thing,
like,
or is it just
don't get it?
You're a bug?
That I think that they're a bug, or
is it that you think that they're lying to you, or do you think that I just don't agree with your aesthetic? You know, I don't care what you would think, like your aesthetic preferences. Like
so,
custom camels.
Something positive to me about me. Usually, it's that I'm smart. Usually, that's what I'm told. So top level. If it's a person that I don't like respect that type of opinion from, it doesn't matter. It's out the window because that's a dumb person telling me that. Next level is a smart person I like trust and value the judgment of. Okay, well, you're just saying that because you see this one thing. You don't see the way that I am most of the time, which is not smart. Okay, let's say it's a person I spend a lot of time around. There's like one person I can think of. They tell me I'm smart. Well, that's because I've like fooled them in some way. That's the only thing I've done that's smart was like convince them that. And in fact, if they were to accurately judge me, my bottom level view of myself is I'm like retarded and a bad person. Like fundamentally, I'm fundamentally like not a person worthy of praise. Does that make sense? Like fundamentally, I'm not a person that should be given positive praise. And so even a person who knows me well enough to could make this a judgment, who I respect the intelligence and opinion of, if they tell me this, I'm going to tell them, I'm going to believe in myself. Well, that's because like you've fundamentally erred and there's no way in which that could be true. So there's so many levels at which it gets dismissed. And I don't think that's something I'll ever change, actually. I think that's always how it's done.
Interesting. I have the first two where it's first one, I don't respect your intelligence, you're a bug. The second one is if you're you don't see me most of the time, so it's sort of just a fugazi. You're being a little bit hasty with your assessment of me. I also have that. It's just you're being way too hasty. But the third one, I don't really have that. where if it's someone close to me, yeah, I will take the compliment. But I'm guessing you're a person that completely hates compliments. Then I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I remember you telling me a story. It was maybe it was your sister or go space friend, where they knew people from a bunch of different places, and they had poor conceptions of their own beauty, but they genuinely thought that each like the other people in the group looked good.
Yeah.
So there was this paradox going on of sort of like self-critique of themselves.
Versus other critique. Yeah, standards of self versus standards of others. 100%, big difference. Yeah, it was my sister and like group in Spain where there was this one girl who was like going around like rating each other's like beauty and stuff. And my sister's like, why are you like doing this like on the side? And the girl like, yeah, like it's insecurity. She doesn't like have a sense of self of herself being pretty, and like she is prompting these questions to like get others to say it, but also those what they say doesn't matter because she fundamentally doesn't see herself as attractive, like that girl.
Mm-hmm.
So like she's like bringing up these topics to get that praise, but she's fundamental. It'll never be enough. It's not something that's like ever.
Mm-hmm.
She'll never hear someone say that she's pretty and like, fully believe that for more than a minute. Like maybe she'll feel pretty for a second, but that wears off instantly, and then all of a sudden it's the ways in which she isn't.
I used to be like that actually. I would never accept anyone that, especially with looks, because I have no way of gauging looks. I just don't really care. I'm not someone that puts any effort in. And so when somebody says that, I can't believe you, and also you're like an aunt.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you're so handsome. Yeah.
And I don't believe you. I mean, maybe I have a lot of I guess that makes sense. Because man, it's your aunt, man. That's what I meant to say. That's just we live in a society, but even if it's, I heard, he'd say that, some girl called me attractive, I'm just nah. That's always dismiss that.
They're either like mistaken. It doesn't matter that they believe it because what's going to come of that, and also fundamentally not a person worthy of that compliment, even if they were to know me well enough to get it. Like those are the three levels, and always been the belief for me. Always been the belief for me on like every level in which a person can be complimented. I've always held those views of myself, and
that's really
it's not like it's not like a recent thing. It's just always been how I've thought of myself.
No, if a guy on the other hand says you're cute,
yeah,
it's on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like transactional.
I have no clue what y'all are talking about. I'm just fucking around.
Recently, I've definitely, specifically with attraction, I definitely have changed. I look at myself in the mirror every day. I'm like, I wouldn't change anything. I don't give a fuck. This is, this is why I feel so good. I feel so good about myself. I don't know what it is. With my, with hair, I basically got a buzz cut, like maybe like end of last year. I don't even remember, but I just let my hair grow, and it's like, I don't even really give a fuck. Like I feel good, and I will take the compliment now. I don't know what's changed though. I think I've made a lot of changes, but there's a lot of changes that have happened to me, but I don't think I've consciously made these changes. I don't know what the fuck has happened to me. I sort of feel lucky in a way, and I am really judgmental in my head when it comes to like, how the fuck can you put a phone in your face, and when I was talking about the sort of the content creators that I've sort of found over the years that are specifically tailored more to like women, or just more watched by women, they're really like non-judgmental. It's like, I understand. They're super aware of like the society they exist in, like very consciously aware of like, this is, I understand the effects of that. I'm like different in my head. I'm thinking, man, skill issue. But I don't know if it's like I'm just in a brain that just happens to be very, because I've started becoming way more genetic realist, where and like early years development realist of if I get a hammer smashed in my face, that's a stimulus I'm never gonna be going, oh yeah, that completely doesn't hurt. That's always gonna hurt. And I'm thinking, for fat people, right? And former fatty here, that's just when you see food, you just think food. Like you just think food, right? And if you're a skinny person and that just doesn't have to come into your brain where you're making 7 trips downstairs in an hour because there's food downstairs and it's like, fuck, I'm a completionist, like it just needs to be complete, and you're like doing like, what, why'd you need to complete the box of chocolates? And this is fucking insane, but you're just doing it and you're fucking feasting. That's my relationship with food. And wait, what was I going with this? Feasting on
In
food?
terms of the pressure for women, or pressure to look a certain way, or self-image.
Oh, okay. I said I became a realist in terms of there's just a lot of different. I think there's a lot of different things that we don't see that are working under the hood
100%.
in a human being, and the sort of moralization of, oh, it's just a choice, right? Where the person that's saying it's just a choice doesn't ever have to think perpetually about food in their head, whereas me, I have to do a Odyssean self-control. I have to tie myself to the boat when I'm of strong of mind, so when I'm of weak of mind, I don't make the mistakes. I can't go to the sirens in the water. I'm tied to the ship. That's what I have to do, so I don't go downstairs every time. I just like, oh, there's no food in the house. If I need to eat food, I need to make it. A skinny is never going to realize that. And so back to the sort of like being judgmental on like women, I think sort of slowly coming to the realization, haven't fully updated my firmware yet, but maybe I need to stop being super judgmental. Maybe my brain is just super conducive of overcoming these, mental things where it's like, I don't, I look in the mirror and I just don't even give a fuck anymore. It's like I feel very secure within myself. Maybe that's just like under the hood shit that I'd never, if I was just born with a different brain, it would just be, it would be so fucking over for me.
I think that's true, because literally, like, my relationship with food is people asking what they want. Like, should we get food? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not hungry. Like, people asking what they want, if I want some from the store, I don't want anything.
Oh, no, that's...
I can't comprehend food as being desirable in that way.
I used to eat out of boredom.
Yes. Yeah.
And I would probably still do that, but since I've been living on my own, I knew I needed to do this. Like, I buy enough snacks to get me through the week.
Mm-hmm.
And by get me through the week, I mean take for like a snack with my sandwich that I bring for lunch every day to work, right? So like, because I know if I sit here and eat it all while I'm at my house, like, I'm gonna be fucked. I'm gonna be starving for the rest of the week because I ain't going to the store and buying more. So like, I refuse to, like, and I don't know. I've also, like, I'm a very habitual eater. So like, if I get in the habit of skipping breakfast, which I have been for a long time, then I don't even think about it. If I get in the habit of eating lunch at 11 o'clock in the morning, then every morning, 11 o'clock, that's when I eat lunch. Like, that's how I am. So I'm habitual and a boredom eater. Yeah. So I try to take steps to like,
you have to like plan your whole life.
Yeah, I have to like plan to like not buy enough food for me to boredom eat.
No
a skinny would never understand that, and they can never say, like, and the moralization of just it just comes from a complete misunderstanding of, it's like getting a hammer smashed in your face and going, oh yeah, no pain, it's just a choice. By the way, of feeling that it's like an outside stimuli attacking you, and you go in with a hammer. It's like very easy for somebody to understand. Like, yeah, of course the outside stimuli is going to make you hurt, but seeing all these, very nice rappers, of whatever chocolate to whatever, man, that's like the hammer hitting your face. It's fuck, how am I gonna overcome this? I can't. What Stealth said, I can't even do that. I just have to have no food in the house. Stop. Otherwise I'm gonna eat it. I
can't like go buy food every day.
Well, no,
So true.
I just have it, so I have to make it. So it's like, oh, that's really inconvenient.
Okay.
That's smart too.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of
Yeah,
similar actually.
it
It's like
is.
that. There's like a friction. You're like creating friction between your like default behaviors. Because yeah, like if you eat too many snacks, then you can't have one for the lunch tomorrow. And then if you want to make food, it's all broken up. So you have to like put it together. Like that's smart. That's like you're creating friction to give yourself an out.
I had to do that with soft drinks as well. Like if I buy like Dr. Pepper,
Mm.
then I'll get in the habit of drinking one a day. And eventually that'll become 2 a day and then 3 a day. I've been there before and like it fucking sucks. I hate drinking that much
Burn, though,
soda.
the burn
I
in the
don't- I
back of the
don't-
throat.
So
I don't drink. I don't drink coffee in the morning. I have a Diet Pepsi in the morning. This is what I do. It's so good.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Fuck coffee gang. Okay.
The
Well, I
back of
mean,
the
like,
throat burn.
I don't know, like, it still gets me like some caffeine, but then I don't shit my brains out 3 hours later.
True.
I don't know. Caffeine's never had that effect on me.
Oh, that's
Well, I mean,
smart.
it doesn't really have like that effect. It's just I don't know. Just like I don't know. It's part of it too is it's kind of that monkey see, monkey do thing. Like my dad every morning he'll go in the fridge and grab himself a Mountain Dew and then head to the office. So
I like that Mountain Dew.
So like growing up watching him stop at the beverage fridge, grab a Mountain Dew right before he heads out the door.
Hang on, you
Just
have a
like-
beverage fridge?
Just like, yeah.
Beverage
then just,
fridge. I
A
didn't even
whole
notice
fridge
that.
dedicated
No,
to
my
beverages.
cousins had that. My cousins had that in the garage. It was this like broken down fridge that they would like store all like they would go to Costco and buy just like crates of like Costco amounts of like soda.
That's
And like
insane.
always had it stocked fully. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd end up on
now-
my
so-
600-pound life if I did that.
So, like, as I was going to work in the morning, I would just grab a Diet Pepsi right before I go out the door, and then I'd get to the office, crack her open, and would be how I start my day. Because I don't eat a morning breakfast because I like to get as much sleep as I can.
Awesome.
like-
I like that.
So like, in a way, Diet Pepsi's like my breakfast, yo. I wish that sounds crazy you're saying it, but I wish my facial expression could come through because that was like an exaggerated joke. But
No, that,
anyway,
some food for thought in a rush.
I don't like
Yeah.
that.
But
yeah, I know Niraj doesn't like even really like soda.
No, I
Yeah.
was thinking the part where he said you can't understand his true feelings because you don't see the expression.
No, and I was making the joke. I totally got that. I was making the joke that like I hate food. So
Oh, okay.
that's why I said I hate food for thought. 'Cause I was like, fuck food.
Um,
But yeah, no, I totally know what you're saying though. Yeah, like that's literally
Okay, I
what
think
the
you-
experience
alright.
of being offline is. Yeah.
Damn,
actually,
dude, it's starting to look like just Fleur slow. Fuck that guy. Dude, that guy's so gay.
I stopped
bisexual.
drinking sodas like
To the
Several years
only
ago
female
now.
degree.
and
Like
how you
consciously,
saying?
you had to.
Yeah, I did. Well, I started I started training for like a half marathon.
Oh, that's
Awesome.
And so like I decided
team.
to stop. And since then like I've never really gotten back on them, and now I'll have one every now and then, right? Like if I go, get something from McDonald's or something like that, right? And I kind of realized I'm like, this doesn't taste that good. It doesn't taste as good anymore. I don't know what I think it's got so much sugar in it that I'm like, I'm just not used to that anymore.
I was shocked
So-
how much sugar in like like a Monster Energy has like fucking 56 grams of sugar.
What?
Damn. Some
What the
insane number like
fuck?
that.
I thought monsters were
With
zero
the big
sugar.
cans?
No, yeah, the rate, the like, or let me look at maybe it's 46. I don't know. It's like something insane.
The,
like
the
that,
regular
right?
cans, though. I don't know. Our sizes might be different.
Yeah, the 16 fluid ounce is what I'm talking about.
We don't do ounces over here.
True. That's stupid.
Awesome. What? Fluid ounces? You have ounces, but for fluids? What?
Ounces don't make any sense.
It's
Metric
like-
system.
Just like
Makes
grams and milliliters. It does. American
Yeah, it is
exceptionalism is a
64
drug. No bueno. Yeah, I'm a busy drink virgin. I was never allowed to drink those, so I've no. I guess I got really lucky there because I am a binge eater. I'm just wondering how much worse it would have been if I had those drinks, but maybe it wouldn't have been bad because I used to really like drinking apple juice as a kid, and then I don't know why, but I just got really sick of drinking them, and they were really sugary. You're meant to dilute them. That's standard practice. You dilute the drink, but I never did. I used to just drink all the sugar. It was fucking insane, and I eventually just got bored of it, and I'm where I'm at now for over a decade of just drinking water and milk, and that's it.
Whenever I got out of the habit of drinking sodas,
Mm-hmm.
I also got out of the habit of drinking anything.
Oh.
Like I was to a point where I was drinking like 2 cups of coffee a day and maybe 1 bottle of water, and that was it. Until recently, it was bad. Until recently, like I
What are the
realized
health
this.
effects of not drinking enough? I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, I had like sore muscles all down my right side. Like my tricep was sore, my quad was always sore, my Achilles was starting to be sore all the time. Like muscles in my back were sore. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was stress because at the same time, like, I got into teaching and ton more responsibilities and all that kind of stuff. So, um, but recently I actually started like I realized like this is not good. Like I need to drink more water. And so like I realized it was an accessibility issue because I brought 1 bottle of water to work with me for lunch, and I'd make a cup of coffee at work while I was there. And when I'm sitting here at my desk or sitting on the couch, I don't have water sitting there. So now I'm like maybe if I just put it in front of me where I can like just grab it anytime I want it, then I'll drink more. And since then, I've been drinking like I started out having to like think about it and like, oh, I need to drink, 2 or 3 bottles or 4 bottles a day or something like that. And I would consciously like, hey, I need to get hydrated right now. Now I just always have a bottle sitting here, or always have a bottle around. Somebody even suggested like keeping a big case of like water bottles in my trunk in the trunk of my car. So if I ran out at work, I'll just go to my trunk, grab another bottle, and bring it back in. And so now, like, I have no excuse to not have water on me at all times. So I keep a bottle in my backpack, keep a bottle sitting at my desk, I keep a bottle sitting near my couch. At my desk at school, there's a bottle. There's just always water sitting around. So I don't ignore that
The body signs,
anymore.
yeah.
So yeah, I don't ignore those signs anymore.
Your sense of how it's like if you hold in your pee all the time, your sense of like what it is to have to go to the bathroom gets warped. Like if you don't get water, like your sense of what it is to be dehydrated, it's like no. I was like, like this is when I wasn't eating too. Like when I wasn't eating, I was like, oh, when I'm starving, that's what it means to be hungry. It's like no. Like you were already ignoring the original sign, and you just let it get so bad to the point where the new thing becomes that in your mind. It gets fucked. Yeah, I hate that. I bet your pee was fucking dark, bro. Like
it was bad.
Oh, really?
that sunship pee, dude. The sunny DP.
I wonder what
Sunny D
the
bottle and give it to somebody, they wouldn't know the difference.
I wonder what people of the past wrote about, I guess they didn't have the abundance of food as we have now. But in terms of other traits that they wanted to cut down on, I wonder if there is any sort of literature written on this, because I don't really engage in history in terms of like, oh, what, what does everyday life look like. I'm like, oh, what are the battles and all that, who are the leaders of the nation. Really, I guess like more political history. But I guess I was gonna ask, do you know of anything of the past, recent or not, of people doing crazy techniques I say crazy, but techniques to
Like
manage
leeches?
um
Like, do you mean crazy, or do you mean like actual, like people actually having strats to like manage
people,
the
yeah,
stuff?
people having full out strats, not oh yeah, leeches or whatever. No, I mean, bro.
One thing I'll say is like people forget that humans, a lot of what we are is like endurance running animals, and like we were kind of built to be able to ignore bodily signs of like stuff not going well. Like when we were hunting gazelles and stuff in Africa, we were just running after them to the point where they stopped being able to run anymore, and then like
Yeah,
so
I've
like
heard about this.
we're built to like not pay attention to certain signs that tell us like you're hungry, you're sleepy, you're thirsty. Like that's how we're built. So it's like I think it's more like our modern world like keeps us distracted so much, and
Mhm.
there's so many ways to ignore it. So it's like and it's like we don't want to waste our time, especially if we're busy. So it's
Mhm.
like the idea of going out of our way to do something. It's like, nah, I'm gonna tap into that ancestry power and fucking ignore that. I'm hunting a gazelle right now, and then it's like, okay, you've been doing this for 6 months, and now it hurts to pee. Like your kidneys are
Mhm.
like. And I had a similar problem where I would just drink energy drinks, and what I started doing is I would like do half an energy drink and then like fill up the bottle with water. So
Oh.
I started doing strats like that. So it's like I'm gonna drink this energy drink. I'll just water it down, and that was my solution.
Mhm.
But
Okay.
yeah, pee was dark. It was getting fucking dark orange. Like it was getting. I was
Is
just
there
peeing like
is
barely once a day. Like, it was awful.
wow. Is there a phenomenon where you piss early and then you build a habit of responding to the slightest signs of needing a piss?
Probably.
Dude,
Because yeah, go on.
I recently learned that I'm like a nervous pooper. So like,
Constipated?
What does
so
that mean?
Does that mean
so
you're
okay, I'm
constipated?
gonna explain. So I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain.
It.
I'm gonna explain. Okay. So like at my last job, it was like you get on a ticket and you'll be on that ticket for anywhere from like 5 to like 35 minutes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like at one time there was a ticket where it was like, okay, hold on, let me call you right back. So I had to like
Mhm.
let the client go, and I had to go shit my brains out right quick and call him right back. So like ever since working this job where it was like ticket after ticket after ticket after ticket, these are all timed, and like if you have a certain like if you have a like if you finish a ticket at like two, I don't know, let's just say like 2:52, like 2:52 you finished a ticket, but you have a service call at 3, then you're like, well, I can't just like not be on a ticket for 8 minutes. So then you're like, well, shit. Well, maybe I could like go take a quick shit and then call them 3 minutes late or something like that. So
Mm-hmm.
like, so now now before I go somewhere, I'm like, do I have to shit? Do I not have to shit? Because like if I do go somewhere and then I have to shit, that will kind of suck because I don't want to like shit somewhere like I'm not used to. I'm not big on like going somewhere random
Public restrooms.
like going downtown and then like stopping at a gas station on the way to take a shit and then going to where I need to go.
Okay.
So like I'm always so like before like something happens, like, oh, do I have to shit right now? And
Mm-hmm.
like sometimes and like I was
So yeah.
and like sometimes and because I was on stimulants for so long, I was like I didn't really know it like at the time, but I was just like constipated for like 4 years. So now like now I'm like kind of aware of like when I have to shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like something I'm like learning again, as weird as that sounds. So now I'm like discovering that I'm like a nervous pooper. Not because like oh, I'm nervous I have to go shit.
Right.
It's like I might have to shit, and that would be a bad situation to have to shit in.
Let's get that out of the way now.
Maybe I can shit now, and then it
Yeah.
won't be a problem later.
Mm-hmm.
That makes so much sense because it's like, why would you? Yeah, it's like, oh, this could get in the way later, so let me just do it now, and then
Right.
yeah, no, and then you're looking for opportunities to poop, and so you're probably noticing it more.
Right. Yeah. So I'm like, yeah,
That's
like
pretty similar.
when I'm like, especially right now as I'm interviewing after getting laid off, it's like before I go and like go to an interview, or like before I start like a video interview that could be like an hour, like hour and a half ish.
You have to take that shit.
It's like
Preemptive.
it's like damn, maybe I might have to shit. Like while we're on the call, I might like what if I have to like shit so bad like on the call that like I start giving bad answers and they don't hire me because I had to shit. It's like that. It's like that. so yeah.
Because
Yeah,
this pooping could get in the way. Let me knock this out right now.
yeah. This is definitely something I think about. It's like
That makes sense.
it's something I only just recently learned too. Like only like a couple weeks ago, I was like, I might be a nervous
We
pooper.
want to take a piss.
That was a hard pill to swallow.
I have this condition called Twitch pooper,
Okay.
where I end up in Twitch chats and shit, shit
Oh,
talking.
okay, cool.
I'm
Sorry.
often in that's why I'm pooping too. But the fucking thing is like the mobile app is so shit, dude. It actually is so bad.
It's
like,
so bad.
it's so bad. I
It
can't. I've
is.
stopped.
So bad.
I've stopped using
You-
it. I'm like doing other
like-
things now.
Yeah, like you start like you get in someone's chat and it's like 9 or like 10 ads back to back.
Literally.
And then even like doing like the force close app, like none of that shit works. It'll just show you like 6 instead of 10, or like 4, and like, or show you like if the first time it only showed you 4, maybe the next time it'll show you 10. Like it's fucked up. Also, like, my cousin recently had a baby with his fiance, and so I've been like over at their house, not their house, their apartment recently, because like they're just kind of sitting around like waiting for the baby to like shit their pants, or like piss their pants, or like start crying. So they're just like sitting around all day. So I was over there. I've been over there like 3 days in a row now, and like when they're watching YouTube, they get ads like just watching YouTube, and they're not like YouTube ads. They're like their smart TV giving them ads. And I don't understand how they haven't like noticed this before.
They must be so drained and exhausted from like the kid. Like they might just be literally doing micro napping, like behind the eyes when like they might.
Well, maybe, but I know they've had this since they moved in, and they use the TV all the time. So it's not just like a new thing. They've just like had this TV where, oh, we're on, I don't know, we're on Apple TV, or like some service that shouldn't be giving the ads that they were getting. Like they'd be watching a YouTube video, and then it would just show like 8 minutes of ads. I'm like, this does not like what happens. This isn't
My
just
TV
how.
does not do that. No, I have noticed that like
Yeah,
when
I
I'm
know.
watching
That's what I'm saying.
when I'm watching YouTube on my TV,
Mhm.
I get ads that I can't skip for like 50 seconds.
Jesus
Uh-huh.
Christ.
Yeah.
Versus like
Thanks,
watching
man.
the same exact content on
Yeah.
my phone version of YouTube, I get ads I can skip in 5 seconds every
Yeah,
time.
dude.
Okay, let's use Brave on the mobile browser, bro. Like, let's not use the YouTube app and let us get fucking cocked by the ads. The Brave app exists. Get on the YouTube. I don't have ads ever on YouTube on my phone, and I never will. It will never happen to me. I refuse to let ads happen to me. If an ad
Where the
comes to
fuck's
me,
my phone?
I take it as a moment. Like everything else I was planning on doing goes out the window. I am gonna figure out how to not see an ad like that again, and then I'm moving on. That's genuinely how I relate to ads. I hate them so much. Like it's just it's unconsensual advertising. I didn't consent to be advertised, dude. You're fucking basically raping me now. That's not right.
You're
Ad
raping
rape.
with marketing.
I'm basically being raped by right now. No. But I do hate it. I do hate
Oh,
it. so bad.
speaking of like marketing shit,
I thought you were about to say, speaking of rape.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of rape, I found myself a nice little victim the other night.
I was scoping out some people recently.
Yeah, I was scoping. I was doing a little bit of scoping, do a little
Do a little
recon.
research.
No, so my cousin's mother-in-law has been in town, like awaiting the baby to be delivered, and like staying afterwards to like take care of like them and like help like as I grandma. So like I've been getting around her a lot, dude. And she's like a retarded person. She was saying
Retarded.
recently like dude, Trump's gonna give like everybody $5,000 like stimulus checks. She the other day we had to go to Walgreens to get my cousin's fiance like period pads, and she didn't know like which ones to get, so she just started like looking at the packaging and be like, oh, this one looks pretty, like looking at the stuff and like making the decision based on how the packaging looked and was designed.
Oh,
And the one that she like liked the most, it was like very soft, like feminine coloring, no sharp edges, all very round around the font, and also like the graphic design as well. It was all very like soft touch marketing. It was obviously like meant to attract the feminine eye. And then she grabbed like a specific variant of it. And she was like, "Oh, but this one's organic cotton." And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting. What do you think the difference is?" And she's like, "I don't know, but it says organic." And that kind of makes me feel a bit better about buying it. And she like said this explicitly.
That's
Like
crazy.
she doesn't understand the ignorance in her understanding of marketing
Or that's something that should be
practices.
fixed. Like that's not something
Right.
to say, it's something to be fixed. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like she's
She's like,
saying
I
a
don't
thought that should indicate, oh, I should do something about this, but it's like no.
It's like, no, this is the right decision. It makes me feel better.
I love
And
people like that.
there was one that was like cotton pads that have like mint eucalyptus and like these like you look at them like they're obviously like essential oil, like it's meant for like essential oil moms or whatever. And she was like, "Oh, but that would probably feel like so nice." And I was like, "Dude, you do not want those. Like that'll fuck up their pH and like their stability. Like that could be like a yeast infection waiting to happen." And she's like, "What do you mean? But those are like healing. Like those are like healing oils."
Hello, everyone, and welcome
like,
back to Love
sure,
English.
but-
I'm
but
Sabra, a
let's-
British
let's bring it
accents
back
coach
a
and an
step,
English
like,
language teacher.
mechanically,
And today we're
right?
going to look at the
This
RP
could
accent.
mess up
He spoke
her
the Queen's
pH.
English. Take a cup of
And
tea.
she's like,
Cup of tea.
No, a cup
okay.
of tea.
I love
And
your
she's
accent. I don't
like,
even care what you say.
I'll
I'm
do
just
that.
mesmerised. This
I'll get
accent
that-
still seems to
I'll
hold
get
a
that
lot
nice
of fascination for
colourful
people all around the world. And even within
That's
the
crazy.
UK, I would say there's a little
Dude,
bit of
it was
nostalgia
cra-
about
it
this
was-
accent.
Those were days. Oh man, the good old days.
It has in the past
And
served as a marker of
she-
social status and education.
Yeah.
Why don't you talk properly?
However, I would say this has greatly changed today. But it's not as old as people think.
But no, but
in
like I
fact, it's
get that
only really in the
because
late 18th
why-
century that
I
it
mean,
really
it's kinda
became
nice to
a
have
thing.
people like
So
that
how did
'cause
it
they
really
kind of
become
let
such a
me
thing?
know, like,
Well,
what
of course,
they
London.
actually think, like that there's like things going on underneath the hood, and it's not the like. It's like, well, no, organic means it's better for you. Like like they don't know enough to do the basic justification, so it's like you actually learn about what's going on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and that's what I enjoyed so much recently about me. I met some people at a bar recently. I don't know if I told you about this, Niraj, but I'll say it anyway for anyone else who hadn't told the story too. But I was at the bar one night and I was just playing darts alone, as I like to do. Like I'll go to the bar and I'll throw darts
Fucking
for a couple
bum.
hours and like not even like buy a drink. I'll just like throw darts. 'Cause I love darts. I'll bring my own darts.
More local businesses.
have you thought about
Um,
buying your own dartboard?
I have, and I think
Why
that
would you
part
tell
of
me?
like, I think part of what I like about like going to the bar to play darts is that it's like I can meet these people, and the bar I go to is like super cheap. It's the only one it's like the only one in the area that doesn't do like double credit pricing. So like the more players you have, it'll cost more money. So like if you play with other people, it'll still cost the same as like playing alone, which is crazy.
Is that
An
good or
awesome
bad?
I didn't
configuration.
actually think.
That's an awesome configuration. It's sick.
Mhm.
How do darts work? I
It
have no
makes
idea.
it makes sense.
So like
That's how you do it.
so like I'll go there and then I don't think that many nights pass where I don't have like a passing conversation with someone where like like getting to know someone, or like, hey, do you want to like play around together, like something like that.
I like how you worded that.
Like that's how I like to present myself. I like work like meeting new people like out in the world, and just like, hey, like let's hang out, let's talk like we've known each other for life, and then we can talk about whatever the fuck we want, and then I'll never see you again.
That's
I
actually
like
dope.
that. I like that a lot. So that's why I don't buy my own dartboard. But
That's
anyway,
fair.
That's why I said
100%.
that. You should have told him that.
but anyway, I met this. I was throwing one time, and like I was closing out. I was finishing a round, and when I was like making my throw, like I felt poor in my stance, so I started over and did like my whole getting into stance thing before making the throw.
Oh, the
And the guy
stances?
next to and the guy like saw me next to me, like saw me do that, and then as I made the adjustment, I like threw a bullseye. He's like, "Yo, you're pretty all right. Do you want to play it? Like, do you want to play around together?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." Like, and then he's like, "All right, do you like want to put a drink on it?" Dude, he threw the best darts I've ever seen. He was averaging like 45 points per throw, and he was like with his homies that he works with in operations at Amazon. There's an Amazon like corporation branch here in my city, so he works for like Amazon corporate doing operations, for like a warehouse. Um, so I like spent the whole night hanging out with these guys, and we were there at the bar until close, and then they're like at the end they're like, dude, we should like all go to the casino. That'd be crazy. And I was like, I'm not gonna like put any money down, but like I'll come with you strangers to the casino and hang
I
out for a
respect
long
that.
ass time. So I like and so one of them rode with me, and the other one like rode together whenever we got there. One of them had like a members card, so they could get priority parking. So like we just parked in a parking garage, and the door was right there because he lost so much money at this casino. So just kind of setting the stage here. But we got in, and we were and like the first thing they did is like they wanted to play slots, which is like the worst thing to do in a casino like ever.
True.
Because
Yeah.
you're just because you're literally just like fighting these series of if statements.
You
Like
have to do blackjack.
yeah, like literally anything. But they kept wanting to play these like computerized gambling games.
Yeah,
And
those are the worst.
and they kept doing this stuff like, oh, what if like I hit it with my elbow? But like at some point like it seemed like they were joking, but sometimes they would do something like, oh, dude, I'm gonna keep doing that. It seems to be working. I think I'm gonna get like, and dude, these
Yeah, the
slot games were,
rituals.
the slot gamings were like the slot games were so stupid. It was like pigs wearing overalls, and then you need to get like hard hats and power saws on the screen so you can get free spins, and then once you get free spins, it does that for like 3 minutes, and then it does, and then like you get like the payout from the spins. It was so stupid, and all of the different slot games had like different little psychological tricks that like I picked up on, but these guys were just like falling victim to like so easily. And it was so interesting just to watch these people falling for something that, as someone who thinks of themselves
superior
as, like,
being.
not superior, like let's slow down a little bit, but at least aware of like the happenings in a casino, like the different tactics that are used, like disorienting, like rugs, like super bright lights,
Perfume. Song choice.
yeah, like
Everything.
all of these little like tactics that are used by casinos, and they're just like, oh my god, what if like if I press the button and then I put my fingers like on the monitor and I wiggle them around, or like I draw a heart
Ew.
on what I want, like maybe I'll get like what I want.
Ew.
And I was just there, like I was just like watching them and like laughing like at them. And one of their friends is like a Haitian immigrant, so he was like
Did
watching
he
these
eat cats or
Americans.
dogs?
He said both. He said he makes a stew.
I like that.
I did ask him about that though. That is what he said.
I love that.
So
I actually really hate that,
just,
but yeah.
so he was just like amazed that these guys were throwing away like $100, $200, $600 like playing on these slots. So I'd make a fist, put it up to my mouth, and be like, "Hey man, what are you thinking about what's going on here?" And I'd move like a fake microphone, like get him to talk into it, and then he'd start talking shit. He'd be like, "Honestly, these guys are kind of pussies. Like they think they're gonna win, but this casino they probably invested like billions of dollars into like scamming them specifically."
I love that.
And it's so funny.
But like, how much? I mean, you're basically just in a casino, like judging people for taking the obvious scams, but being in a casino itself is a scam. Like,
True.
The whole thing. Unless you're playing blackjack.
like there's no sense in which you could like partially engage in the scam and not be scammed. You're battling like numerical odds that are like guaranteed to make you lose money ultimately.
Oh well,
Apart from
yeah.
blackjack,
And, like,
played correctly.
Yeah, you have to like
true.
know how to play it though.
I know exactly.
Know how
and
to
I
play
like
it
that.
well.
Yeah, I like that. I like that you can actually gain an edge over time. I think that's really sick.
Well, you can, but it's like a 1%.
Yeah, it's very small.
Difference, right?
Yeah, super small. Yeah, over time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
So. Yeah, just in the interest of like continuing the conversation about people who are like unaware of these psychological tricks performed by businesses. Yeah, just
I'm
watch
super
the videos,
unaware.
you know.
How is poker like? I know Tango fam used to play it, but is that just actual that has nothing to do with the house? It's just mano a mano or what?
Like a lot of poker is just basic. Like I know this because Orbic plays it a bit. Like a lot of poker is just doing the right move. Like, okay, you have aces, pocket aces. You're gonna go in and you're gonna like, assume that you have the upper hand, especially if there's another ace on the table. Like, you're not noted. You're like, okay, well, there's a pair of kings there, and you're hoping like no one has the pocket kings, but you have to act like no one else has the pocket kings. Otherwise, you're just throwing away money. You have to take advantages of times where you're likely to win mathematically. And then so if the person has the pocket kings and they have 4 kings, you're fucked and there's nothing you can do about it. And so a lot of watching poker is just like watching people basically forced into situations where they either do the right thing and lose money or like inconspicuously do something totally different. And if they're just doing the wrong thing, they're going to lose money consistently. But oftentimes doing the right thing can still lose you money in poker because of how the cards are laid out. Does that make sense? Like there's like
I was thinking,
like, okay, well,
how does it work in terms of, is it anything to do with the house, or is it mano a mano in terms of you're taking money off of somebody else?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually don't know for casinos. I just know for like online poker.
Right,
Online poker, it's mano a mano and pots, and like then at the end there's like money that gets distributed in terms of what rank you get in the tournament. A lot of times.
Wait, so how does the house make money?
By facilitating and taking percentages of the like game.
Okay. Interesting. I don't mind poker then, at least as much. I think casinos themselves, just as a concept, just shouldn't exist. But blackjack and poker, I guess they're, just less bad. Even somewhat good.
It's definitely a skill game, but it's just like long term. Like people aren't usually doing it for skill reasons, and it's like a rush, a gambling thing, and then you're just losing money long term. Like,
well, yeah, it's like the whole any game can also be like poker. I can play a fighting game and play a money match, but there's no aesthetic associated with
Yeah, there's not a pipeline from fighting games usually to slots.
Yeah, so even though they're both arcade games, funny enough, but completely unassociated, which is nice. And
Speaking of gambling, I caught some kids gambling at school.
Oh, really?
Gambling.
Tell us the story now.
Dude, these kids were like blatantly, like openly talking about it in class.
When you say gambling, are you talking about the expensive version of it? Are you talking about like the aesthetic, like everything that's associated with, the capital G gambling, I should say? Are you talking about like loot boxes in video games, or are you talking
No,
about
I'm talking about
capital
like
G gambling?
capital G gambling. They're bringing money and dice to school.
That's so sick.
I don't know exactly what the fuck they were doing. They were rolling dice and betting money on that, but somehow, who knows what rules they were playing with. But
And
like,
you're a maths teacher, so
yeah,
that would be a really good way. You should actually teach about odds. That would be a really good segue into what they actually perform.
You probably can't.
I
You probably
get in
can't just
trouble.
switch me.
well, this was during the engineering class, anyways. That was going on here. I So I mean, like I did tell a little bit of a story to go along with it because I know a guy who was like a gambling addict
That's awesome.
for I want to say it was like 10 years or something, but and he finally quit and
that's unfortunate.
has not been doing it for like 10 years, but
Sucks.
so anyways, they were openly talking about it in class. I'm like, guys, school is not the place to be talking about this. Can't be. And I hope you're not doing this at school. They were, and so like, I'm almost certain they were doing it at lunch. I let the vice principal know.
Could you ever teach about gambling?
I can teach about like gambler's fallacy. And that
you
kind
teach
of
about,
stuff,
let's say,
yeah.
odds. Okay, let's say if you were
Yeah,
hypothetically playing a dice game,
yeah.
with
So
this
I
rule set,
can if it's in my math class and I get to that unit. Yeah.
could you, let's say, bring it? Let's say it was super relevant. Could you bring it forward and go, okay, you know what? Let's talk about this now because it's super relevant to the context that we're.
Yeah,
Could you
I
do
could
that?
if I want to. Yeah.
Do you think that would be the best dissuader for gambling? Because I don't think I
was gonna dissuade these kids that were doing it. Like my warning was like, it's not the time or place to be doing it. And
how effective do you think that's
if I think you're doing it at school, which it kind of from the conversations I've heard, it sounds like you are. I've got to report that to the vice principal. Well, I did.
Do you say it like that, or do you say it more
Yes.
sternly? Because
Well,
it sounds...
no, like I said it more sternly.
Say it to us. And
Yeah, no.
No, please.
So, anyways, so I said this,
Dude,
right,
I'll
to the kids.
so hard.
Keep going.
Told this to the kids. And well, a couple days go by, they continue to talk about it, and some other kid snitches and says they were doing it at lunch. So
That's
at
awesome.
that point, like some other kid comes to me and tells me this, I've got to say something at that point, because it's not just like me overhearing them talking about it in class. So I do. I say something to the principal, and he checks the cameras that were in the lunchroom. They just happen to be sitting in the spot where in the camera's blind spot.
Just happen. You say just happen. Yeah,
Yeah,
give them some credit. Come on now.
No, they don't fucking know.
How do you know they don't know?
point. I don't know. Man.
There's no
I don't
way.
I don't think they know. So that that happens. I again pull these kids out of class, and I'm like, look, now other kids are coming to me and telling me that this is what's going on.
Our table.
Wait, is that true that other students came to you, or are you lying?
Yes, that is actually true. Some other kids actually, yes. And so I'm like, I've said something to the principal at this point, so I'm sure he's looking into it, that kind of stuff. Well, I found out. Yeah, well, I didn't say anything about cameras.
Yeah, you should have said something about cameras.
I'm
let
not
them get the
gonna.
hint.
I think, well, if I said anything about cameras, I'm like, dude, there are cameras all over this school. And, all he has to do is go back, and if we have a timestamp or something like that, then he can just go pull it back up.
You say so flatly. I like that.
Watch it. So, anyway, again, I'm in Discord. I'm not actually at school. So.
Oh, you don't speak like that? Like super explanatory in terms of,
Well, yeah, I mean, I said these words, right? maybe not in this tone of voice, but
Right. I was thinking more of like you're being like self-explanatory. Of
no,
like
I
what's gonna
actually
happen.
said it. I did actually, yeah, explain it this way. And so, well, I learned the next day that they were sitting in the blind spot. So,
Oh wait! Now you have to give him
his
credit. Now you have to give him credit.
so well, so nothing happens to them because they don't have proof,
That's
right?
awesome.
Principal doesn't have proof. So, well, a few days go by, a week goes by, something like that. And I see this kid, he's walking down the hall. We're coming back from lunch. Um, and he flashes some money from his pocket
Let's go.
towards the kids behind him
So funny.
and motion for them to follow to the bathroom.
Oh!
So they do. They go in the bathroom. Like, I just let whoever is going to go ahead and go. And once all of them got in there, I just start walking that way. Soon as I get in there,
Oh wait, you share a bathroom?
no, like I can go in that bathroom and like make sure they're not doing something dumb.
Interesting.
So I go in the bathroom. It's not like a single person bathroom. So 2 or 3 people can go at once. So
that's interesting.
so I go in there, and as I am walking in, there is a kid shaking a dice in his hand, or a die in his hand, and rolling it
They're
on the
playing
floor
dice.
of the bathroom. And I'm just standing there behind him, like one kid sees me, and doesn't really say anything, and he's just looking at me. I'm
Do you
just
low-key
watching
look like a student?
yeah, I mean, I blend in enough to where like I can do, if I just dress like them and acted like them,
That's so funny.
they wouldn't fucking know. I
You could go
mean,
undercover.
I could go undercover if I wanted to.
Really?
So
It's so funny.
I look younger than what I am.
Oh,
So,
okay.
if they didn't know me and I just like, you know, show up one day to a high school dressed like what these kids dress like and act like them,
You could 23 Jump Street them.
yeah, I could
Okay.
fit in. So I stand behind them watching them for a second. Unfortunately, I didn't see any money like change hands in this process. And then they all turn around and see me, and it's like I hold out my hand. I don't say anything. They hand the dice to me, and I'm like, go back to class. So they go back and sit down. I just emailed the principal because it wasn't like an emergency or anything. I emailed the principal what was going on, who all was involved, who the ringleader is, because there was a clear leader of this group. Because I knew who it was because they had been talking about it, and this guy was the one who was always like bringing it up. He was the one who flashed the money and motioned for the other kids to follow, all that kind of stuff. Well, here's so I didn't hear anything back for the rest of the day. Figure, principal was probably busy with other things. Well, I took this kid's dice, right? I put them in a Ziploc bag, put some tape on the Ziploc bag, wrote his name on it, and I was going to go turn that into the office later in the day. So it's still sitting on my desk. Well, a few classes pass, and those dice are still on my desk with that kid's name on it. A kid comes up to my desk last class of the day, asks if he can go use the restroom. And he sees the dice sitting on my desk with the kid's name on it. And this kid says, "Oh, I heard he's the top gambler in the school right now."
Well, dude, students
And
are
I'm
fucking
like,
retarded.
what the fuck? I'm like, okay, interesting. What do you mean? And he like tells me a little bit and whatever. And I'm like, all right, sounds good. Yeah, go to the bathroom.
So how did you approach that conversation though? Like what? Like how
It was
did
just a
you
quick
what did you actually say?
I don't remember at this point. It's been a week or two. So
Fair enough.
So if they
I may
stopped
have asked
gambling.
I probably told him, I'm like, well, I hope you're not doing it, and if you know people who are doing it, you might want to tell them like, this is probably not the best idea in the whole wide world. Like, I'm not trying to get kids in trouble, right?
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'm just wondering, just from like a place of authority, I'm just thinking when an authoritative figure tells me, you know, don't do this, you know, they have a point, but it feels like it's one of those things where you're telling me something is bad, but I've never felt the effects of that being bad. So it's one of those things where I'm gonna stop doing it because I'm under your supervision. But once I'm not under your supervision, I can easily just fall back into doing bad activities.
I completely understand that. I mean, but there's nothing I can really do about that.
Yeah, he might have just felt like an obligation to like say in that interaction, like, hey, probably shouldn't do that though. Like just in case you are. I'm not saying you're doing it.
I'm not saying you're doing it.
You're not in trouble for bringing this to me, but like I hope that you're not doing it. And if you are, then here's a quick advisory that you shouldn't. And if you see someone else, then you probably should say you shouldn't.
Yeah, that was the idea.
I was thinking, just because you're a maths teacher, you probably are at least somewhat familiar with, you know, odds or whatever. And I think now I'm just talking from my perspective, so I'm projecting here. I think that would be a really good way, like cumulative odds, you know, over time, gambling. I think that would be really good to elucidate.
Well, probably
the true impacts of gambling.
But again, it's got to be like in context.
Yeah, and it's also like it has to be like part of the curriculum. Like if their next unit is like parabolas,
I can't just take a break and say this is the next thing that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And then you have to like go back.
How strict is your time limit? You couldn't do, you know, a quick 20-minute session. You would strictly.
This was like at the end of the day that this kid was asking me, anyways. And again, I'm not teaching just math. I teach math. I teach one algebra class, one computer science class, one engineering class, and have a math lab class where it's basically for kids who are failing classes. They come in and I can help them, or it's like a lot of the help that I do is just like, hey, I looked at your grades and you have a 0 for this. Have you started working on this? No.
Oh, it's like
okay, well, maybe study hall. Maybe you need, it's like a guided study hall.
Okay.
Is what it is. So, anyways, so this kid, he goes to the bathroom, and I just like send a follow-up email to my previous one to the principal. And then right after that, like the bell rings, everybody's kind of, or they let bus riders go first. They want the bus to get out in front of all the people who drive to school. And so as kids are going to the buses, I'm standing out in the halls, you know, looking around, making sure nobody's doing anything dumb, you know. And I see these kids down the hall. I know all these boys from like soccer and that kind of stuff. They're just hanging out in this little group, and you know, a few of them are kind of heading down that thug life type of path.
Damn.
Unfortunately, I want to like all these kids, but like, damn, some of them are doing stupid shit. I know it, but so I'm just standing there watching them for a second, seeing what they're up to. Because I mean, it's a group of 5 of them. I'm like, all of them do dumb shit sometimes. So, and then they notice me watching them, and they're saying, "What's up? What's up?" and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, "What have y'all been up to?" And one of them, and some of them are saying, "Oh, you know, just hanging out." And then one kid makes that like dice roll motion, like he's rolling dice on the floor. And I tell him, I'm like, dude, I caught somebody doing that today. Please don't even joke about it. I mean, things are about to go down with this.
Do they?
Yeah.
And so,
I don't think it's gotten
and
that far.
it hadn't gotten that far just yet because the principal still hadn't, gotten to it.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Um,
You're still mid story. Gotcha.
So yeah, I am. Well, so the next bell rings, release the car riders, and the kid that I caught gambling in the bathroom, that was the ringleader, comes walking down the hall and passes them as they're going to their cars, and they all point at him and are like, "Oh, there he is, the king of gambling," all that kind of bullshit. Like, and I'm like,
Dude, what the
okay,
fuck?
man, just
Dude, high
more
schoolers
to
are
add to my
suspicious.
email. And so I
Yeah.
emailed again on top of all that
Mm-hmm.
to let the principal know what was going on. So,
I feel bad for this kid.
so this kid got ISS for like a week. For
Wait, he got
that.
what?
ISS, in school
In school
suspension.
suspension. You just go in a room and you hang out on your phone the whole time.
Oh,
They
we
take
call it
up phones
isolation.
at my. They
But
take up phones
you hang
during
out
that
on your
time at my
phones?
school.
What the fuck?
However, yeah, some schools do it better than others. So like whatever
Yeah.
school then
Yeah,
we
when I,
went
when I,
to did a
yeah.
shitty job at this because it's supposed to be punishment.
Yeah,
Um,
when I got in school suspension, I just like hung out and watched YouTube all day.
yeah, so like you're supposed to go, be in a room. You can't talk to anybody.
Was it because of that one
And you have to
lady?
sit there and do your work. And like you miss class and all that kind of stuff, so it's even harder to do your work. And whatnot than it usually is for some of these kids. But now the thing is, like, letting them have their phone is shitty, but we apparently let them have their Chromebooks because a lot of times they have to have their Chromebooks to do their work. And the guy that's in
Wait, so
there running ISS
you have
doesn't
laptops?
actually make them do their work.
Oh
He just
no.
allows them to sit there and watch YouTube or watch a movie.
What?
And so it's not even really that much of a punishment. To be
What the
honest.
fuck?
Yeah. When I
That
got
sounds
in
But
school
insane.
suspension,
getting him out of my class made the class so much better for that week.
Oh, that's
Like
Mhm.
I didn't have any of the fucking distractions, or not even close to as many.
You should lobby to keep him out permanently.
Well, what I would
Well,
like, I'm on that track. I'll be honest with you. Like
That's
if
awesome, yeah.
as he continues to do this, and they actually passed a law called, like, in Alabama, called like the Teachers Bill of Rights or something like
Ooh.
that.
Well, I like that.
Where
Can you
like,
hit students?
no, I can't.
Oh.
So, as long as I do the documentation, which I do, like if I warn the kid a time or two and I write it down, and then I call their parents, and then I send them to ISS. If I do all of this 2 times and I want to keep the kid out of my class for the rest of the semester, I have every right to do that.
That's awesome. I like that.
W. When
So
Have you
like
ever seen The
I got in school
Wire?
I'm on the
suspension,
path. Whether I probably won't kick him out of my class for the rest of the semester, to be honest.
Why is that?
I
What
mean
happens if he fucks up again?
I mean that's just like, well, again, I've got to document several more at this point.
Uh-huh.
Because I did change their seats around after some of this. And what usually works with these annoying teenage boys is you surround them with girls on a
Ooh.
corner of the room, and it's like suddenly they don't know how to talk anymore. It's crazy.
That's so smart. That's genius. That's genius to like make up actually I think it's like they're just stun locking up. You're stun locking kids.
Well, yeah, well, and do it like with like the prissy like rich white girls who like
Oh yeah,
don't
if if I have plenty of girls to choose from, I will pick the prettiest ones in the class to sit them all together around this one kid who's the most annoying, and I'll sit him on the corner of the classroom.
Yeah, so you don't have to use that many girls. You
Even
can save some in case
like
there's another.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I tend to sit them at the front to begin with if I can, because then they have to, if they want to be annoying, they have to turn around and yell across the classroom or to the back of the classroom to get their friend's attention,
That's no
which makes
bueno.
it super obvious.
Yeah.
Super obvious.
That's what used to happen in my school. Yeah, we used to just get segregated by girls, and yeah, I just didn't know how to talk to girls, so that shut me up for the whole year. It's awful, and I hate it. So I hate you. Fuck you.
One time
It worked so well though. And
when I
like
was in
I don't want to deal with these like distractions anyways as
100%.
is.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So it's just
Yeah.
like it's kind of killing two birds with one stone. It's keeping me from doing something I don't want to have to do.
Have you seen The Wire?
So like on YouTube, Ben Shapiro The Wire.
No,
No,
the
that's
the
TV
Daily
show,
Wire.
HBO,
Oh,
the
the
Daily
Daily. Yeah,
Wire.
you're right. That is the Daily Wire. I don't know what you're talking about then.
the HBO show, The Wire. Oh, okay. I'm just thinking a lot of pretty much sounded a lot like season 4. You know, students playing dice, going down the wrong path, students getting kicked out of class and finding a solution to keep them out of class. These are all scenarios that it's probably the best season of the show, and it's really heartbreaking. It's basically a show about the institutions of Baltimore and how criminals stay criminal and how the systems, by meaning the different institutions, fail to fix the problems, even though there are individuals that are trying to fix it within those systems, good faith individuals. So I think it's a good show.
A good show. Yeah.
When I was in high school, we had a different type of bathroom antics.
Oh yeah, tell me about that.
I was a high school boy, and I never found anything that interesting about the fucking bathroom.
Me neither. I didn't get it.
Don't understand.
There was when I was my freshman year, there was one person who was called the bathroom bandit because they kept
I like that name.
Because they kept setting fires to paper towels.
What?
They kept setting fire to the paper towels.
Bathroom bandit? Wow, such a badass name for such a mundane activity.
And the legend goes they weren't caught for like 4 months because what would happen is.
But what did they do? Aside from setting tissues on paper, whatever fire the tissues.
I don't know.
Would they leave it? Would they like leave the tissues there?
Well, yeah, they just set the paper towels that you use to dry your hands with on fire,
and then just leave. So they'll just be on fire. Okay, I was envisioning something completely different.
Cameras or something.
In the toilets?
Not in the bathroom, of course. Like right outside the bathroom.
But they do it during passing periods. And
so that does make it harder. Yeah.
And the story would go that there were multiple people who would do it. There were copycats in the midst.
Oh, I like that.
And there was another incident where 2 guys were having gay butt sex in the bathroom, and then someone put their phone over the edge and recorded it and posted it on Snapchat on their story.
Fucking disgusting.
And now that person's a sex offender because they distributed child pornography.
Oh
yeah,
shit.
good.
I didn't even think about that.
The fact that that's the first thing that somebody thought of to record someone having sex, that's fucking nasty. Like, some people need to. I think you definitely do deserve to be on a sex offender list. What the fuck type of behavior is that?
My brother got ISS one time for sticking his phone under the stall and taking a picture of some kid taking a shit.
That's fucking disgusting.
And
the thing is, he wasn't the only one doing it. A bunch of teachers' kids did it too. They didn't get ISS. They didn't get their phones taken up.
Yeah, phones just shouldn't even be in school, as far as I'm concerned.
In my 11th year, as a junior, my now ex-girlfriend,
Steph?
No, different one. The one that came before that, Bryn.
Oh, I don't know about this one. This is like a reimagined Darren Demons.
No. This was like this is like back when Fleur used to say the N-word in Twitch.
I don't think I said the M word.
What? I think you were. I thought you at one point were.
I was a faggot, so no nigga said.
Oh yeah. You were a faggot, sir. But I don't know. This is like it's like 2000, 2018, 2017.
Definitely 2018, 2017. I was on there.
Okay. Yeah. Then 2018. I was dating this person, and then Bryn, and fast forward like 3 years, and she ended up getting expelled from the high school we went to together because she blacked out drunk in the girls' bathroom.
Ew.
Like she like the ambulance came and everything, like because like she was unconscious, she was blacked out.
Oh, that's really bad.
Was literally unconscious and blacked out. And then she had to go to like a remedial school, or like whatever that shit's called, where it's like a
juvenile school.
Not really.
Oh, is it for stupid people or for bad kids?
It's for the bad kids, like for the fuck ups who can't pass their classes. But then also that would just be like the kids from the hood who are like who don't know they have dyslexia, like that type of stuff.
Oh, that's really sad.
So it was like a remedial school, and yeah. So she ended up going there for a while, and then she got in with like even worse kids, and got into like pills and like bad shit. And then she met her boyfriend that she stayed with for a long time, and
Demons?
No.
And, yeah, no, you already gone.
Yeah, and then like fast forward to like 5 months ago, and they had to break up because he was an alcoholic and like he fucking beat the shit out of her.
That's awesome.
Then he felt bad because he was drunk as fuck, and then he called the cops on himself, and
That's
then
good.
they came and they took him away, and then he tried, and then he had like $5,000 in bail, and then he got out, and then now he just like stalks my ex-girlfriend.
Oh, that's not good.
From a long time ago.
Do you still keep in contact with her?
Yeah. I was actually gonna go to the bar with her tonight, but
that's awesome.
But she keeps fucking flaking because she's an alcoholic.
That's sad.
Yeah, she's an alcoholic now.
You never say that about tobacco smokers. Oh, they're a tobacco head. You just never would say that. I just don't know why we have such a drive against tobacco, but alcoholics can just roam around without the same stigma.
I feel like you said that backwards.
Yeah, I'm kind of. Can you say that again, Fleur?
I'm saying alcohol just does not have the same stigma as tobacco. That's what I'm trying to say.
Does it? Yeah, no, you're right.
You just never hear somebody go. Well, I'm just thinking about it from my perspective is that football, like basically UK national sport. If you want to go watch football in a social setting, you're going to it's synonymous with drinking. You're either gonna watch it at home with a pack, or you're gonna go to the pub, which is where you drink. So it's very normal. It's like, oh, let's go and get a pint while watching the game, and you never hear that about. There's no, at least from what I know off the top of my head, where there's like a major national pastime that's also done with smoking tobacco. There's nothing like that. If somebody told you, let's go and smoke tobacco, you kind of look at them a little bit weird. But with drinking, it's just so normalized that it's a part of our national pastime. And
I don't know where. Sorry, go on.
No, that's it. No, I finished right there. In
my city, we like people people who like don't even like enjoy cigarettes. Like if they meet someone, at a bar and like they're hanging out and like, oh, well, I'm gonna go out for a cigarette. Like it's just like you just go with them, and then you also take a cigarette too, and then
That's
you both like
interesting.
chat, and you both chat over a cigarette. Like all of my friends do that. All the people who I've known, like I've met at bars, have done that.
But don't you go to like cigar lounges though?
Yeah, I suppose so. I guess I
So
do
I
have a
feel
little
like
bit of
maybe
it's-
there's some bias in that.
yeah. It's like it's a bit of a yeah. That's true. That's a good point. But it's also like I guess it's also happened with like people who I'm not even like it's like people who I meet as acquaintances at the bar, and so and like if it's two people, like if it's two people and we like all get together. I guess it's only happened one time, so my sample size is pretty small. Yeah, you might be right. I think my data pool might be a little bit poisoned.
How about you got the other two people now?
Yeah.
What team are you on? Hopefully you say mine, because that means I won't have to
What
change
am I?
my
Yeah,
POV.
no, I've heard you say this before, and it makes sense to me what you said. So I don't really have anything new to say.
Yeah. I mean, I agree that like generally there's probably a different stigma. I was just sharing an interesting anecdote about my personal experience.
Yeah, I ran that down. I've seen people like that. So I I've been aware of people that are just I will just go and smoke when that's an option available. They're just so enamored by it, but they're not habitual smokers at all. They don't buy cigarettes unless that's
Yeah.
in a place that you smoke. And
Yeah.
I was for that. I was like, what? That must only be this guy. But no, you actually told me about some other people. So it's something that I've been aware of. I just thought it was an anecdote rather than something more of a trend. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy like a nice, like a nice fancy cigarette after having a couple Twinkies.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
So like a New
it's
York
like
accent or something.
no, I don't know. It's just like I'm making my fucked up comment sound more innocent by infantilizing my voice.
Oh, okay. I thought you were actually just doing a New York accent.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know, like and also Dad won't hug me. Shelby, he always has this is just something I know about him. He always has a pack of American spirits in his car in case he ever like gets drunk somewhere, so we can always have a drunk cigarette.
A drunk cigarette. All right.
America, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know any. I just don't drink at all. I don't partake. Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Wow, starting to think you might not be cool, Fleur.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because all the cool people I know, they like to drink profusely, get violent, and
with their significant others.
Maybe start like conflicts with others within the vicinity,
I
and
know.
then black out, and then wake up and wonder what the fuck just happened.
Yeah, I really hate that.
You ever have that happen?
No.
That's not true. I don't know anybody who does that.
Well, I mean, you were talking about Bryn, so I feel like you do, but
I know. Okay, let me rephrase. She's not a very common figure in my personal life.
Okay.
She's kind of hangs out sometimes, but she's flaked on me the last 3 times I've tried to get together. So it's like I'm probably gonna ask you to hang out again.
Oh, that sucks. She just give up on them. It's like the school system did.
Shut up, dude. I know. Sometimes I think she's actually a retard.
Yeah.
She doesn't really have many interesting thoughts to say.
Oh yeah. That's like a Twitch chat room, so I'm used to it.
That's why I developed the Twitch pooper disease.
As I
Twitch poop disease. Wait, you have to elucidate now. What the fuck is that?
I just shit talk in Twitch chats.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
say anything serious.
I recently found a video. I was going through my old videos I have on my computer,
Oh yeah.
and I saw a video of me, Calvin, Zato, and someone named MNRIH, like Minra or whatever. We
Mhm.
found someone streaming in the BO1 category, and I like a video of us like trolling him, and we're
Okay.
like, "What's your favorite wonder weapon?" And like we get him in the call, and then we
Mhm.
just like we just talk about kind of nothing for like 10 minutes.
I haven't seen Calvin around in a while. Wonder how he's doing.
He hangs out in very select servers.
I'm
but,
not surprised.
But
Oh, the hug me one. Sorry, I just got back. I was grabbing dinner. But
the
Grabbing
what?
dinner?
Rush?
Did you
my
consume
lunch
it?
food. No, not yet.
Oh, you actually grabbed dinner. Okay, I thought you actually went to eat because you were away for so long.
The
No, I
what,
just grabbed it.
Rush?
Oh, I was
Oh,
saying
okay.
is the dad won't hug me server or whatever.
Yeah, that's mostly
Shelby's.
where we hang out. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
It's where
Wings is there too, right?
Not anymore. We recently did a purge. There's only 10 people in that server. Because for some reason, like Invisible Hole
Mhm.
kept like sending screenshots. You know, like the Discord search function that you can search by word.
Yes.
Yeah.
He kept like searching nigger,
Yeah.
and then like taking screenshots for like from like you said it this many times, like
Uh-huh.
to everybody, and then you kept sending it to like other people outside of the
To shame you guys or to troll you guys?
no, like to shame us, like these are bad people, like don't
Oh.
affiliate with them, they're bad people.
Okay.
And
Well, I agree.
then at one point Shelby was like sick of it.
Mhm.
So he in his server that was like a huge thing for the BO3 community, was like the main place people went.
Uh-huh.
He did the same thing for Invisible Hole, and he
Mhm.
said it like 20,000 times.
What?
So then Hole left the server and then sent screenshots of everybody's stats and then left. And then after that there were like continuous leaks. And I personally didn't give a fuck. I thought it was like ridiculous that they even cared. And
Leaking to who? I'm wondering who cares.
like ZWR people, or like
You talk to them?
I don't talk to ZWR people,
So I wouldn't.
but for some reason they still do. I don't know why they
Oh,
do.
okay.
None of them submit, so like I don't know why they care. So yeah, and there's like another group of people like Prompy Wompy, like fan art, and like these weird like Twitch clout wannabes.
Twitch clout wannabes? What?
I don't know. That's how Calvin described it to me. I'm highly biased in my opinion of these individuals at this time.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah. So yeah, we had a great purge, and Wings hadn't said anything in a while, so we kicked him out. And also, like, it was so boring. We never really like. He kept trying to talk about the zombies community, and it was so boring.
Oh fuck no.
Like nobody cared. But there were some like funny. We'd have some funny interactions with him. Like he was with like 3 other people, and like they were obviously in like a shitty like apartment or something because the audio was so bad. and Wings was talking about how like how he sells drugs, and like that's his business. That's what his business has been all these years. It was so funny, dude. He was like, I've been saying I'm a businessman, but actually I just sell weed and cocaine.
I like that. Wait, can you?
Really
just a curious question: is Bryn short for anything? Because that's a peculiar name.
No, I actually fucking hate her name so much.
What?
Wow.
Is that short for Brenna?
No, it's
something like
not.
that?
It's BRINN.
Oh, 2 N's? Oh, I'd hate that too. I thought it was like a nice
They just,
1 N.
yeah, they just want to be different.
Yeah.
Bryn? What,
Well,
different?
they
You've already
didn't
got a
want their
different
parents.
name.
Yeah, their parent. That's who I was referring to.
Yeah, they. Yeah. Come on, no.
Yeah. It's like it's an aesthetically like unpleasing name to look at too.
I just don't.
Oh,
like
that's
the
what
way
I
it
was
sounds
talking about.
either.
I think Brent sounds
Like-
awesome. I like that. It sounds like kind of mask.
Like, yeah, but like it doesn't look good.
Oh yeah, it looks fucking awful. But if it was just one end, if you modify it with one end, that's fine.
This looks kind of okay though. Like if you would do two ends, that would be the way to go.
Yeah, if you did two ends, a Y is better.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like it'd be like pronounced burn or something.
Yeah, burn. Yeah, that looks like a bunch of consonants smashed together,
Yeah, it looks like
like some like stock ticker or whatever.
fake language.
Brand. Yeah,
It's like a stock ticker. That's funny as fuck.
yeah.
Stock ticker ass name.
I know. Or like clan tag or whatever. But yeah, Brent. I think Brent is a cool name, but that spelling is woo.
Yeah, it's problematic for sure.
Problematic. I like that. Yeah, prefer Dempsey a lot more. Sorry, DZ. That's a stock ticker name.
Dude, my name has been just progressive. I've been following the trend. Okay, I've been following the market. So Firefox, Google, Safari, the Compass app, the Clock app. Like, dude, I'm following all of the minimalization stuff. It went from demons_rebellion to demons__, and then it went to demons rebel, and then it went to demons__, and then it went to Demsy, and now I'm just DZ. We're gradually getting shorter and shorter. One day I won't have a name at all. You guys
like that.
You guys won't know what to call me.
I mean, that's
a crossroads.
I think Wonder already beat you to that. No name, no profile picture. Really annoying, Mike. Holy fuck. And you can't even tell if he's sending messages or like where the message breaks because he has no name, no profile pic. And I'm thinking, wait, I never said this. I never typed this. And it's him typing. And when I'm reading it, I can't tell because he has no name, no profile pic. Oh my what? That guy's just really fucking annoying. I like the guy, but he's just so fucking annoying. And the fact that Narar sabotaged us.
I got him, Mike. I got him a mic.
I don't know if he knows how to use it. That's the thing.
Maybe not.
Because
When
whatever's
did you
happening
get
with his
Finn or
mic.
Mike?
Like a couple months ago. Like a month ago. 2
You
months ago.
called him fan art. That's so funny. Damien. Damien.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's
I don't
his
know.
name.
I haven't talked to Calvin in like a year, I feel like.
I miss that
Really?
guy so much. I love that guy.
Really?
I haven't seen him around, but then again, I think the only place
he's
I'd
banned
see
from
him
the
is in.
server.
I figured the only place I'd see him is in this server or
He was in
Yeah,
the server.
maybe George Bolt or
Tricky's
something
banned
like
him
that.
because he got trolled
Why?
too hard by Calvin.
Oh, is that true?
Sounds like
I
a
thought-
classic Calvin thing to do.
Yes.
I thought
Yeah,
he
Tricky's all
left.
ass mad.
I thought he left because we were in a debate about graphics cards. And then he rage
He probably
quit.
left as a joke. He probably left as a joke, to be honest.
Well, I
Dude,
don't know.
Calvin doesn't give a fuck about PC hardware.
Man,
That's like the last thing he cares about.
man, I don't know. That was heated for him. Knowing Calvin,
There's no
that was
way.
that was heated for him. That's what I'm gonna say.
Dude, there's no way.
Yeah, well, there is a way.
But yeah. Well, I mean, I was kind of joking in my explanation, right? But like, Calvin, Trickies won't let Calvin back because
He got trolled, yeah.
Because Trickies can't understand that, like, can't understand when Calvin's being serious or not, and he thinks
Mhm.
that's just like so silly. I think
Right.
it's so stupid.
Sometimes,
You're totally-
sometimes
you're-
it is hard to tell if he's being serious.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
that-
Yeah, I've had
that's-
that
that's-
problem.
But that's like that's the wonder of it. That's the great.
Yeah,
That's
I
the great.
know.
That's the great fantasy of it all. Okay.
Well, I mean, I can totally understand Tricky's. I'm gonna have to defend Tricky's opinion
Oh my god.
or decision.
I've been a staunch Calvin fan from the
And
get.
so have I. I've always been a Calvin fan. You know who I feel bad for? It's just that back in the day it was just so different. It had different standards. But Rosie, remember her?
I do remember her.
You do, out of all people?
Yes, I do.
Oh, Rosie?
I wonder whatever happened to her.
Yeah, I hope things are good with her.
Calvin dated?
Yeah.
Oh, that was like a crazy scenario.
Wait, I remember because I never asked about it because I just don't ask about things like that. But I was like, how did the breakup go? But I was talking about him and Acid. I was talking about him and Acid because I think there was some beef going on, and he was like, "Oh, you didn't have to bring it up like that." Or something. He said something, and I'm like, "No, I'm talking about you and Acid, you idiot." I have no idea what happened. I never paid attention. I never inquired.
I think he was just in like a weird time in his life, and he met a weird individual, and then they left on kind of strange terms.
Wait, she was weird? I didn't think she was weird. She was way more normal than everyone that was in that server in terms of like the way they were able to communicate. You have to realize that I had Julian joining in the call, just talking over her, and then she just like withstood that. It's like, what? I was just such a piece of shit, just letting that happen.
Well, that's because she was much older.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How old was she?
Wait,
I'm not gonna get into numbers. I feel like I've already.
No, now you need to say because it's so old. This is 2019. I would have been 17, 18 at the time. This happened. I don't know how old Calvin was. Maybe like 16 or something.
I want to say he was still in high school, wasn't he? That time. So he's a few years younger than me.
Right, I think he might be a year younger than me. Because I was, it'll be 2019, I'll be 17, 18. And I think he may have been 16, or maybe even 15.
Damn. I was like 21. I'm 26 now.
Yeah! Let's go! But I need to know now. Now, like, but before I was very, I was like hands off. If, I would have been notified about everything if you wanted me to know. But because you didn't tell me, I'll just leave it at that. Keep my distance. But now I need to know. Now it's been too many years that this is Rosie's
None of us
probably
know
dead.
her at this point.
Exactly.
Well, that's not the problem. It's a Calvin
and
thing.
We never see Calvin either. Like we said, I haven't seen him in at least a year.
Okay.
Can we get a group call started where we invite Calvin and just reminisce so I can specifically ask him this? I need to know. I need to know this.
I don't think he'll talk about it.
Not recently, but like in the past month or 2 or 3 or something like that. I'm like, I was thinking, I'm like, dude, I haven't seen Calvin in forever. I wonder what happened to him. And then I'm like, I wonder what happened to Rosie. Like that crossed my mind at some point.
When I think about
recently.
Rosie, it's all the people that I've just treated like shit. It's like, oh fuck, that's just one person.
I don't remember her that well. I just kind of remember her being there. But...
I remember having debates with her.
About what? What did you debate?
About Apple. I was like, no, I really don't like this Apple stuff. I remember that's really funny because it's like she's approaching it from a completely different perspective, and I'm thinking, no, you think about it like me, like no, you need to think about it like me. You're thinking about it completely wrong. And so the debate is really about nothing because we haven't agreed upon the principles in which we're judging these products. I don't know what else we argued. I remember she was. I remember I was playing Lego Batman. That was like our Lego era. Me and Calvin were replaying Lego games, and she was telling me she lost her virginity at 14. I specifically remember this because this level I had to look up what to do in a like 7+ game. I was like, what the fuck do I do? It's like in the Joker campaign, there's like these spaceships, and I just didn't know how to go past this level. And I remember her telling that in a conversation. I think it might have been a conversation about like, you know, just relationships in general. Or I specifically remember that about her. Weird. I don't know what else. I remember the Tony UK hit piece that she did.
Dude, that was monumental.
Demons was huge in the Tony UK saga. I owe him big for that. That was awesome. Demons was big on that. Finding that girl, crazy.
That's
like,
really funny. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Wait, Demons, explain. You know what I'm talking about, right? With the Snapchat.
Yeah.
He was pretending to date this one girl, and he was posting.
Story?
No,
I don't know the full story. I just know he was pretending to date a girl, and he was posting pictures of that girl, saying he was doing all sorts of sexual activities. I think I remember one specific image was like a wet towel, like look how much she squirted or whatever. I remember that specific image. And turns out she's a real person that has no relation to Tony in any sort of sexual manner, and either you or Rosie or whoever got in contact with her, and
I did. I got her added on Snapchat, and I sent like all the pictures like that I had. I was like, so like the full story. No, Raj, can I explain like what spurred it all? Okay. So like so Tony was like a crazy individual at this time. He was like coming in like talking about like coming into calls like all sad, and like people would ask him what's going on. He's like, man, like my girlfriend who got raped all this time ago, like she's like all scared right now.
Suicidal. She's going out to like bridges.
She's
like wasn't willing to. I had to like go out there and like pull her down from the bridge. Like you know, I'm drinking because of it. He was telling me that his cat fucking killed itself by like jumping out of the window. Like
that must have affected you specifically.
Yeah, he was good at that shit.
Yeah. So he was like, I can't buy her any food, or like any, like I don't have any niceties. And Niraj was like, yo, I sympathize, or like I empathize with your situation right now. Like what's your PayPal? I'll send you I'll throw about a couple bucks your way. And like he did, and then afterwards, like Tony was like, OMG, like your home address is here. And then Niraj like said something like it'd be so fucking crazy like if you leaked that. That would be so insane. and then Tony was like, haha, I'd never do anything like that. And then not even like 12 hours later, he doxed Niraj.
Because he wouldn't be invited to a VC, by the way. That was the context. It was like me, Niraj, and Wings talking while he's playing Shino Numa. And he just posted in chat. What was unbelievable to me about that whole thing is that Bagsy just was so nonchalant about it, because I was like trying to tell him like, no, this is like super fucked up, and he's just in a call with Tony, just having Tony just like laugh it off, and Bagsy's laughing about it, and I'm just thinking, well.
So I was up to date with all of the going ons of Tony and all this weird shit, and like all the weird like oh my god, my girlfriend squirted all over this towel, or like she sent me this video of her fucking herself with this dildo, like here's her tits, like sending these pictures to people. So I got all those pictures, I compiled them, and then I did like a reverse image search of the picture I had of Tony. And I found the picture it was from, and then I found through that, through going through like mutual connections between different Instagram accounts, I found the person that he was claiming was his girlfriend, and I sent her a message on Instagram. I was like, hey, like I'm an American, like I know Tony. At this time, I knew his last name because I was doing a lot of investigation. I was like, hey, I know this person. Like, can you add me on Snapchat? And like I added her on Snapchat, and I was like, hey, now that we're on here, like I just want to like. I'm gonna send you like a couple pictures. They're kind of gonna be like kind of crazy, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of who this person is because he's causing some problems with people I care about. And she was like, okay, no problem. so I sent her like all the pictures of like the girl like fucking herself with a dildo, like the and then um the picture of like a girl's tits or whatever, and then the picture of his face that I had, and then the picture of her that I had, and the picture that it was from that had her in the picture too, because the picture that I had of Tony was like a cropped picture of just his face from like a group photo with all
Yeah, I know
all
that.
his real life friends.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, who is this person? And like he's saying you're his girlfriend and like you were raped and like you were trying to kill yourself and like all this stuff. And she's like, I'm not even I saw this guy like one time at a New Year's Eve party, and we're like mutual friends, I guess, kind of.
So crazy. Like, he knows her, like IRL. Like he's like,
Yeah.
That must have been so awkward for her.
So I
Weird.
I can't remember how I found it. I can't remember how I found it. Like it's blocked in my memory, but I ended up getting my hands on like one of his dick pics too.
Oh my
I wish I could remember how I found it.
Was it actually his dick pic? Because he always talked about this dick pic.
Yes, it was.
Oh my god.
It sure
he
was.
was not packing. It was funny.
Niraj would no. When Niraj says that, 100% believe him. 100% believe him. He would know.
I've seen better.
But just listen, there's facts. There are facts of the world. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it.
So this was the first like high impact Google Drive that was ever dropped.
Definitely.
And
I think that who's that guy, Dimitri?
Bad Google Drive.
And I remember the night it happened when like the docs happened. I remember I was at my aunt Jeannie's house. For Thanksgiving in like her arts and crafts room on Discord with Niraj, Wings, and Fleur. And then like Niraj was like in and out of the call because he was pissed off that he just got doxxed, I bet.
Yeah.
So we were all talking about it, and I was like, dude, I'm going on a like rampage when I get home. So like I went out to my mom.
What was Rosie's relation to this?
Like we were at Thanksgiving at my aunt's house, and I was like, hey, I can't like explain it all, but like we gotta like go home early. I mean, to be fair, it was like already like 8 or like 9 p.m. So that's like a long time to be out like for a family thing like this. So they were like, yeah, let's head out. And like in the car, I was like on Discord still. And then I got home and I was like, this is what I'm gonna do for the next 3 days because I was on Thanksgiving break. And I think it. I don't remember. I guess I didn't really remember Rosie being a part of it, but I guess because she was also a vagina having person, she was like a walking, talking like vagina person.
A gash. It's a gash.
Yeah, she was a nice walking slit. Fucking motherfucker.
How old was she? I need to know now.
I have a number in my head. It's but just think about the fact that he said much older. Like just that's.
Yeah, no, I was thinking like 25 plus. I'm thinking stealth.
Not a bad.
She was way more mature, and she could. The thing is, she felt really. She felt way more normy, but for some reason, she had the resilience to just handle the gamer discourse. I don't know how, but she could tame the game. I don't know how you would ever if you have a lot of time on your hands, I don't know why you would ever join a Fleur Discord server who can't even moderate things properly nor wants to. I don't know why you would do that. So with Wings especially too, being in and out of that server too at that time. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. But she could handle it. Surprisingly well.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was a really funny like series of events. like the Tony Google Drive, and then the way that kind of all kind of like ended was Tony was in Fleur's server, and I was in class, and he was like saying something like I think he found out like who I was, I think, because I wasn't really taking him seriously. I was like, dude, like I've already like beat you down. Like there's no way you're gonna do something that'll be so sad and pathetic. And he was like I'm gonna call like a bomb threat to your school.
Yeah,
And I was like,
He did say
and
that.
I was like,
Didn't you
I don't-
pre-notify your
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I remember this.
So I was like, you don't even know where I go to school, and he's like, oh, I do, and I was like, it sounds like you don't, so I'll just tell you where I go to school, and I told him like the name of the school I go to.
I love that.
And then right after I did that, I went to I told my teacher like, hey, I need to go to the office real quick. Got something coming up, and they were like, okay, yeah, go ahead. So I went to the principal's office, and I like then the school resource officer came in, and I was like, hey, like here are the chat logs. Like this person is like they like scammed my friend and they doxed my friend, and they're like saying they're gonna call in like a bomb threat. Like if you want, you can search my car, you can search my backpack, you can search my locker, all this stuff. I don't have anything, but like I just don't want you to tase me in the hallway, is what I said. So like
That's good.
That's valid. I love that.
And like the school resource officer was like, we'd like never tase you in the hallway. I was like, you know what I mean? Like I want to like you guys need to know like about this threat. And then I think I don't remember exactly how it happened, Fleur. But like then like I became an admin of your Discord server, and then
oh yeah, because I wanted you to ban him because I don't. See, you have to understand that Tony has created an image of himself on the internet, and that's not fully dismantled at this point. Because okay, well, he's lying about all this, but this is someone that's really aggressive on the internet and has also said, you know, it's like he's fucked with people to, you know, especially back, you know, this is when I first met him, it was actually me and Bagsy beefing with him. And so this
you guys
is
ever like together in real life at all?
me and Bagsy. No, we've never met each other in real life.
Or Tony.
No, they're on the other side of the UK from me. They're in the north. Okay. I'm pretty sure he's in Preston, so I think that's north. That's actually near where EXE is. Near in relation to where I am. He probably would be like, "Well, Preston's nowhere near. That's at least a 2-hour drive." Of course, that would be really close for you guys. And I think that's north west, and then Bagsy's in the northeast, near Scarborough, as he likes to call it. I call it Scarborough because that's how it's spelled. But Whitby was the place that he lived, which is near Scarborough. But yeah, I'm on a completely different side of the UK from him. I was just a little bit worried because this guy's done all sorts of different threats. Not only threats, but you know, said all these different things that he's done to people. So I'm thinking, man, I would rather you ban him because I don't want that blame to come to me, because this guy has that super aggressive mask sort of aura. But the thing is, I'm surprised how wilted he was after that Google Doc. After he puffed his chest after that point, he felt so pathetic. It was fully dispelled after that point when he really didn't do anything. Yeah, I was like, this guy's really pathetic. But I remember, I remember, just because I'm a fairly forgiving person, and I know mutuals that talked to him at that time. Like, he was starting to come around my mutuals, and they wanted to talk to him, so I let him back in my server. And I think I ended up kicking him because he was talking to, I think, Bobo and Cairo George or whatever, those guys, and he was saying he was going into servers with teen girls, talking about just sexting them or just chatting them up. And I was just, man, I can't let myself. I mean, this guy's like, this guy's so disgusting. It's making my skin crawl. I don't care if, you know, the other man in the server want to talk to him. I'm done with that. Don't fucking talk to me ever again.
Yeah, so like that's kind of the whole
Oh, he comes in twos. Yeah.
He was
The computer
he-
version and the
he
phone
was-
version.
he was banished from the community after a glorious
Coup. That wasn't a coup.
not,
It really was glorious.
It was a coup because he had such a reputation.
Glorious takedown.
He was
and
really
then-
like high
and
up
then
in terms of
was basically-
the underground community, I would say.
Definitely.
Somebody that
Yeah.
was respected for their ability to shit talk, and
Yeah.
was
And he
completely
wasn't a bad
wilted.
player either. And he was involved partly in your like Doris record in terms of like triple trap and stuff. Like he contributed some stuff. Like not like he
no,
did.
this guy didn't
like-
contribute anything. This guy's a fucking
No,
fraud.
Well, that's what he said. So
Yeah,
he was good
no.
at least lying to
That's
himself.
what he
maybe.
No, he's a complete fraud. I remember Sean would always tell me, by the way, do you notice how every time he gets a speedrun record and we ask for gameplay, he's in the call when he does it, so we're not like asking for gameplay. It's like, oh, you're gonna upload this, right? You know, because he doesn't stream, and it never gets uploaded because it's like, oh, I can't be asked to upload it. Yeah, well, he was like showing me how he fakes his times. I'm thinking, oh my fucking
Oh my god.
because the times were like progressively getting ridiculous. What he was achieving.
Really? That's funny.
It's like, and I was like, backing him up because I'm like, I'm in a Discord server while he's doing it. Like, surely he's doing it. And sometimes he'll stream it in the Discord server, but never from round one. And I was thinking, you know what? Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, this guy needs to show at least some gameplay. Coming on Doris and getting, pretty good times. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit suspicious.
It's size, yeah.
Because I can tell now, on Ascension, it's like I only know to an extent what's possible on the map. But on Doris, I know, how much time investment you would need to get, certain times, especially when you just spawned in. I don't know, man. I don't know how you're spawning in and getting good times. Especially when I've seen you play too. I don't know. I think...
Yeah. You're like, no.
So yeah, no, that guy was a complete fraud. Both Gaming Ninja 2 also like to fake his as well.
Really?
Yeah.
It was so crazy that like the whole conflict started because he had this fake made up scenario that got someone who I cared about to like give him like support.
Yeah.
And then he used that to dox them, and then that sparked like revenge, and then
Very
through
justified,
that,
though.
Through that seeking out, we discovered that the entire premise of the doxing was entirely fabricated.
Like in a way that makes him look the most bad it possibly could. Like
Yeah, right.
like it wasn't like there was elements of the lie that were like, oh well, long term, no, every element of it was like the girl was like, dude, I met him once, he's like basically stalking me, it seems like. He's like, I thought he was creepy, he was in a corner, he didn't talk to me really, like.
Yeah.
That guy was just a complete... It's really weird, but every single interaction with him was actually just completely fraudulent. It's like, I thought he was, good at the game. No, you're not. You're just lying about your times. I thought you were a master of shit talk, but man, I don't even know at this point because your aura is just built up on a lot of it. It's like zombies. A lot of like, if you're good at the game, you just get more rights to shit talk. So the fact that you were talking that much shit, especially on gameplay, and then not like at least Sly Raven was just posting his times, playing like shit timer on the screen. Man, you didn't even stream
there's
your
4
games.
timers on the screen.
Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Yeah, that's one guy too. I always think
What
about
happened to him?
too.
Was he dead? I thought last time I heard, was he deadlifting stuff?
That's the last thing
no.
I heard.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
I
he
think it
is.
was you who told me that then.
Yeah, he was.
I don't.
He was
How
going
long
to
ago was this?
competition.
I haven't kept up with him for maybe half a
Probably
decade.
2.5 years, I would say.
Oh, okay.
No, that must have
83.
been like 2021 when he first started deadlifting.
Okay.
Was it that? Nah, surely it was before that, man.
Well, I know it was before I finished high school. I was still in high school when he and I were really close friends.
Mm-hmm.
like the first like friend group of people I played zombies with or like talked with about zombies like on PC was like Dave Private Axe Kick, XTPL, Sly Raven,
Uh-huh.
and like and someone else I can't remember. Someone who was always around fucking Dave.
Ice.
What's the rest of that person's name?
I don't know. But yeah, it was for the win, I think.
I don't know, maybe. Oh, Tidy.
Happy barbecue.
Yeah, I think
I didn't think that guy could talk.
Yeah, no, I think I've heard him talk eventually, but yeah, that guy didn't talk for a while. And there's just so many people. Tidy barbecue. That was actually a guy that existed. Oh, I can't even believe that. Wow. Yeah, zombies was that was an experience for sure.
I don't know how much he actually talked, but I know I actually do remember seeing him in that server. I remember I was like literally like a 14-year-old retarded fuck like in that server. Like I'd be like depression posting like I was like 14 years old, like depression posting in this Discord server.
That's funny. I'm glad the last time, you know, I chatted to Sly Raven, it's like just on good terms.
That is good.
That one thing is like good term, good. I'm so glad, you know. Like, yeah, I caused you so much. It was just like just a big bully. But the thing is, like, I remember when Crops was trying to psychoanalyze me when he was my enemy. It's like, you know, he's probably like super depressed or anything like that. I don't know why the fuck I was just so vindictive, because I was very happy. I was very, very happy. Which, like, why the fuck was I so vindictive? I have no idea why. Like fat ego or something.
It was like funny. I don't know.
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious to me. It was really silly. The antics I got to creating like a weird zombies cult. Yeah, that's no bueno.
And the
Frog fam or whatever. Yeah, what's really weird is that a lot of the times, I remember just being in several communities. A lot of the times I would make myself a part of the community. I would like invite myself in. Frog fam was never something that I asked to join. Or can I put this in my name? It's just something that I just put that in my name. It's just something, you know, I just felt that was right. It's like, you know, me and Bagsy shared the same birthday. We talked a lot. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm Frog fam. No, that's, I never asked for anything like that. It was just like a makeshift group. It was one of those, I guess it's like an open source platform. You just put Frog Fam in your name and that's it.
What was the ASU thing? Was there any real?
I was flawless as you, like I'm as flawless as you, and so I just put that. I think maybe Julian did it first, and then I did it after him. That was probably during my name crisis, just because I didn't have the name Fleur, because I wouldn't do that on my Fleur account. So it was just, yeah. Joe Asu, Fleur Asu. That was because it was an alt account. That is now my name. Should probably try and get that Fleur name back, to be honest, but I don't really give a fuck about Twitch, so I don't use it, so.
Right. Like, it'd be so nice to get, like, my Twitch account back, but, like, with the new, like,
you got fucked?
Highlight, like, that doesn't even matter.
Oh yeah.
Because I would just lose like all of my highlights, I think.
I want to have. What I like about time passing is I just want to have like a big conference with just all the people I used to talk to. You know, so all the people that I used to beef with. It's just like, wait, how the fuck how did we manage this? You know what I'm saying? Like big gathering. Yeah, you know, I'm just wondering. I definitely wanna. I'm glad I left on with good terms on Sly Raven, but I definitely would want to relitigate everything that happened. I want that. It's like, yeah, I was kind of like that. At least want him to know. It's like, yeah, I was a vindictive piece of shit. I want that to be known. that I know that I was a bitch. I want to talk to Rosie again. I definitely would. I want to relitigate some of those, and I want to know her age. Now I'm super curious. Now that Demon said that comment.
So much. That's so funny.
I'm trying to think who. I'm glad I ended up talking to Frenzy too, because he's somebody that really, you know, he stayed wary of me. I say that like I was infamous, you know, like an elusive shadow, you know. But I'm not trying to say that I was threatening. It was one of those things. I mean, yeah, but also it's just that the way if I was Frenzy, I would have done the same thing. I don't want to be around the person who I was before. I don't want to be around that, you know, like hyper sort of, you know, like dick swinging energy. You always have to, you know, like one up someone by saying, you know, the most outrageous things. And, you know, if someone shows a hint of weakness, you have to, you know, super, you know, narrow down on this. I just think that is just shitty behavior. I just don't want to be around that. And it makes for a bad time too, because a lot of the expression, what I found out was that a lot of the expression actually just turns into. I remember because when I would get into more sophisticated conversations, like when me and Calvin would talk, the other side of the VC would just turn silent. It's like I've incorporated like a bunch of drones that can only say nigger and faggot in the chat room, but they can't do anything else. And it's okay, I'm done with this.
Yeah. When did you like have that realization that you were just making nigger faggot machines?
Maybe like 2020, 2021 or something. Probably 2021.
That's funny. You're like, what if like you're looking down at your hands pensively, like, and like you're analyzing. You just had like a crazy burst of power. Like, what have I become? I'm just creating all these nigger faggot machines.
What have I become in this body? Like it's a Japanese dub. It's like an English dub of an anime. What have I become in this body?
I looked down at myself. I looked into the mirror, looking at myself, pondering upon the man I've become.
Have I become a nigger faggot machine? Is that all I destined on the earth to be?
And I had to look back.
I was picturing like Macbeth.
I've actually never read Macbeth.
I had to look down from the mirror, look at my sink because I couldn't bear to look at myself anymore, and I had lost the image of who I thought I would be 2 years ago, who I would be today.
Live copy pasta.
Who else would you bring back for a conversation, hypothetically?
Who was that guy that had cystic fibrosis? I want to know how he's doing.
What?
Who was that guy who had cystic fibrosis?
I don't know.
I don't know who you're talking about. I think Flame Rim might be interesting. See where he's at.
I was always, for a long time, I was always on good terms, but maybe I would relitigate some of the things that would happen. It's just that for a long time after, you know, any sort of beef happened, I was just on good terms with him. That I don't think I would need to.
I'm just kind of curious what he's up to, you know, that kind of stuff. Then again, I kind of have the idea that he's kind of like Crafted Sam, to be honest. Hasn't really changed much in the past.
Oh yeah, Crafted Sam's back. I've seen him on like doing Z Wonder C stuff, like on.
Oh really?
Yeah. He was doing like Call of Dead co-ops and stuff.
You mean he's not climbing a rock somewhere?
No, he's
not. I saw him post a video.
That's insane. He might be in the fucking van.
He definitely had a girl in the background, didn't he?
Not that I wasn't in his stream very much, honestly, because he was trying to get me to track drops for him. Like, the thing about Sam is he's really smart, so what he does is he's like very self-centered in a lot of ways, so he's like just looks at people as ways to get stuff he already wants, but not in not in like a
no, I know.
way, but in like a zombies only way. Like he's not like And it's funny because literally he's all business. Like that was the meme with
Uh,
Crafted Sam. Is like he's
That's
joining,
actually so
asking about
true.
co-ops. If you're not, he's leaving. You know what I mean? It's
I
like
love
he's
that.
transactional but zombies. So like I'd be like, yo, what's up, Sam? How's it going? Dude's like, yo, it's good. He's like, yo, Neeraj, can you like track the drops? Like the guy that I'm playing with is like insulting his teammate. Which like, why are you doing this? Like,
I'm not
I'm just
surprised.
leaving. I'm just leaving the coach. So I don't know
Dude,
what's going on.
he's white player or he's not playing.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, really? Is that a thing? I didn't know that.
Well,
Not when he and I
yeah, I
played.
mean, at least for me.
When he and I played, he didn't really care.
I never remember that being a stipulation, but on Doris, it's so it's different. It's not, you don't have that white blue player bias, because at least from when I played the map, it was more of, wow, we're sort of trying this strat out for the first time, like taking it, a little bit more seriously, trying to, get it optimized. And, who should be the WAF player? Actually, we're not actually sure who should be the WAF player. So it's just a little bit more interesting in that sense that I don't know if maybe Doris nowadays has a better player to, play blue or white. But back then, I don't think there was a, set consensus on how it should be done. Because there's different pools, and maybe the different pools for the different boxes are just different, just better.
Yeah, and Crafted Sam would only hit you up after like 2 a.m.
Yes, that's
a different time zone for
like,
me.
he asked me probably a year or two, about a year ago. He just wanted to play like Spaceland co-op,
That's awesome.
PSR or something like that, and he had this like idea for a strat, so he was kind of gonna be the one to kind of lead the game, and I was just the support player. But the thing is, like, he would only hit me up at like 9 p.m. or 11 p.m. and I would already be asleep, or I'd be like, dude, I've got to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning. Like, I got to work, Sam. Like, I can't be doing this shit anymore.
Yeah, I told Stealth this last time he and I talked about Crafted Sam. But one time he and I were doing a Kino co-op, and we had like stayed up all night until like from like 1 a.m. to like 7 a.m. and we were playing, and I can only assume was his mom came in, and we were playing, and the game connection interrupted, and then he said, "Oh, I got up early," and then she was like, "Shut it off," and he's like, "Okay, I'm sorry," and then he shut it off, and then he got off the line.
Oh my word.
He's like, I got up early.
One of my favorite moments of him was like a year and a half ago. I heard from someone that there's like a video it's like one of those video essays about like the longest game in zombies, but this is like the longest round in every zombies map that someone's done. And I was remembering that Crafted Sam and Phaser played a co-op to Reese where like they were paused on 43 for like I think like 16 hours because Sam just like dipped. Like it took a sleeper on 43. And Sam had to come back for like 16 hours.
That's what we used to do.
He's gonna go get something to eat and won't come
Did
back
not see
for a
him, bro.
day. Yeah.
That's why I like playing
friends invited me out to go climb this rock, and so I went.
That's awesome. I like that. I mean, shouldn't be wasting people's time, but I like that. Good priorities.
And what's so crazy is like, yeah, I was like 15, he was like 19, and he was always like, he's always telling like, oh, I got this chick coming over from Tinder, and he's like, I have this condom, and I was like, what? And then he sent me a picture of like the condom in his hand.
Oh yeah, he did that to me too.
Oh, he never did that to me.
I don't think he ever sent me a picture of a condom, but he's definitely always got like, oh, this girl's coming over, or the girl is there in the background and can hear the conversation he and I are having.
I didn't know this was a Sam thing. What the fuck?
Yeah, every time.
Yeah,
like, if Sam ever tells you he gets a lot of girls, like, he's not lying.
Oh, he does, yeah.
and he climbs a lot. So these are obviously like
Yeah, these are girls that
9
he's
out of
meeting
10
at the
hot
gym and that kind of
girls.
stuff.
That's awesome.
Which is so crazy. That shit's so funny.
Just another side of Sam. He would always he would always come in my chat when I'm streaming something, and he would say, "Oh, he would just start typing to me, and I'm talking back. He's like, Fla, you know how you used to be. You're so and I think he sometimes goes like, I hope you're not AIDS like you used to be." Yeah, like he types warily in my chat. And I'm thinking he's done this like twice over, like a long distance of time, and I'm thinking, man, you did that last time, and we had some like normal chat, and then you said that again as if that chat even happened. And I told him this. This was when I was playing TG a month or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came into my chat.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried to like send him messages like, "Hey Sam, like hope you're doing all good." Like, let me actually pull up my. I bet I still have the message. Hold on, I'll just read it.
Who else though? Who else would
Speaking of
respawn?
messages that you still have, I was looking through like my Discord messages, and I found like I have several that are deleted users, and I found one where you were asking for help on your math homework.
That's really funny.
Dude, but you probably helped me big time.
I think I helped you once or twice, yeah.
So I sent him a message. I said,
Oh yeah, I found
"Missed
that.
you sometimes you had Sam like that one night. Your mom came in asking if you stayed all night while we was on Kino. That was legit back in 2019. Time has flown since then. Hope things are going well for you. Sending love," and I never responded. I was like being all nice and positive, just like, okay, cool.
Who else would
But yeah,
we
dude,
resurrect?
Yeah, I totally remember asking you for homework. I think you actually helped me a lot.
I don't know who that person is.
Stealth helped you with homework. Or was that Calvin? Was that Calvin helped?
No, that was Stealth.
No,
What with his government homework?
Homework. I've got the messages pulled up right now. I found it again.
Can you send a screenshot in general?
Oh, dude, there's just so much though.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
You got like you sent me pictures of your calculator.
But why'd he do that?
I'll just put them. I'll put like this screenshot or this picture of your calculator. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, dude, I jailbroke that calculator.
Anyway, I've got government homework due and I'm tired.
I fucking I didn't want to learn how to factor.
Yeah, I
quadratic
remember. Yeah.
I remember too. Yeah.
So I
You were using
jailbroke
TI
my
Inspire.
So I jailbroke my calculator and I wrote a program that would solve the problems for me.
Which is so much funnier because I gotta be real with you, factoring is one of the easiest things. Like I'm saying this now because we're removed from it, but honestly, factoring is pretty like Stealth, you can back me up on this. Like,
It's very easy.
Conceptually, you jailbreaking your Inspire is
like you've
way
gotta
easier to me. Like
I mean, all you gotta know to be able to factor is your multiplication tables, like
yeah, and commonalities.
So
well, I guess, but I didn't want to learn all the rules. Which I mean, I guess I did to make the program, but that's besides
it's just funny how you got out of working on something by working harder on another thing. And in my mind, that's how I saw it. I thought that was.
Yeah, but hey, I never made a mistake.
True.
Because the program did it for me. I remember I didn't learn like anything in my senior year of math, and when I took the final, I got like a 97% because I just made my calculator do it all. I didn't do
That's
any
awesome.
of the homework. I barely like 55 to like 70%ed all of my quizzes, and then like I took my final, I got like a 97%. She was crazy. That shit went cray. I thought I was gonna fail.
Cray.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna fail that class. Cause my whole life like fell apart like right at the end of my senior year. So I thought so I was like, oh, I might not graduate. I guess that's pretty cool.
Before I go, please tell me Rosie's age.
No, dude, I literally can't.
Why?
Pretty good guess, dude. The point is let's say +3 -3 on the guess. Let's say that. Okay, +3 -3 on the guess. That's a good range. But you just know that in the context of how old Calvin was, that's nowhere in the range is good. It's not normal anywhere in the range.
I wasn't even really thinking about it like that. I don't even care about that part, but...
Well, that's the main concern for everybody, I think, when you ask
Wait,
how
why
old
the
is
fuck?
the girl that was your friend.
Nah, I don't give a fuck. Because if I talk to Calvin about it, do you think he's gonna go, yeah, I'm like super traumatized or anything? No, he's not even gonna give a fuck.
Yes.
I don't know, I could be
know
super
if that's real
assuming.
or not. That's the point. He might say those words, but you don't know if that's real or not. So you should.
I
never
mean,
can tell
I
when
mean,
it's
the 3-level system you told me, I can understand how you would say that, but for me, I'm taking it at face value. I'm going, I know Calvin long enough, he's gonna tell me the truth, right, Smile?
Well, I mean, maybe, but like, I don't know. He's had like a weird, like, I don't want to talk about personal stuff on Discord thing right now. It's a weird.
Man,
Oh,
it's a
the last
lie.
thing that me and Calvin talked about was he was telling me that I don't know, sometimes he likes to insert his feelings into something even though they're completely irrelevant. He was telling me how he thought like nations were Fugazi, like, oh, that's just like a Fugazi concept. And I'm like, it's funny because, it's like, totally. It's like what we're talking about in VCs. Me and you, Niraj. At least what I'm ranting to you about is really funny. How we're still spiritually connected like that.
You should reach out to Calvin.
What did you say?
You should reach out to Calvin. Send him a message.
Yeah. Sometimes I do, actually. This is not too long ago, by the way.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm with friends now, so I'm gonna leave now.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably good advice, because there are just people that I just won't connect with. If I haven't spoken to them in a long enough time, I just won't talk to them.
I have several people in mind for that. For me, the big one though is Stret. He's like probably one of the smartest people I ever met. He was so awesome to talk to and like such a cool guy.
Oh yeah,
He is such a cool guy.
I haven't seen him in forever, man.
Yeah, it's been so long. Last thing is he sent me like a Rubik's Cube world record video.
How long ago was that? Oh really? I messaged him recently. That's the thing. Like, and he responded to me really, really quickly. He yeah, it was about the BO2 FPS. I was like, oh, do you have this? And he was like laughing at how it's like lost knowledge because I was talking to EXE and Galactic and I was thinking, you're just playing on 91 FPS. Like, surely you must know about, the FPS thing. So I asked Stret to send it to me. But by that point, I already found the spreadsheet. and he sent it to me. It's like, oh, it's fine. I already found it. And he made a joke like, it's funny how, this has become lost knowledge.
That is really funny.
Yeah. So is it funny?
It is. No, it is, because literally people don't even remember what they like could use. Like, that's a classic. I was actually talking to Bullied in his Twitch chat because he streams on this like alt account, Shang Firstrom sometimes. And there was, so on Shang, when you flip the perk, sometimes the perk is like right above the kind of drop down area for the monkeys. It's like right out of reach. And I was telling him, like, how you switch FPS on to like crawl faster? You should have an FPS bind that's like the highest jump height possible, so that you could like. And he's like,
100%. That's a really good idea.
Oh, I've never thought about that.
500.
Yeah, whatever it is. I don't even know what the number.
Yeah,
Whatever it is.
neither do I.
Like, and then he was like, "Oh, do you know what the FPS number is?" And I'm like, "Oh no, I'll have to look for it." And I haven't talked to him in maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Right.
So sometimes knowledge gets not applied, even if it's created too, which I think is funny.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's
I only ever
probably.
talked to Strat like once or twice, but he was super interesting whenever I did.
He really is. Yeah, he's got a lot to talk about, and he will talk about it. But he's conversational. He's not. Oh, I'm just gonna, say my thoughts. Sometimes like Calvin.
Oh. he's the most conversational. He was so helpful, dude.
I think it's just he's like way older than us.
Yeah.
I think that's why he's so conversational, because even now I'm not even the most conversational person. Sometimes there is a little bit of I shouldn't say friction, but sometimes I just mess up my words, or sometimes I fail to include everyone in the conversation because I'm just so interested in what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, fuck you.
Yeah, that's what's helpful about Shred, is that he's likely gonna say something more interesting than you. And so it's like, oh, let me see what he has to, like, at least that was my experience, because, you know, I knew him since I was like 14, 15,
Right.
16 range. And also, side note, there was a lot of people that I knew when I was younger that were way older than me. Shout out for them not being fucking creepy ass pedophiles. Like, that's actually hype. Like know what, you know what I mean? Like, when I was like 15, 16, 17, I talked to a lot of people that were above the age of like 25.
Yeah.
And not a single one of them ever said weird shit to me, or like was like, they were super respectful and kind. And like, side note on this, like, that's something I've tried to like carry forward and like be like, you know, if there's a, you know, person like, you know, for instance, like EXE or Galactic or something, like I try to model being more kind of, you know, mature about things, and it's kind of fun because it's like, I'm sure they have the same thing with me, where it's fun to see younger people be immature, but the only way it works is if the older person takes the role of the kind of straight, more serious, more kind of, otherwise they don't grow up, right? Otherwise you're reinforcing that you can just be like that forever. You know what I mean? And so having that modeled for me was so helpful as a kid. Like, you know, I remember him, I was like, I wrote this long, borderline incoherent rant about this guy Ice Snakes not uploading full gameplay for his 30 jug solo, which was the first 30 jug solo. And, you know, I was basically saying, like, this guy is, like, a piece of shit, and I was saying all this stuff, and Strat was very helpful in correcting me and being like, okay, you're gonna lose the argument in a public sense if you just don't focus on the specific fact of full gameplay. Like, if you go into other stuff about how this guy's destroying the map and he's a piece of shit, he's like modding, like, that people aren't gonna, so like that, all that stuff was so helpful for me. I couldn't put a money value on it. It's like so.
I had nothing like that.
Hey.
I talk to people around my age, so, and I rarely talk to people that were older than me. So I was, a lot of the time it was just like a gang of youths, you know, some Lord of the Flies. I've never even seen Lord of the Flies or read it. But yeah, it was just like a gang of youths, just, you know, making it up as we go along, just being, you know, it's like, oh yeah, we're just, you know, we're the kings of the world, so we're just, you know, talking shit, because that's what we can do with impunity, because it's fun to bully people. I definitely now that I've been, because EXE is a lot younger than me, because when I first talked to him, I viewed him more as like an equal. It's just like I just viewed everyone as equal. I never saw that age thing, because I was also just an immature child back then, even though I was older than him. But I have definitely taken more of a mentor role, but I have no idea what it means to be a mentor. But he's told me, I think he told me, he said, you know, you might be, you know, the reason I didn't kill myself, and you have been a mentor. I do kind of see you like as an older brother, because we talk a lot. I always talk to EXE. I've tried to be way more understanding that he is younger than me, that he is just, you know, he is just, you know, he's gonna be more childish than me, and I'm gonna have to give him space for him, you know, acting, you know, really mute, because you know, he's got he's got things happening, and I know, you know, his dad died recently. You know, I was just really annoyed at EX. You know, it's like, man, you know, I'll message you and then you just, you know, go silent. And there's this thing, and he brought this up to me, like this insecurity that he has, where sometimes people accuse him of him using people, because he'll go to them and they'll be super conversational, but then he'll just completely blank. And when you message him, he won't talk back. You know, he's not super ready to, you know, message you back for like a really long time. And sometimes he'll just outright ignore you. He'll just have like really immature behaviors. And that's definitely true of him. But I had to separate that from, mate, this guy's actually going through some hard shit. That I wasn't really.
Holy shit.
Right, yeah, and I have to separate. But not only that, before also, like, he was, you know, suicide posting really hard. And I have to separate him being childish from also he's gone through a really hard time. Yeah, there are some childish things that he's doing, but man, he's also going through a hard time. I need to separate those two things that are happening, and you know, maybe that one childish behavior that he's got, that he is actually just being childish, is, you know, obviously everything is like a whole and connected, but a lot of that behavior is just really petty behavior, and that's not necessarily this coming from exactly the same place as this, you know, like he just wants to isolate himself from everyone. Yeah, no, I had to basically grow up way more now that, you know, I'm talking to somebody younger, and I have to realize that I am a little bit older, and maybe there are, you know, leeways I have to give him instead of just treating him as like, you know, he's the same as me, he's going through the same things as me.
He's learned the same lessons as me. He's seen the same, like he should.
Exactly.
Because like for me, a person at certain like, and I gotta say, I've kind of at one level become more accepting of people that are younger than me, and at another level become much more judgmental of people older than me. Who, especially with like political related knowledge, like a lot of times I'm just talking to someone who's like 60, and I'm like, this is crazy that they're 60 and they don't know certain things. Like it's actually insane. Anyway, but yeah, like younger people though, you start feeling more like I have a responsibility. Like you have to act. And with a person your age, it's like, oh, you idiot, how do you not know that? And then person younger, you're like, that this could be the time they learn. This could be the lesson that they get, and actually that's, you know, so it's.
When you've never gone through ever having a mentor in your life, or having a mentor that exists within like the same hobby space as you, because I have, you know, mentors in real life, but that's different from, you know, inhibiting this sort of, you know, this sort of playground that exists where the adults aren't here anymore. And I've never had that mentor type. That's probably why I was, you know, such a child for so long, like definitely mentally or socially delayed with how I communicated with people for a while. And I never had that mentor, so you know, I'm experimenting with my mentor or with EXE. You know, I still, you know, I have no idea, you know, the best way to, you know, communicate or anything like that, or what the best way is. And sometimes, you know, I don't think I have any I don't think me and EXE have had any, you know, spits after I've, you know, hey, this guy, you know, there has to be more leeway with this guy. You know, I can't, you know, shout him down or anything like that. That's just not, he's just not on, I can't treat him as if he's on the same level as me. And I think things have been.
Why you would treat him that way in the first place was because you cared. Like you can't tell yourself you care and then treat him in a way that doesn't help him, right? That's just like that. Like eventually that's gonna conflict. I feel like.
Yeah. So I think it's not like it's paradise, but I definitely do think that we have a good thing going, for sure. And that's probably the closest person I've been to in Zoo in general, just because we share so many common interests in terms of fighting games, and I like fighting games. I live and breathe fighting games, so we can just, it's not even like we talk. It's actually funny because we just don't even talk about fighting games. We talk about everything, but fighting games are a heavy part of that. But you have to realize too, it's like we're interested in Japan because fighting games are such big. I mean, that's where they're from. They're from Japan, and that they still have, you know, a bit of arcade culture left, and a lot of the best players are Japanese, and especially the older, they're super, you know, into preserving older classic games. You know, they're very much about that. So they have old arcades where they're playing these, you know, 90s games, and it's like we really fuck with these games, so we're watching these games, but we have to, you know, a lot of these streams are not even in English. So that's actually why I started learning Japanese, just for that reason. So like a lot of these like peripheral interests, like learning Japanese, it's like, yeah, I totally started that just a fighting game. So there's a lot of peripheral things that may not appear related to fighting games, but are actually related to fighting games. So we share a lot of interests just permeate out from fighting games, which is nice. That's why, you know, we can get along really well.
That makes sense. And like he probably wants to be like you. I mean, that's the thing with Stret, is that like I wanted to be like him,
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, that was the big thing. It's like and I would never tell him this in the moment, you know, unless I was super stoned or like about to cry or something. But like, I wanted to be the way he was, and so being around him or people like him was kind of a way for me to kind of gain those qualities. You know, it's probably something similar there, where it's like it's like that you have to have that responsibility in your mind because they are trying to model you. They are trying to, you know, create themselves in this period of their life. You know. And it's a big compliment for them to trust you or anyone else like that, you know?
Yeah, I've never been the person that anyone. This is the first time anyone's like really deferred to me, you know, for anything. And yeah, never had that because I was usually the eldest or within the same age range where I'm not seen as. Because I was actually always because I was born in August, so that's basically like 15 days off of being being the eldest in the previous year. So I was always the youngest, but because it's all a year, we're all like within a year. It's like not really, you know. We're all sort of, you know, we all sort of see each other as you know, equals. And I know there was this one kid I played Pokemon with, and that was still when I was out and about outside, so we would like go around each other's houses. Usually he would actually come around my house. And he was a little bit younger than me, but he was still within the same age range where I saw him as an equal. And because I was a kid too, you know, like I'm seeing myself. I don't know how he saw me. I haven't talked to him in so long, but I would see myself as like, you know, we're just both kids, even though I'm a little bit older than you. I never had that mentor. Yeah, like nowhere in my life I had that older kid that's just, you know, spits the that guides you through navigating a bunch of different interactions. Nah. And I probably would have been beneficial for, you know, just the way I interact with people online, because I'm, you know, really reckless when it comes to just, I say anything, you know, that comes to my mind on the internet. And if, you know, bullying is just, you know, you would never think you're a bully until you're put into a position of power and you're just doing it. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I was really like that. I couldn't believe that.
And how easy it is to default into that. Like, how much easier it is to shit on someone than like help them.
Yeah.
And like people pick that up. Like if you're around kids, like they pick up how you treat others. It like, you know, and yeah, like I know it's different in the teacher context, but you definitely probably have to think about this too, Stealth. Like you probably hear like a joke and maybe find it funny, but recognize that in the larger context, it's like not something that you can model laughing at.
Yeah, absolutely. The engineering class I had this semester is it's been something. I've heard some kids make some pretty nasty jokes. Some about women, and I'm like in the moment, I don't even want to bring attention to it because like I don't want to disrupt from whatever's going on in class. I just tell them to get back to work, but I'll pull them aside later and be like, man, like you can't be saying that. There are, you know, there are not many girls in this class, but there are a few, and if I heard it sitting over here at my desk,
yeah, they heard it.
I bet they heard it too.
Yeah.
How would you feel if if you put yourself in their shoes, like saying what you said, and the kid that did this, you know, he I haven't heard him say anything like that since then. So, and the thing is, like, that's a big encouragement because I had his older brother earlier in the year, and his older brother's a piece of shit. I hated that kid, and I was like, oh god, now I've got the younger brother. I bet he's even worse. The younger brother's so much better, man.
That's so funny.
And I've even told the younger brother, like, dude, I'm so glad that, like, you know, you're so much more reasonable than your older brother, and I really appreciate that. You don't cause me any trouble. You know, you do your work when you're supposed to do it, all that kind of stuff. And there's been a day or two recently where he was like, his brother would sleep in class quite a bit, or it got to where he would do that, especially once I caught him with a vape. Like the only thing he could do to like assert his will was to sleep in class, and so now this kid he slept in class recently, but it's like you know what? I don't know exactly what's going on at home, but I know he's being raised by his grandmother.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so it's like, from what I can tell, probably not the best home life in the whole wide world. Maybe something happened. Maybe he just didn't get a lot of sleep last night. We'll just let him sleep. You know, let him take the nap. He might need it. So, and I did that because otherwise he's been a pretty good kid for me. So, um, and when he woke up, like I helped it. I like re-explained everything that we did and kind of got him started on the thing that we were doing. So, but yeah, no, like as far as mentoring goes, like um, when I've been online, I never really have thought too much about how old the people I'm talking to actually are. So, I think I've only like in the past couple years realized like I think everybody that's left that I talk to is actually younger than me.
That's interesting.
So now like TTS and Slayer, they're like a year
They're
younger
peers.
than me or something like that. And we've known each other since we were in high school. I was like a year ahead of them. But outside of that, like Fleur, I never realized that you were. How old are you? I don't even.
I'm
fucking know,
23.
man. See,
I'm
I
3
didn't.
years younger than
I
you.
didn't. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
That's really
And I'm
funny.
24.
And yeah, I didn't know that either. So, um, you know, I never really realized, other than outside of like Prups, for instance,
Oh yeah, that
who
guy
I
was genuinely
knew
good.
was, yeah, I knew he was a lot younger. Like he was
Which is funny because that
probably
implies
15 or 16 whenever I was like 23 or something. So, like, outside of him, I've never really been all that aware of how old people are online. Now, like at school, I also have to like I kind of like I see it from the teacher's point of view where like I kind of figure out where they're at mentally, like how much thought are they really capable, and kind of base my interactions on my perception of that, which I
That's so
feel like I've gotten pretty good at that, figuring out, you know, what level of conversation a kid is, able to have. So
That makes perfect sense. One of my problems, though, is that I always assume people are capable of more conversation than they are.
Oh yes, and
So, but like as a teacher, obviously, if I was a teacher, I would make more of an effort to try to like really accurately read that, like how much they can understand
and it's
of what I'm
easier
saying.
from the teacher position because like your main goal is to teach the class, right? And so like
is it?
in like
You mean to
what?
babysit the kid? No, I'm joking.
No.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, so like, and in doing so, like, you're gonna ask the kids or you're gonna ask kids questions. You're gonna see the work that they do, and all that kind of stuff. And so you can kind of get a judge for like, um, what a kid is capable of based on the level of work that they do.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it does make that that distinction a little bit easier for me to make. Now, if it's a conversation like outside of whatever the class is, a lot of times, like I have that knowledge in the back of my mind for like what are they capable of in class, and then on top of that, I will not start out the conversation asserting whatever I actually think. I
Right.
come at it as a blank slate and ask what they think.
Which I guess that helps you to deduce what they're capable of, right? If they're
Yeah,
like
it does.
you're
It
starting it
does.
out with yeah.
And if
That's
they're
why that
really actually wanting my opinion, again, I won't necessarily just tell them straight out, especially if it's a conversation that's more political or something like that,
sure,
which
yeah.
I'm not doing that. Not often.
I understand.
Like, you
So
know.
what'd you think about Trump?
Yeah, kids have asked me that, and
Are
you
you allowed
know,
to say?
they do it to try to distract me from like teaching the class.
Yes, dude. I
Uh-huh.
was gonna
I
say
know that that's what they're
literally.
doing, and I'm
Oh my god,
like, dude, kids did
I
this
did that
whenever
too.
I was in
That's what I did.
school, and like I know that that's what they're doing. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. We're in math class. That's not what we're talking
Yeah.
about. And I'll just like brush it off well, one, I'll either say exactly what I just said,
So how
or
much money is Doge saving America?
or I'll be like, ask me when you graduate, and I'll tell you what I actually think.
That's a really
that's
good
cool.
answer.
I like
Which
that.
I know
Yeah.
that they're not actually gonna do. If
But
they
also,
actually do,
You know,
then,
there's that one guy
you
that's
know,
actually gonna
I
be
would
really
actually,
curious.
I might actually be willing to have that conversation.
Yeah.
Depends on the kid and like how close I am with them and stuff. So
What
I
happens
kind
if
of
it's
played a
just
double
some?
game in class because I would ask teachers about politics stuff, but then I would tell my friends that it was because I was trying to waste their time, but it was
You're
actually because I was
actually
like kind of
curious.
interested. A lot of
Yeah.
that. I mean, you can, yeah, and like
you
you
were
guys
what? I missed that.
actually curious about what they thought
Okay.
about the politics stuff, like
Mhm.
because I would hear so much about it from my family and my grandparents,
Uh-huh.
and so I would like and then I remember asking the substitute teacher in like 4th grade what like political party he was a part of, and he like told me like he waited till lunch and then like told me like during lunch like that he's like both parties are the same. There's Democrats and
I love
like
that.
Republicrats and Demopublicans or something. And he's like, and that's like stayed with me forever. And I was like, oh, this guy's like a centrist trying to like avoid taking political. Like, but I was actually curious about it, but I also knew that both to like my friends and also if my friends were doing it, it was 100% a waste of teacher's time. They would also ask about the teacher, like their experience in high school or their experience as a kid or whatever, to like in elementary school to get their kid like teacher reminiscing.
Yeah, we would always do that.
Kids do that, and I've actually strayed off on some of those topics with my current Algebra 1 class. They're a pretty good class, and
Nice.
so like, and some of those kids are genuinely like actually curious and will like, if I think it's a worthwhile story to tell or a worthwhile topic where I think they might actually get something from the story, then I'll actually engage in that for like
That's good.
a
You
few
should-
minutes, but like not long. I'm not gonna spend 30 minutes talking about that, and I
and we
think
don't
they
have
will.
Well, how long would you spend?
Yeah,
20 minutes at most?
like 5 minutes at most.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, also you're so pressed for time as a teacher. Like, holy shit. Like,
Yeah, I'm super pressed for time, especially in the math class. Super pressed for time.
Dude,
Like,
every
there's a
class I've ever
minimum
taken-
amount that I need to cover for that class for them to be like even have a chance of being ready for the next one.
That makes sense. Oh, and that's so
So-
key. If they're not ready for fucking geometry, like if they don't have algebra down, literally every other math class that you take in high school is awful.
Yeah, but Alabama, in its infinite wisdom, says we do geometry before we do algebra 1. Which makes no fucking sense. Like,
Makes sense.
it's, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense because, like, you need some algebra skills. Not very high level algebra skills, granted, but, you need some algebra stuff to be able to, do some higher level geometry problems. But nope, we can't do that. So 9th graders are taking geometry, and then in 10th grade it's algebra 2 in 11th, and senior math you kind of have a choice. Like if you're going college prep, then you're going pre-calculus is what you're going to take, or dual enrollment pre-calculus, versus like kids who don't think they're going to college, then they're going to take like math modeling, which is actually a really good class. I like that, or the way that the teachers at my school teach it, because they teach like some financial literacy stuff, and all that kind of. It's pretty cool. So talk about like.
So I'm curious what you think, because my grandpa was in. So my grandpa's sister, who he hates by the way, she stole his college money. But anyway, she
Awesome.
Yeah, for like she bought a car with her own college money, then stole his college money and went to
Oh,
USC, and made him
wow.
Damn.
anyway.
Wait,
But yeah,
wait, I didn't get that last part. What
went
she
to
said?
USC, which is a really good school, and made him go to Long Beach State, which is like a less good school.
Okay.
Yeah, never heard of
USC is
that
like,
school
yeah, whereas
versus I've heard of
USC,
USC. Yeah.
yeah, every USC is a very but
Hmm.
she was a very successful student in high school, and teachers would always be like, "Oh, you're like her brother," like so he was always like put at the front of the class, and like and he would always like he was telling me like always like let them down in terms of like they would come in expecting her like her
Right.
brother to be a certain way, and it
It's
was
That's
so
so
hard
funny.
not to
pressure.
do that,
It's
though.
so
It
hard, but I
is.
feel like
It's really hard.
no, it's I think basically impossible. I think on some level, like obviously be conscious of it because it's like tough for the students sometimes if you
Right.
but like my dad has told me story like whenever my dad talks about a problem kid, he always will relate to whatever relative also was in it because usually in it's like he has one kid and then 3 years later he has their brother or something and like
Hmm.
he describes it as a lineage. There's no way to describe it other than like as there's this person who can I compare it to? Oh, they're relative. Because it's unfair to compare it to anyone else, right? So it's so hard, but it can also put pressure on kids, even if it's a positive comparison.
Oh, it definitely does put pressure on kids. I mean, like my brother definitely felt that because I was definitely the smarter of the two and more studious of the two
Yes.
of the two of us. And yeah, so like I actually had a teacher who had me and then had my brother, and like my senior year, I had him again. Or my brother had him. He was a ninth grader whenever I was a senior. So this teacher had him first semester, and then had me again second semester. And he was like, I didn't even realize y'all were related until like not very long ago. And like I would have never guessed it because one, me and my brother, we don't really look very much alike. Everybody tells us that. And then secondly, like we're just completely different people.
Like temperamentally, completely.
Temperamentally and like
Yeah, no, when I talked to your brother, I was
yeah.
actually I couldn't believe that was your brother.
When did you talk to my brother?
I didn't.
Oh no, the reason I said that with such confidence is because like he's told me that before. Like that's a fact of like how your family.
Yeah, I knew I had told you.
Is that your no? But no, obviously I you weren't. I knew you were telling that to Fleur. But like for instance, like your father and your brother are far more similar than you are to your father or brother.
Yes,
Like, big time.
and like my mom's just kind of the like I'm not even similar to my mom. I don't feel like
exactly.
like I'm just my mom's different, and then I'm different than her.
You're similar
and
in that you're both different.
yeah, that's about the only thing. Yeah. So, anyways,
But
but
also,
yeah,
like,
it
always
is super hard to not compare them, not compare siblings, man. Like I was actually talking to a kid today. I had his sister in class last year, and she's like super fucking smart, man. Like 35 ACT type type of kid. Awesome kid. Applying to some Ivy Leagues and that kind of stuff. And so I've heard that he's pretty smart, but like his mom's also a teacher at this school, and she said that they're very different from one another, and I definitely see that. And I actually like I think I asked him like how his sister was doing and that kind of stuff, and what if colleges had gotten back to her yet and that kind of stuff. And then I'm like I bet this kid gets asked that a lot. I'm like,
I bet he does.
And I actually asked him like, I bet you get this a lot, don't you? Ask about how your sister's doing, and he's like, yeah, whatever. And then I followed up by asking him like, how's he doing? What's he thinking about doing? Or if he knew, because he's a ninth grader, and she's a senior, so. I didn't figure he knew what he wanted to do yet, being a ninth grader, but I had like a little conversation with him about like he said he probably wants to do some kind of engineering. I told him like a little story about like my dad was an accountant and was making good money, but some of the jobs he had, the money wasn't worth it. He hated it. So, don't go into engineering just because like you think it's going to be good money. Because if you hate it, it's not going to be worth it.
Sound. I want to go to Peru and just play a bunch of corner shop kids for money. For pennies. Sorry,
I was
that
a complete flake in school, and that like because of my health stuff, I stopped not going to school as much in 4th grade. Did like only half of 5th grade, and then did like almost no 6th grade. And
Wait, what the
I was
fuck?
actually, so I found my iPod Touch from when I was a kid, and it had like all these emails from when I was a kid, and most of them are just me failing like all my classes in like September, like because I'm
That's
just not
awesome.
turning in
Damn.
schoolwork and I'm doing So I'll set this up, but like so that's that. But what's funny is that because like I've just always been really good at tests, and so like because I would do well on tests, they would always be willing to bargain and be like, okay, maybe he can do out of class stuff. Like because there's a lot of truancy laws in California, and like
Mhm.
my parents were gonna get in trouble because of how much I was having to miss because of like my medical stuff. And so
Do you talk
like
about that?
yeah, just I had this like gastric chronic pain. I was like nauseous all the time. I was in pain all the time. Still
I think that
I
might be
do
the
what that's actually,
vaccine, but
yeah, it might have been the vaccine. I actually
mm,
that's part of why I was against eating so much, because the more that I ate, the more constipated I became. The more constipated, the more pain I would feel. So the less I ate, the less pain I would feel, kind of
oh,
thing.
you
So
say
it's kind
that
of
adds way more
yeah,
context.
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But so like, but I don't know, Sal, if you see the like the tests, but like I would always do so. But people would then see my sister and really have no idea what to expect, and she always did extremely well in class, and so that was always a positive. And they would always compare her like regularity and success to my like
Mhm.
lack of regularity and not success.
Right.
So I thought that was funny.
I see the grades. I don't see the test though.
Oh, the thing below it, there's like 2 pictures. There's like the picture of
Oh,
the iPod Touch.
sorry. I didn't see the second picture. I was
Yeah.
waiting for
This
it
is
to load
like
for a
this is
second.
at the end of grade 6. So grade 6, I'm doing like I'll send it to you for a bit.
Written conventions.
Yeah.
What's
So if you see at
that?
the beginning, let's see.
Damn.
Yeah, I was not good at geometry. But so basically the first test is like those are all my grades. You can see that I'm already missing the zeros is assignments not turned in, right?
Oh, you're
This is
messaging me. Okay.
September 23rd of like the year, right? The test was taken at the end of the year. And
By the way, you gotta gray your name out way
yeah,
because you
no, but
can
you guys
see it.
basically know it's like, Malone, wherever. But
I don't, but sure.
yeah. But but you can see the like so the dot is where I am, and then the bar is like the range of like proficient students who like
Right.
typically take it. And so outside of
Mhm.
geometry, I was doing pretty good on a lot of these tests. Like despite
You're a good
literally
Oh yeah,
reader.
your geometry was.
Word
so funny.
analysis
It
and
was so funny.
vocabulary development, reading comprehension, literary response and analysis.
Look at the written conventions.
What is written
Yeah.
conventions? What does that mean?
Yeah, what
Oh,
is that?
Let me find that. I forget what that was.
So you were a complete whiz kid when it came to English.
Yeah, but I also just like didn't go to class. And what's funny because I was in the English as a second language class when I was in 2nd grade. Yeah, no, because I was like,
Damn, why?
well, because I just would like not do any.
Oh,
I would just like
okay,
fuck
yeah.
off. I would just
I
like not
gotcha.
pay attention. And so but then yeah, like there was a moment where my dad. Well, first off, my parents paid me money to like to like read a bunch of books and like because I would just read comic books. Like I wouldn't read like actual books.
Mhm.
That's funny.
And so people, yeah, they would pay me money to do that. But also, I like there was this guy who was shown like it was awesome. I thought I was taking dubs because I would get jelly beans. I didn't have to do shit. I just sat there and like that's a cow, that's a bird. It was awesome. I just got jelly beans for getting it right. Like things were going great. And then I got really annoyed because this one guy couldn't conceptualize the word cow, and like didn't even say
What?
vaca or anything similar. And I was telling that to my parents, and they were like, "Oh, that's like, but you're like considered to be like similar to him. Like I don't know why you're so like acting like you're so above, and that was very motivating for me too.
Damn.
Right.
But
What
yeah,
the
like
fuck?
no,
I'm not a
definitely.
retard.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean similar? In what way? Like, I'm actually the same. I'm very different than this guy who can't think of the word cow when he sees a picture of cow. Yeah, so this is what the terms mean.
I feel like that in Japanese sometimes. Okay, maybe not like that, but conceptualizing things I already understand in English, but it's just harder in Japanese.
I think it's funny because it's like on paper, and in real life, it would be very difficult for any teacher to know how to approach me. I think, and it kind of always was. Like, if you see in my grades, like in my my science teacher who liked me a lot, I had an A plus, even though he like technically wasn't. I was like,
Yeah, I
just as
noticed
I
that
wasn't.
that you had like
Yeah.
and then all the other classes.
All zeros. Again, this is September of the school year, right? So
Well, I don't know what September is because for us,
the worst.
That's the beginning
And so,
for us.
That's
yeah, it's
literally
close
May.
to the beginning for us too.
Yeah,
or maybe the beginning for you.
Like right,
here we
it's like first day of September.
I mean, my percentage complete. We haven't even reached test points. Like, look at it's all homework. It's all like assignment, homework, editing, assignment. And I'm just like not turning it in.
That's awesome. Did you have a lot of homework?
I mean, I didn't do it, but like, I guess technically.
I didn't have it. We didn't have that much homework, but I never did homework.
I never did homework student. Because like the homework that they would assign, I would just do it in class.
Oh, that was what all the people that were high gumption, studious, erudite, just not me at all. I would, as soon as I got home, it's video games. That's it. There's nothing.
See, that's what I wanted to do, but I also was very motivated by like just making a good grade. I don't know why. I just like I've always been that way. So I like seeing big number. I don't know.
I wish I was.
I was always in the mindset of like, like this is awesome. I don't have to do a lot of work. People don't care that I don't do work, and I get to be in my own mind, looking out the window, doing other shit. Like I don't have to do whatever. Like that's how I always been. And like, dude, they're giving me jelly beans. I'm like, that's a cow, that's a crow, that's a pig. Like, give me more jelly beans. Like I think I'm taking dubs. You know what I mean? In my mind as a kid, I'm like, this is awesome. I was like, my sister is more like you. She's like, I gotta get, she's getting the like presidential honors roll type shit. Like she's just doing the more like. Which again, it was very shocking to the teachers because not like based on how I was, they had literally no idea what to expect with her, like zero.
I didn't even speak English. It's not my first language. No, it's not my first language.
Crazy to me. That's crazy.
Really?
I know that about you, and it's crazy.
I did not know that. What the
fuck
is your first language?
It's Slovakian. My mom was in uni at the time, so she sent me to Slovakia, and then I learned Slovakian. I completely forgot. I couldn't speak a word of it. I mean, I can now because I go over there and I just force myself to learn the language, because I know I can relearn it from scratch as long as I spend enough time doing it. Because that's how people learn languages. You have, especially you think of like very motivated workers coming over on boats. I guess for you would be over the southern border, and these people are
yeah, dude, I couldn't imagine being in that situation.
They fully learn English. Sometimes they're not even fluent speakers, and I'm just thinking these are not these are not like the smartest people in the world. These are just probably like the average people coming over. I say average in the sense that just because there's quite a few people come over and they're all learning English,
right?
It's not like a lot of them are not speaking.
Using it as a derogatory.
Right, exactly right. It's that so many of them are learning it. It must be the case that when my mom came over here, she didn't even speak a lick of English and she learned it. So it's just I'm just gonna put myself in the same situation. I'm not using a translator. Sometimes when I really needed to, yeah, I did, because I forgot to lock a door, and I'm just, are you telling me to lock the door? Because I can't be fucked to lock the door. But is that what you're telling me? So you got the translator out. But yeah, I just try and understand from what they're trying to tell me, through cues, hand signs, or whatever. Yeah, you just have to force yourself.
That makes sense why you're able to learn other languages quickly too.
Am I learning
Like
quickly?
relative.
I feel so
relative.
slow.
I cut you off there because you were gonna say, oh, well, relative to some other person, but relatively quickly you're learning Japanese on your own. Like, in all fairness.
Yeah, that's true. I guess maybe. I hope.
I had some kids that came into my math lab class. Like I told you, it's kind of like the guided study hall. It's also the class where, like, if new kids come to the school like mid-year, they just don't really know what to do with them for fifth block if they've filled up their. It's just the last class of the day. They don't really know what to do with them, so they just stick them in my math lab class. And I had a bunch that got stuck in there because they were like brand new to the country. I mean,
that's awesome.
You know, and they came in the class, knew zero English, didn't have a clue what the fuck I was saying. I had no clue what they were saying. By the end of the class, there were several of them where, like, we could have it had to be a very basic conversation, but, like,
they could do it.
You know, they actually knew what I was saying. Now, they wouldn't respond to me in English. They'd respond to me in Spanish. And, like, if they were replying with, like, common Spanish words enough in one sentence, I'd be like, yeah, I understood what you said. And, like, so we were having a conversation in 2 different languages.
That's so sick, yeah.
Now, again, it's very basic.
When you're...
But, you know... It was really cool to see them come along and, like, go from 0 to, like, you actually kind of
at least you can understand one way. Yeah, that's really awesome.
If it had to get more in depth, or if it had to get, like, kind of in depth, then, like, you know,
was this after a year or what?
Breaking out the Google Translate. This after one semester.
Oh,
so
that's
like 4 months.
That's even better. Yeah,
it's crazy how fast they picked it up.
When you're put into that situation, it's, you know,
it's learn it or you can't really do.
You can't do anything, and you just want to always put yourself in those situations. You know, just set your whole PC to the different language. Yeah. So I haven't even gotten to that point. So with Japanese anyway. Because that I was talking to Frenzy actually, because he joined. He was telling me, you know, he was asking me when am I going to play a full game, because I'm probably at the point where I think if I moved to Japan for maybe a month, I think I already have enough knowledge to consolidate everything. I can basically read most things at this point. At least I have the knowledge to read most things, but it's like a little bit slow. Just 'cause things are just really different in Japanese. The word order really fucks me over, where it's one of those things you just can't logic yourself into, because I know the underlying logic of the sentence, but you're just not imagining it. That's what I was saying with the cow thing. That's like me with Japanese. It's like, you're telling me everything, but I'm just not imagining anything. But for sentences that I've read a million times now, like more simple grammar, those are in my head very quickly. Yeah. It's like reading English. It's so nice
to read. Sight words and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
So it's just one of those things where I've got all the prerequisite knowledge. I just have to read it over and over again, and I probably could be at least a fluent reader. I've actually attempted speaking, but not like speaking on a live stream. To Chihiro, he's some Japanese zombies player, and he comes into my chat, and he types in Japanese, and I understand everything that he writes. I probably would even have a even better understanding now of what he wrote. But yeah, I think I'm honestly, reading wise, probably a few months off of being at least like a decent reader, of not being so cripplingly slow like I am now. Of just having to reread sentences because I didn't quite get that, quite not imagining. And when you read really slowly, you forget what the sentence is about at the beginning. So it's like, fuck, I just like figured out what that meant. But fuck, I forgot what the beginning part. What the fuck is this trying to say?
You gotta go reread it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I'd say I'm getting to the point. I'm at the point of like I read with guidance. There's this one guy. He's such a good resource. Japanese and just people who are addicts for this language. There are so many people that make a living off providing a resource, and this guy just uploads him playing the game, and he has like good production value. He just explains each sentence that just comes up. It's like, okay, this is what's happening in this sentence. This is how the grammar works. This is what the vocab is in this sentence in a really nice way. That's just appealing to me. So it's really nice to be a Japanese learner right now. And it's
What's that mean in Japanese? What's EXE's name mean in Japanese?
You mean Frenzy? Oh, is that Frenzy or EXE? But that's just like Hikari. I mean it actually doesn't mean I mean it doesn't say anything on its own, I don't think. But yeah, that just means light.
Okay. It does kind of look like a light. Like it looks like there's like a light shining. Like it almost looks like a candle that you would hold like at the base of it, and there's like a light coming out.
Oh, it actually is just light on its own. That's the way I learn kanji is I don't actually learn basic.
Looks like the sun coming over the horizon.
Yeah, the red.
You can see that. It's because I associate these because I know so many kanji now. I associate that with they use this system called radical as well. They'll put like one part of a kanji and then combine it with another part of the kanji, and sometimes that can inform how it's read. So it'll be like what if you read, I think like on the right side, that will tell you how it's read. So if something looks really complicated, usually it's actually really easy to read because it will have a part of a simpler kanji that has the same exact reading. So it's actually really simple to read. It's just the ones that look really similar. But the way I'm learning, I'm doing a lot of words a day. But I'm actually just adding sort of like similar words that use all the same reading. So there are a lot of readings that I've just not. I do like focus on a reading, or like focus on a character. So Hikari, I know that just because it's like common enough for me to know. But there's a lot of common words, or there are a lot of common words I just am not aware of because I'm doing more like instead of trying to understand enough of the language to be able to read most things, which I can already just because I've been doing it for long enough now. I'm more of I see this one character, I want to know what this reading is at all times, because the way the deck works is that you get one reading and then you may never see it ever again because it's just not important enough to know for like the most like 6,000 for the most common 6,000 words. But I don't learn like that. I go, oh, there's this character, I will learn like a very esoteric word just so I can, if I ever see that character again, on command, I can recall all the different readings of that character. And I think that's just the best way, at least for me, to learn, because you're seeing it over and over and over again, that you're not going to forget the reading. And you're learning all these sort of meanings that can be associated with that character. Rather than, oh wow, I've got this other word. Sometimes it's easy to recall what that word means just because I know like this could mean that and that could mean this, and these concepts together of confusing and art means camouflage. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's pretty okay. I get it now. Yeah.
Hard to do.
But I haven't seen anything. The way the decks I've seen that are constructed, I've never seen anything like the way I'm doing it. They usually just go for more of like if you think of like if you have two different glasses, I'm doing like a really tall glass, so I haven't got vast. I'm not as vast as I could be with the amount of time I've spent, but I'm definitely, in terms of the things I do know, I've got a very good understanding and recallability of everything that I have learned so far. So I think for me, I'm like treating it as if like I'm playing zombies. Like I'm thinking, I'm not listening to anything that anyone tells me. I'm going, okay, I say anything that's an exaggeration. It's sort of like, okay, well, in zombies, it's, oh yeah, you know, people telling you trade strats too dangerous. Well, I'm gonna try it for myself. You know, I want to see if this is, you know, stable. Same thing with Japanese. I'm going, oh yeah, don't do, you know, more than 20 words a day. Oh, that was like the default value. You know what? I'm gonna do 20 words a day, and then I'm get a little bit confused with this character. I'm gonna add like maybe 20 more words in. But in my head, it's like all words are not made equal. If I'm adding, you know, lake, lake swamp, you know, all words, you know, lake depths, if I'm adding all those, that's not really expending that much more brain power to be able to remember those extra words. But those words are common enough that I think it's worthy to add them to my deck, or it's important enough for me to understand the reading associated with it to by adding enough of those words in. So I'm actually just, you know, I'm playing it like I did zombies, optimizing it on my own, finding my own ways that I think are good on top of, you know, what's already there, with the plentiful resources, just because for some reason people really love Japanese. I couldn't think why. I wonder if it's you know what? It's a really bad joke. Anime propaganda. Have you seen some of the there was this one meme going around. It wasn't really a meme. It was like a discussion about this, like, oh, only in Japan could you have a girl sleeping around, like sleeping in the middle of the street or whatever. That was a pavement or whatever, and that the quote tweet of that was, oh, you know, if like X country had, you know, the same propaganda as this, you know, their reputation would be crazy, you know.
Isn't Japan having to not, like, it's like, oh, maybe they're not getting raped, but maybe they're getting the under the skirt, just getting shot. I don't know. Like, seems
maybe
like
they are just getting groped.
Right, maybe they're just getting raped, you know, right? Like, exactly.
100%, yeah. I don't know why people have that perception. Well, I kind of do know why.
Propaganda.
Oh yeah, like, no, actually, yeah.
It's so funny. I was literally talking to Orbic about this yesterday, but like, there's this thing I'm getting spammed with these YouTube shorts which I'm not trying to fucking look at those, but like,
I thought you were off the YouTube shorts.
No, I am, but on my phone. But look at these. These are things. These are two different channels, and it's like things that like it's like Korea's living in 2080. Korea's living in 2050. And then the other video that I was getting at this exact same time was videos about how like Japanese people are so much more judgmental than Korean people. And like it was like at the same time I was getting pro Korean propaganda, I was getting anti-Japanese it's like 3 things Japanese people don't do that shock foreigners. They don't open the doors for people. They don't just like all this other stuff like that. And I really think that the strat here is to seed people with this idea. And but some of the stuff I fuck with hard. Like there's a thing at the train station where there's this big staircase, and they have this ability, like this rail on the side of the staircase that you can put your bike into, and it like slides.
Oh yeah,
up.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
like that shit's so cool. Like there is stuff there that I'm like, okay, that's actually kind of sick. But again, I think, and I was realizing this with my sister because she's in Spain, right? Part of it, there's this period of time in your life where you're just kind of like super susceptible, and you're like, I could live in a lot of different places. I could make a lot of different things work. And if you're getting all these videos of like, oh, it's so cool living in Korea, no country has the things Korea does, like that kind of stuff, it's reinforcing it. And then the other type of video I noticed like this is the day in the life of a blank blank. And there's this one really attractive redheaded woman who's in Japan, who's in English.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
You don't talk about, right?
I don't.
That's big time propaganda. Let me tell you, whether it's intentional, like she's in on it, I don't think so. But it's more a matter of like, definitely Japan
you gotta send me some of this.
Related companies are buying advertising on these platforms, on her videos, and that's like the algorithm, because 100% this is meant to make it look incredible for English people to live in these places. Like, if you look at the comments, it's not directed at Japanese people. Obviously, it's directed at people living in abroad.
It's in English,
and so,
obviously.
I think Japan and South Korea's like soft power propaganda of what it's like to live there is crazy, because when you take a step back for a second, they're likely doing this because they're trying to solve a birth rate problem. And you got to ask yourself, why don't people want to have kids in this society? Like, why don't they? Why
workaholic
is
societies?
Using it?
Yeah, it's insane workaholic society. The thing is, for me, I'm just in a completely different pipeline, because all I know is just it's like America. I just know all their social problems.
Right.
and it's just so accessible to me. It's, oh, yeah, I know about your, phones that always have to make a sound when they take a picture.
Yeah.
I know about your women only trains. Because I have to go into my favorites actually. I'll look for it now. Because I just like trains. I just like public transport. I've always liked it since I was a kid. I always like going to London and riding the tube. I would always take the tube maps and map it out, and have all the different variations of them.
That's like
and
a very autistic thing.
I was gonna say that.
right.
You were always like it as you were a kid. That's what I was gonna say.
Oh God.
But
I'm sorry, Fleur. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. I found the I just found a bunch of Japanese videos. This was like, me and Orbix used to watch train stuffing videos, but it was in Japan they have I think you might have sent me an article about like avid train Japanese train watchers getting arrested in Belarus or something. And yeah, these guys they just spectate trains. They just watch the trains, and I'm just super interested. I'm really wondering how the infrastructure works. It's like quite different from London. Most of London, apart from like Thameslink, is all just under one umbrella. Really nice, really easy to especially if you don't know how the system works. It's really easy for you to buy into the system and get a really easy journey. Not like that in Japan, because they're owned by several different private companies. Going into Tokyo, they're not even all on the same map, just because it's the car ownership is quite low in Tokyo relative to other cities, so they're really relying on their public transport, specifically underground trains or subway, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I found this one video of a woman-only train. This is the first time I saw this. I was like, I think me and Orbik were watching it for the first time, and I was like, wait, is that a woman-only train? And this guy like gets in the train, and then he realizes that, oh fuck, this is a woman-only train, and dashes out of the train. I thought that was a really funny video, but I didn't think.
Accidentally for them. It's so
funny. I looked at the comment section, and I can read Japanese at the time, so I was just translating the comment section, and there was this guy just talking shit. I think the comment had several likes. I don't know if anyone was combating his perspective, but he was just saying, man, woman only trains are so fucking bullshit. This is not equality. This is feminist, like female supremacy, just like something really, really stupid. But I hear that's also a thing in what you call it, Korea. But I don't know if I'm consuming Korean propaganda, because I always hear in Korea that, oh, we study really hard, which I expect. But it's to the point where if you don't get into the top top 3 universities, the Sky universities, like your income bracket is lower, which, okay, that makes sense to me. But it's to the point where people feel ashamed to say what university they went to if it's not a top 3 university. And I just feel
heard that before too.
And I just feel like, this has to be either a selection bias or propaganda, because that doesn't make it. I don't think a society like that doesn't even make any sense to me. That you have, I don't know how many people live. It's like 30 to 50 million people in South Korea. There's no way. Right. There's just a cripple. There's just everyone else. The vast majority of people just completely ashamed to say what school they went to. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't add up to me. I'm really suspicious of that. I wonder if I've been watching too much South Korean propaganda from like people that, because these are South Koreans themselves that are, lamenting their society, and I definitely think a lot of it's lamentable for sure. But that gave me pause, and there's this actual problem when it comes to Japan, where there's people, expats of Japan, that go a little bit overboard in hating Japan, where they will oversell a narrative And knowing that, I'm just wondering, I wonder if the same thing is happening with Korea, where they didn't have a good experience, and a lot of the things that they're saying are true, but it's said in such a exaggerated way where, okay, I don't believe that everyone in Korea is just ashamed if they didn't go to top three, because that's not a realistic expectation for most people.
Like maybe okay, of the 30 million or whatever, like probably a lot of them are older than university.
Do you know the pipe rock theory?
Maybe it's like
Dude,
just Gen
okay.
Z's.
In the last like 6 years,
that
right?
is-
Maybe
Yeah.
10 years, and that would be a lot less people that would be ashamed,
Yeah, that
right? Gen Z stuff like that would make more sense to me. Maybe that's kind of what they're saying. They're not saying like everybody from
yeah, but these are
people
like
who,
there's this like one woman I sometimes watch, and she's in her 30s. Because I remember she was doing like a date. She was like, you know, learning. She was like, you know, how to find a guy in her 30s. Just talking about it, not like an actual tutorial video or anything like that. Because she's single, she's 30, and she's got like other friends, and sort of like they're talking about, you know, like I want to be, you know, content, you know, learning to be content while being single. And she's like, man, I also just, you know, going back to like the whole like different perspective being a woman, just never really thought about it. Like I'm just not insecure being single. I just don't care about it. But I don't know if that's just because it's me, or if
I'm
that's
the
just
same
I'm a
way.
man.
I just don't care. Like,
Yeah.
I'm completely fine with it.
I think for women it's also a biological clock thing. On
That's
like,
what I
it's
was.
like
Yeah.
the same way
Yeah.
that guys are hornier than women in like a like there's
Mhm.
actually an interesting thing where this person female to male trans person was describing like the difference experience of being aroused as a guy when they are like on a bunch of testosterone, and they
Mhm.
describe it in this like it's so overwhelming, this urge to fuck. Like she's like it's totally different than like what it is. So I think it's definitely like a different like effective physical experience of like being like desperate for a mate, and like a more like it's like so subconscious. It's like even if they recognize that's what it is, it doesn't help them address the fact they still have that urge. It's like so powerful, and like shout out for that urge for keeping us going.
Yeah. Well, you say that.
Yeah,
I think there's
shout
some
out,
problems
right?
happening right here.
Yeah, but also like the last 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 years is like probably pretty good. It's like we got this far, you know, like it's
yeah.
got some problems, but shout out.
Much
for getting this
rape,
far.
much incest.
True. You true.
Don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. Just knowing. I don't know if I told you about this, but I always have this like existential thought where it's, man, imagine if I was like born a certain characteristic, which is something that I can't control, and then having to live, you know, a narrow life based on that. And I mean narrow, I think relative to the past. I'm thinking, you know, I'm born as some, you know, footbound woman in China.
Oh right.
And that's just my destiny. And I'm just not. There could be a scholar in me somewhere, and I'm just never allowed to pursue that. And that's just it. Like you just don't get another life. That's it. That's your life, and that's what it amounts to. And that's it. You're done, and it's over.
Trying to bring back foot binding.
What did you say?
Do you think there are people in China trying to bring back foot binding? Like in like make China great again type people that are like, man, remember when women had like feet bound and like a traditionalist Chinese movement?
Mm-hmm. What I was wondering about.
Foot binding.
What I was wondering about China is that I'm wondering. So, one of the most cataclysmic wars happened around the same time as the American Civil War, and I'm wondering if that's in the national consciousness where, yeah, there was just this guy that proclaimed himself as, you know, the son of Christ, or sorry, the brother of Christ, and it was the heavenly kingdom, and he just went on a tear. But also, I told you about this. This guy wrote a letter to America because they were just a little bit more progressive. This guy was just more progressive. He was like, you know, it's like really cool how you have it in America. Like you guys are just super progressive. Now you have to think relative to the time. This is like 1860s maybe. You foot binding in China is common. You just have like fucked up feet on women. That's just like, oh, that's just how feet are on women. So
Yeah.
relatively speaking, yeah, probably America looking way more like a utopia. I don't know what 1860s look like, because that would have been like a mass migration period into cities, like massive urbanization. And I think by the 1890s, wasn't America basically number one, economically speaking?
Oh yeah, and everyone was predicting that they were going to be the next.
Right, superpower, yeah. So I wonder what that guy was describing. I don't even know if I'm remembering it right.
Partnership with America at the time. I don't know though. In like a long term, in like a larger sense, right? Like like a grander vision.
And America really fucked up post 1945.
Seriously.
What the? Well,
like I'm not even joking. I mean, Russia was like wanting like to cooperate with us against terrorism. Like everybody was like sympathetic to America being attacked. Like it was it's the exact opposite now. Like it's.
Oh, you don't say. Yeah, America is definitely. How is it that it's so? You've got Canadians. I always just see videos of Canadians billing. I sent them to Wanda, Damien, of just American. It would be like an American singing the national anthem. Now I don't get how ice hockey works or anything like that, or WWE, but why the fuck are Americans just singing the national anthem? It just seems so. You're just in some other guy's country and then you're singing the national anthem. I don't know how it works, because I don't know my national anthem. I've never once thought, fuck, that's like something I would ever sing. Do you know the vocals for or lyrics, I should say, for your national anthem? Wow.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hail? And then it's over. And then you basically just hum along the whole time. That's it.
Okay.
You know?
I don't.
It's kind of like you're just doing enough to barely participate.
I understand.
In case anybody around you is noticing. It's not so much a matter of like understanding the lyricism behind the anthem. Do you know what I mean? It's like in America, if you had a sports game, it's more like I'm standing up. If I have a hat, it's on my heart, and I'm like, it's like this. It's like you're barely singing most of the time.
Understandable, yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think most people are like connected to the national anthem in a serious way.
Oh yeah, no shit.
Maybe troops, maybe more so, but that's like because it's like a military thing.
That's just not something I ever see people singing the national anthem. Like in the UK, I didn't even know what it was for the longest time. But in US, and you have to think, right? They're just fewer nation states in North America, and so why am I seeing the national anthem being sang? That doesn't make any sense to me. The obsession with fake patriotism, because I don't know what singing a national anthem really means to be how that is representative of being a patriot or anything. I guess proud. I guess I can't be too cynical.
It's like singing along at a concert to a band. It's less of like a I have like well thought out beliefs about the nature of the country and the future that we want, and more like it's good vibes when we all like sing along to this thing as it comes at us, like, and like my chest vibrates and the person next to me is also doing it, and it's like I'm eating a $12 hot dog. It's like it's a great experience.
I just don't know if I could be in somebody else's country and then just go, yeah, this is our nation.
Also like stuff like I think when it got booed was the Cup of Nations or whatever, so it was literally nations versus each other. Like, so they did that for everybody. They did the Finnish national anthem at one point when there was like America versus Finland. So like I think that in that
this is the video, by the way.
Like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
I think in that context, that's what. Oh, the train one, yes.
Yeah. Male passenger missed from female exclusive vehicle commercial rush in the morning. I wonder if that's because on my YouTube it's translated, but when I post it here, it actually shows the original title.
That's so funny.
But you can see the little white and pink signs. White letters, pink background.
That and all the women getting
Yeah.
off the train.
Especially the schoolgirls too, which is really funny. Like it's total rush hour. So the guy gets.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
A minute 9.
I can see him getting breath. And the one lady looks up. He just ran. He just ran. That's so funny.
He's being whoever's videoing this being eyeballed super hard. Like
Big time.
some of these women are like, "What the fuck is this
What's wrong
person
with
videoing?" You can see in the reflection it's a guy, so it's like, yeah, that'd be weird.
We should show the Japanese title because I can guess what that says. That lady is so funny. What?
Dude, that's literally like walking into a female bathroom when you're a kid and like.
Oh my! Well, as a kid, because I would go with my mom.
I got scared instantly.
As a kid, my mom would, especially when we're somewhere far away, my mom would take me into the girls' bathroom. But I don't know if that. I know you guys are a lot more anal when it comes to. You know,
My
who
mom
goes
did
to
that
the
as well
bathroom.
whenever I was
Yeah.
a really little kid.
Yeah, really little, but I'm.
But I'll
talking
be like
when
10.
you're-
I'm talking about like when I'm 10, yeah. Like she
Oh
would
yeah,
take me in.
no. By the time I was 10, no.
This is
Yeah,
like when
By
I'm,
the
like,
time I was like
breastfeeding.
5 or 6, I
Yeah.
wasn't doing that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, my mom would take me in even if I was 10. So yeah, no, you're coming with me. I don't trust you going alone.
Especially if my dad was around, and we were out doing something.
Well, I only had
Now,
my
if it was
mom,
just
so
my mom, you know, like when I was 6, 7, 8 years old, something like that, she
Mhm.
might still take me in there and stay.
Right.
But
I have a memory of being at a baseball game and like this like giant trough of piss in front of me and my head's like basically at like dick level of like everyone else and like peeing, like standing up to like pee into the trough of piss. So
Mhm.
I definitely know I was being sent into those bathrooms even as a kid. So
Mhm.
yeah.
Did I ever tell you about the argument I had with my mom about nipples?
No.
Okay. I had an argument. No, because I was saying
Like rating nipples, you're like, no, these are 10. These are 10s.
no, I was saying
Like those are 7 maxes, and you're like, no, those are 10 out of 10 nipples.
I just have
7, so they're average.
different people have different feel conversations.
Okay.
For them, for how they think through things, and one I tested on her was, okay, why are women covering their nipples? That just doesn't make any sense to me. That should totally be legal. And then my mom goes, would you ever let your woman go, nipless? Or yeah, my woman, by the way. No, she didn't say it like that. That was a translation, right?
Okay. Okay.
And with her nips out, and I'm thinking, why the fuck would I care? And she was going, man, she was like, no, this is so stupid. And then I end the call, and then I ended up actually talking to her about it again. Way more receptive to what I was saying, but there was still some qualms she had. She was like, she was talking about like, yeah, but you know, the boob is different, it looks different, and it's just like, yeah, but you cover the nipple, you don't cover the fat, right? And she was basically trying to craft up hypotheticals on where I'd feel uncomfortable. It's like, oh, what happens if your grandma was like sitting there, just shut off? And I'm thinking, yeah. Do you see how fat your dad is? Like, he is fucking fat. So I don't know how the fuck they would look the same next to each other.
No, it's a really good counter.
And she's like, yeah, that's true. And I mean, I wouldn't do it myself, but I guess you have a point. That's what she was saying. Apprehensive in a way where it's like when you get a challenge to your belief, you don't immediately change it, but it's something that you ponder upon for sure. It was nice to be able to have that conversation. So I just don't talk to my mom about these things. So I just do think that when it comes to thinking through things, she just doesn't. yeah, definitely can't be trusted. Especially when she thinks she just knows better. And she isn't. The way we do hypotheticals in here, you know, everyone is. I don't have to meander around. Oh, you know, this is like really weird or anything like that. I don't do that anyway. But I don't have. I'm not asked questions like, "Whoa, this is Alpha Centaurians. This is really what is going on in your mind?"
Here.
Oh
Which
no,
I think Dank's banned, isn't he?
Wow.
Or he left.
No, Dank left.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think Dank would humorously go, "What the?" But I think he would. He's 100% engaging.
Well,
He's
I know, like last time he was in here, like right before he left, you were bringing up a hypothetical, and he was like not receptive at all to the hypothetical, or maybe it was tricky.
I think it was tricky. I think you're thinking of tricky.
Yeah, there was, he was something about like aliens on a different planet. Think about it from like he was trying to get Dank to think about whatever the topic was from like an outsider perspective.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah,
I don't remember what it was. Yeah, that was
Dank didn't want to engage in it for completely different reasons, though. I don't think it was one of those uncomfortable things like, why is there rape and children and unconsent? You know, what is happening in this hypothetical? It's not like that. It's one of those things where I probably could potentially be parried here, could be walking into a trap. I don't even want to enable that trap, so I'm just not going to engage with it. That's what it felt like it was coming from. Exactly right.
Yeah, I can see what I can.
Yeah, but he didn't see the use in it. Why?
He didn't. He also didn't want to walk into a trap because, I mean, to be fair, it was everybody in here against Dank.
Of course.
So I did not very much, but like because I like to listen is a lot of like what I do in these chats. Because I'm kind of in the position where it's like I don't know like that I'm ready to respond to a lot of the stuff that's being said. Like I have to think about it, but I did like realize that was going on, and if Dank was like trying to say something but wasn't really doing a great job, I did try to help him out and like take it from his perspective. Yeah, I know you did that some, Niraj.
Which is
like, especially when he would like bring up the Bible or something like that. I would try to be on his side. Not that like believe it, but
it's more a matter of
like I've known it, so I know what he's trying to say.
But it also could be interesting. Like it'd be interesting to see if someone actually made the argument he was making that you see him could be making. It's like, well, let's see what happens if people have to confront that. I like that too.
I hate how that. I think by the end, I think Tricky's was really trying to just instigate all these conversations about politics, and Dank just never wanted to engage in it. But also, Dank is increasingly more triggered by mundane things like astrology. But I don't know if it's just because Tricky's was being more antagonistic, so he assumed that was meant to instigate some sort of argument.
The pagan stuff, where he was like, I forgot about that. Where he was like, that was so funny. Well, no, I think you're right. And I gotta say, I think definitely there was some ego stuff for Tricky's. Like, I feel like Tricky's felt that Dank had got him in some way, or that he wanted to, like, demonstrate that he was, like, not able to be, like, he wanted to get one back on Dank. So, yeah, he would, like, instigate stuff with Dank for sure. And I don't think it was, like, out of curiosity. I think it definitely was a bad
faith. He was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was
which is fine. I mean, bad faith, like, whatever. But, like, you know, right? Like, it did seem like that.
And the bad thing is, Tricky's never really owned up to it either. Like if you go ask him today, I feel like he would say, "No, man, I was trying to see it from his perspective. I wanted to know what Dank thought."
Right, but he was just being
because I mean, and that's what he said. Like after Dank got so mad that he left.
Definitely.
Because I think I brought up that criticism that it's like you're being very like antagonistic, attacking Dank at every turn. So,
yeah, and I felt that like I don't know, and because even as you guys know this, like even as a kid, I would like debate all the time, and like it's so much harder to try to not win and to like make it cooperative. Like it's so the opposite how everyone acts on the internet to make a conversation cooperative. rather than combative. And so
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's like there's a time and place for everything. Obviously, there's times to be combative,
I was
but
gonna say, yeah,
I've been
definitely.
trying more to be cooperative, just because again, it's not my instinct. It's the opposite of my instinct. My instinct is to be like, okay, here are all the things you said wrong. Like that's my instinct always, and that is annoying to deal with, I think. And like, or at least if someone did that to me, I'd be annoyed, is what I would say. So, so I just have tried to be,
And if you watch some of these like things that go on like YouTube, like with what like Ben Shapiro used to do, where he would go to these college campuses and whatnot.
Everyone uses that example now.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I was gonna say, so you know.
it's called Boy Scouts.
Yeah,
I love the one.
You're taking the literal sense of what somebody's saying rather than what they're trying to say.
I think Ben Shapiro.
I think y'all said that before.
Is really funny to me because, at least to me, at least educational background, he's clearly someone that's quite intelligent, but he seems like he's fully on the Trump train by now, which he wasn't back in Trump's first term. He just wasn't. He said worst thing that happened since 9/11 was Jan 6th. He was saying
so
tariffs are just.
Say that.
I know, right? You can say that while now full throat supporting him. No, yeah, that's crazy. He's saying that tariffs were absolutely a bad idea and completely elucidating why they're not a good idea in firm terms. It's not something that was light-handed. He's saying, no, these are absolutely awful. But now it's just no comment. Now it's just nothing. That guy is absolutely sold himself. And I'm not convinced that he's like a free Elon Musk. I think free Elon Musk is fully, he's like trolled himself by the use of excessively using the platform of Twitter to he just radicalized himself. I do think Ben Shapiro is not like that.
I don't think the public descriptions of what the people in power believe are effective ways to understand why they're doing what they're doing. Like, just at a basic level, I don't trust that the reason Ben Shapiro is changed on his position on Trump is from like, okay, well, let's start with first principles. Like, I think he recognizes that his media career is influenced by the people in power on the Republican side.
Like, an influence is like completely
with them more than against them. Like, I think he's just, I think he just recognizes where the power is. There's like a gravity effect of this.
And, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and I think with Elon Musk, like, on paper, Elon Musk, I've said this before, like, he should be hardcore Democrat. Like, his electric vehicle stuff is basically premised on only selling to Democrats.
Yeah, because those are the people that actually care about global warming.
Or
which
have
is
money
really
or whatever.
Weird. That's actually really funny because it sort of has trended in that direction. Sorry,
like,
not bums.
A big thing in my town right now, because like literally I see Cybertrucks all the time. I see fucking
really
Tesla models all the time. Yeah, constantly. And again, like all my friends moved away because it's expensive as fuck here. It sucks. It's terrible. I hate it.
You guys need to be bombed.
Like, they put out they put bumper stickers on their car that say, "I bought this before he became a fascist." Like,
I've
Tesla,
heard about that. I didn't believe that.
That's a thing I've seen IRL. Like, it's an IRL.
Yeah.
And it was a topic of conversation at a dinner party I was at 2 days ago. So like that's what you should do if you have a Tesla. And like there's one woman who was like if Elon Musk was in the room, I would like choke him out. I would murder him. And she was like so serious about it. Like, it was, but a big part of it.
When you say that,
my friend's girlfriend,
I actually think I would actually kill him if he was in the room. Like that, no joke. I've never actually felt murderous intent. I really don't like that guy.
Well, because like 3 of the people at the table either like new people who have lost their jobs because of the cuts being made to like science grants and like
that's awesome.
Grants. And like one of them is like a climate change researcher who like he knows 2 people, like 2 people who have been teachers for like 20 years who are like are gonna be stopped paying money to do like testing of like microplastics in birds and stuff like that. Like, just really directly, they're like, fuck this guy. So but it's really ironic because it's like, okay, well, that doesn't make any sense because his whole car and brand is premised on appealing to a certain type of people, and yet he thinks he can just throw those people away. Like, what's going on? Definitely there's upper level power stuff going on. Like,
isn't stock in free fall?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's bad.
I think the whole stock market's in free fall.
No, it is. Yet, but specifically Tesla. Also, that's really, really funny.
Yeah, it's down 32% in the last month.
God
Yeah.
damn.
That's actually crazy. That's a crazy hit.
Good.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I think
good.
everyone in Europe is just not having it with just anything associated with Trump. Which is there's no chill on that. As light as I could, that's as light as I
So,
could put it. There is.
I would say I think what's happening is that there's been an agreement between Europeans and Americans that Europe is going to take over the defense interests of Europe. But
Yeah.
to do that, they're going to be cutting social programs significantly, right?
Mhm.
So that's incredibly unpopular. The way this is now going to be sold to voters is, well, unfortunately, big bad bully Trump is just being a terrible person, and I guess we got to cut social programs to step up military spending in Ukraine. Like, this is the way it's being sold. But fundamentally, these are not like opposing interests, I don't think. Like, people are acting as if Trump is like negotiating on behalf of Russia. If you understand the history of the war, Trump, and it's so funny because everyone misses this in the Zelensky argument. He's like, Zelensky started the war. And then 2 sentences later, he's like, I was the guy that sent Javelin missiles to Ukraine. Like, Javelin missiles were being sent. He was the first president to authorize weapon shipments to Ukraine. Obama was not wanting to do that because he thought that would be a step towards war. And the
Was it
Javelin
that
missiles were the main thing that stopped the tanks coming in. And that was also viewed as an escalation, which likely led to Putin's decision to invade. Right? So in the same sentence, he's saying, you started the war
Well,
in
he already did
2019.
invade.
He's admitting to himself starting the war in 2017. Do you know what I mean? So
But
it's like
Putin already started the war in 2014.
well, the U.S. also helped overthrow the country in 2013. So it's
Did
like
they?
literally,
Did they?
100%. Yeah, the Maidan revolution, big time supported by the U.S. government. The U.S. has been trying to get Ukraine into NATO since like 2004.
But was that completely conducive on America supporting that? Supporting the Europe?
Big time. And I mean that in a sense of like CIA directors meeting with the heads of Ukrainian intelligence and like purging Russian insiders like before the election happens. I mean that in terms of like there's a video, an audio call of the managing foreign policy director of the United States in Ukraine saying who they want to be the temporary president, and that guy being the guy that gets the temporary presidency. Like, I mean that in the sense of the U.S. completely restructuring their security architecture in the interest of trying to get them integrated into NATO. I mean that in that Ukraine passed laws allowing foreign mercenaries to be paid directly by the US government. And that, I mean, in the sense that there are literally US, UK, French, and German troops operating weapons, targeting Russians, and killing them. Like, it is 100% a war that we want to happen and has helped us in many ways. Like, the ability to destroy Russia and prevent them from expanding economically. The ability to make Europe more dependent on America, because we were able to charge Europe a ton of money for gas, given that they can't buy from Russia anymore. Like, it's like by having an enemy, you create a kind of captured ally, if that makes sense. And you can have two positions on the war. The first is that Putin invaded because he wants to be an empire that stretches beyond Poland. Basically, that's the vision he has for the country. You can also have the position that Putin invaded because he saw a lot of benefits in governing over a war society. And he did see the war as necessary to stop further expansion of NATO in Ukraine. And that's not totally crazy when you realize the CIA set up 14 forward operating bases that were actively surveilling and collecting intelligence. The forward operating base is a bunch of people who sit there and surveil an area, like a designated area, and use that intelligence to conduct operations. A lot of Russian officials, Ukrainian separatist officials were assassinated based on that information, And I don't know if you remember the story in 2020 when it was claimed that Russians were paying Afghanistan people to target U.S. troops, and that there were calls for the U.S. to go to war in response to that.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, so that was a big thing in 2020. But if you think about that, think about what we did. Like, we've killed 800,000 Russians helping Ukraine to do that. Like, objectively, like, that's what's happened. And then so people right now are saying Trump is negotiating on behalf of Ukraine by slowing down assistance. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but you could also credibly say he's trying to demonstrate a serious willingness to negotiate and bring Russia to the table. Because if you just killed 800,000 of someone else's men, it's not a simple ask to then negotiate with that person. You know, you
So
need to
they
demonstrate
killed
to
them
for sure.
how?
By providing targeting assistance, weapons, and training. The people
To
couldn't have killed
Ukraine.
them without the training. Yes, they could not have killed them
Mhm.
without the training. They couldn't have known where the people were to drop the bombs. They couldn't
Mhm.
have used the technology without US help. And they couldn't have prevented counterattacks without the constant intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance help of the United States.
Mhm.
So it would be fundamentally impossible for the Ukrainians to fight in the way they have, as
Mhm.
long as they have, successfully as they have,
So
without US
it's
assistance.
because I know I've heard U.S. Intelligence being cut off from Ukraine,
That's huge.
but that's going to be a really big deal for them.
Huge right now, and this is what I'll also say. I think you can also say that Trump, because if the best, most best faith argument for, okay, Trump actually does want negotiations and peace because he's an egotist and he wants to be known as like the great deal master and rub it in Biden's face. Like that's probably what's happening, because just to say the mineral deals, complete chimera. I was listening to this Ukrainian weapons official talk about what it would actually take to set up the mines. Each mine is going to cost over $500 million to build. Each mine will take 20 years to construct. The mines require 80% more than the maximum capacity electricity that currently exists in Ukraine, and their infrastructure is running at 40% capacity. Okay, so it would need 80% more of its current maximum, but its current operating is 40%. So you have to completely rebuild Ukrainian society and infrastructure, and then the workers required also don't exist, because like over 1 million young men have died. Ukraine would be the worst place you possibly could set up these mines, because it doesn't have the men, infrastructure, or time to do it. And then also in 20 years, can you trust that Russia's not going to invade again? I wouldn't. If I'm a company, am I going to put 500 mil down trusting Russia's not going to invade? So the argument that Trump's doing this for minerals is just ridiculous. Every other country is a better place to set up mineral mines than Ukraine is. It just is. It's just a better place. It's too unstable. So I think what's happening in terms of, okay, he's actually just trying to help Russia. That's credible, because there's been a complete collapse on several front lines for Ukraine in the last 3 days. And I think the fact that if you're telling Ukraine troops, we're not going to give you ISR support, we're not going to give you weapons in the future, you're already low on weapons, we're not going to give you more weapons, we can't recruit more people because we're running out of people. Why would you stay and fight? Like, that's crazy. Like, I think Trump publicly announcing all this stuff, even if it was to gain credibility with Russia, complete failure, because now Russia is just blitzing a bunch of Ukrainians who feel like they've been sold out and aren't going to get any help for the foreseeable future. Like, he completely, even if the goal was to end the war peacefully, he completely fucked that. But because people want to pretend Ukraine did this on their own and it wasn't a proxy war between the United States and Russia, they don't understand how devastating it was for the US.
So when
to
you
stop
say
fighting
it's a
the war.
proxy war, you're saying that this is just US and Russian interests going at each other? Because I don't know how much I'd buy that when it comes to Ukraine wanting to fight Russia on their own volition.
So it's about the people who were in power and successfully gained power in Ukrainian society being aligned with American interests. So it is coming
Wouldn't
from
they be?
Ukrainians, but certain Ukrainians, certain billionaires were far more successful within their society because of US and NATO backing. They also a lot of people, but a lot of other billionaires who had economic interests in Russia and also kind of nearby in the Donbass and the kind of eastern Ukraine, they were very much against fighting Russia. They were much more peace oriented, and those were the first people that were like arrested in 2020. They had their assets seized on corruption kind of moves. There were a lot of purges to get rid of opposing forces.
Would this be so? Would this be a part of Ukrainian corruption?
Yeah, it's Ukrainian corruption purges being used to justify reconstructing who's in power. So, like, okay, it is Ukraine that wants to do this, but which
and
ones
what was
of
the
Ukraine want to do
impetus?
this?
At least to purge all of them. Is it just because they were peace loving?
Corruption was the justification, but fundamentally it was because they had labor. So the eastern Ukraine is far poorer in terms of like you can pay them far less. And on top of that, it's the industrial area. Like a lot of the places you'll see being fought over, like Mariupol or stuff like that, these are, or the Azovstal, plant, like these are smelting areas, these are cement areas, these are industrial areas. And so those people who had economic interest there, they've lost everything because the war has destroyed their infrastructure. It's killed all the men they could use as laborers, and they've had their assets seized in case they tried to oppose the war. So those people got fucked. And it's not that they liked peace, it's just that they would lose a lot for the war. And so it wasn't a matter of like, oh, well, these people, but it's like there was a clear effort to clear out any opposition to war. And when you do that and then fail to negotiate the Minsk II peace settlement, I just don't think there's a way to view it other than a sort of interested
what was the
outside party.
Minsk
So after 2014, there was so in 2014, there was a removal of Viktor Yanukovych, who was the president of Ukraine. He was interested, not necessarily, and this was interesting. Russia actually was okay with them joining the EU. They were just not okay with them joining NATO. Yeah, which is really interesting. That was a big point of contention, was that Russia was very clear that it was okay to economically integrate into the EU because it was not a military bloc, it was an economic bloc. And the EU, however, and America wanted exclusive rights and ownership over certain things that made the Russians concerned. And then so when this guy, Viktor Yanukovych, eventually decides, okay, I'm going to go with the Russian deal because it's worst trade agreement terms with the EU. And a lot of my party is supported by working class, semi-Russian people who have an interest both culturally and economically in maintaining close relations with Russia. Then there was a major set of protests that took place. There was, massacres. There was all sorts of stuff that led to the overthrow of this guy. And then the moment that happens, Russia sees this and freaks out and immediately annexes Crimea. And so when Crimea gets annexed, that's basically war declared, right? You've taken a part of Ukraine. Ukraine is at war. Russia is at war 100%. That was the moment the war started 100%. But it's like, you can understand why the war started in 2014 if you don't understand all the lead up kind of thing, if that makes sense. So that's not, I wasn't disagreeing with you to say Russia started in 2014. I'm just saying, like, they started it then for a specific set of reasons that was very much involving the US. And then so Russia ends up invading, and then they try to settle the they don't want it to go farther. Both sides recognize that at that time, ultimately, they're better if there's peaceful relations. Okay, how are we going to do this? Russia ends up negotiating these special agreements in which the Crimean People's Republic could have elections and have independent sovereign status within Ukraine, which is unique among all the other places. Like, if they wanted to go back to Ukraine, they could vote to do that. If not, they would not vote to do that. Now, those elections likely weren't legit, but also it's likely that Ukraine wouldn't have accepted an outcome which said you could secede from us. Like, it's in the same way that America would never accept Texas leaving, like, ever. The US would just kill everybody who wants to do that, like 100%. You can't lose. No country can ever accept a territory voting themselves out, right? So both Russia couldn't accept them voting to stay in Ukraine. They just seized the territory, right? So now there's this election which was negotiated through Minsk, but neither side can accept the outcome of, and both sides claim it's illegitimate depending on the outcome. They end up voting to stay in Russia, so Russia claims it's legit. The US, the UK, the EU, and the Ukrainians claim it was completely illegitimate. And so there's basically this Cold War where they're constantly just tit for tat, assassinating various political figures across each other's border from 2014 to 2018. To try to stop this, there was the Minsk Accord peace agreements, which kind of set up not only that, okay, we're going to kind of set up the fact that there is this sovereign status, but it's also going to give security guarantees to Ukraine in the sense that if Russia does certain things, the Europeans would intervene. It was an agreement between France, Germany, and America. And basically neither side followed it. They were just constantly assassinating each other, blowing up each other, car bombing. It was like Northern Ireland during the Troubles, like for over 10 years. And then in that context,
was that just all over the country, or?
No, just mainly in the eastern Ukraine area, like where the front line is being fought. However, it's not like it didn't travel into Russia or into other parts of Ukraine. Like, definitely people were assassinated in Kiev. People were assassinated in Belarus, interestingly enough. Like, it was kind of a wide-ranging conflict. And during that period of time, the nationalist side of the Ukrainians gained a lot of support because they're the only people that are basically saying we as a country need to fight back against these people who are like sending car bombs across our border, right? And at the same time, those are the people sending car bombs across the border into Russia. right? So they're also semi-causing this conflict by continuing to kind of tit for tat each other, right? It's like they're the ones speaking out against Russian car bombs, but they're also kind of causing the car bombs by being interested in like setting their own car bombs. And so, but they seem to be the only party taking this seriously. And then Zelensky gets elected in 2019 after all this has been happening, this internal civil war, and he says, "Okay, I'm willing to negotiate with Putin." He has this quote about, "I'm willing to negotiate with the devil. Like, I want Minsk to actually be applied. I want to actually make." He was a candidate of peace. He won overwhelmingly. He actually beat the like, at the time current reigning guy, and everyone was shocked by this. But his logic was based on the idea that if him and Putin sat down together, Putin would understand Zelensky's perspective and they would stop all this war. Like there was very specific differences between what certain Ukrainians wanted and Russia wanted that unless you dealt with that, you couldn't ever get peace. And so there was never a chance for peace in how Zelensky wanted to approach it, which was basically, guys, everyone just chill out. He had no interest in making concessions to Russian Orthodox people who felt that they were being oppressed. He had no interest in making Ukrainians get anything by actually being able to travel back to these homes they were robbed of by having to flee Crimea, right? Like he had no ability to get that from Russia and also no ability to make concessions to Russia. And so no negotiations happened from 2019 to 2021. And at that point, Putin is deciding because he sees the US sending not just like actual troops, but like the US National Guard is training 2,000 Ukrainian soldiers like publicly and sending them back. The UK is sending SBU, Special Boat Operating Service technicians into NATO, teaching Ukrainians how to sabotage Russian ships, and those same Ukrainians are doing it. Like he sees, okay, there's definitely a gear up for war happening. I'm going to invade. Then the US basically kind of is like, this is a W because now we can like use up all these weapons we've had since the 90s because we haven't had a conventional war we can use up these weapons with. And then we can replenish all these weapons and justify it and kind of like start arming Taiwan, basically is the idea. And so basically Russia and Ukraine have different interests. They cannot come to terms in terms of what they want for the future of both their countries. And the US and the UK has stopped any potential compromises that have taken place. And so in that way,
compromises would exist?
There was a compromise in March 2022 called the Istanbul Accords, and they actually were going to give security guarantees to Ukraine in that the US, and NATO would be able to basically, help Ukraine keep sovereignty. Russia was willing to not annex the places that are trying to annex currently, but as long as Ukraine gave them special status, not to secede, but just to preserve certain cultural rights that they felt were being trampled upon by the passage of certain, like, you can only speak Ukrainian legislation. Like, that's a big deal. Like, Putin's kind of like a MAGA culture warrior. People don't know this, but like he's like there's 18 genders. Like, I identify, like, he's like a boomer, like the libs are crazy type of guy in Russia. Like, he's doing anti-gay stuff. He's trying to preserve the Russian culture, whatever that means. He's trying to support the Orthodox Church, which is like the main cultural pillar of Russia in his mind. Like the idea that you would pass a law saying you can't speak Russian, that's like that's a big red line for Russia.
Was that
and especially these?
So that's a law, you can't speak Russian in Ukraine?
No, it's a law that certain areas are able to set the school curriculum that removes Russian from the like major, like, most people in Ukraine speak Russia. That's the kind of primary language.
I was gonna say it seems really unmanageable.
But they pass laws allowing certain areas to teach Ukrainian as the primary language in school, which is basically considered, from Russia's perspective, an erasure of their culture. And now it's like, who would fight a war over that? Think about how much the conservatives are trying to ban books. Like, in other countries, there's also culture war bullshit that actually is really important in politics, if you understand.
Okay.
Like, it's a big deal in Russia and for Putin's constituency, like the chuds that back Putin. It's a big deal that Ukraine was trying to erase the Russian language from their perspective.
Well,
and at the same time, the nationalists are opening up archives to show the Ukrainians all the ways that Stalin suppressed their ancestors, right? So at the same time as the Russian culture warriors are like, the Ukrainians are trying to erase us, the Ukrainian culture warriors are like, well, the Russians are trying to erase us first and have been since the Soviet Union. Right. So then all of a sudden there's this major cultural conflict that both parties see as politically advantageous short term, but long term bucks them. And there was a really revealing interview with this guy, Kirill Budanov, who's the head of the HUR, which is basically the Ukrainian CIA. The
Mhm.
SBU is the Ukrainian FBI, and the
Mhm.
HUR is the Ukrainian CIA. It's the military intelligence. And he was describing one of the problems with prisoner transfers because in Russia, there's been all this propaganda about Ukrainians being Nazis, which let me tell you, every country is going to have nationalists that believe their or like race or group is superior. Like that's just a really effective group to have fight for you because they're willing to die. Like
So was
that's
that
just
with
a
that
reality.
was that all the drama surrounding I say drama all the concern surrounding Azov Battalion that they're Ukrainian Nazis?
Yeah. And like
Okay.
that part of it was that also the big part for the US, the reason why so it's like it's not like the US is really that concerned about other countries having Nazis. And it's not like Ukraine, it's more that the US saw that the Azov battalion was training fighters from other nations, and those fighters were then going back to those countries, and like some of them were committing terrorist attacks. And so they were
Oh.
concerned about giving that group weapons, not because
Mhm.
they're like concerned about that group, but because they don't want to be seen as giving weapons to people who are maybe training terrorists. Like
Mhm.
politically, big L. Side note, Trump armed the Azov battalion. He was the guy that was helping to arm the Azov battalion, right? So, but like Russia used that as propaganda to be like, because in Russia, World War II is like the pride of their historical nation. The fact that they defeated Nazism is like one of the unifying elements of Russian history in their mind.
Mhm.
And so the idea that the neighbors are having Nazism come back, banning the Russian, not literally, but banning the Russian language, and it's being supported by the Western devils who have been sanctioning us since like the early 2000s. This is like a big unifying anti-Ukraine force, and these nationalists like they see it totally in their benefit to use the hatred of Russia to validate themselves as the true Ukrainian patriots, right? Look how much Russia hates us because they know we're the only ones willing to stand up to them, right? And the Azov is also a aristocratic, like prestigious group to be a part of. Most
Oh.
commoners, you can't join the group. It's the best financed, best trained. It's privately financed by this. It's so tough to say these Ukrainian names, but this like one billionaire, Medvedchuk. And so like this is like a prestigious group to be a part of too. It's like if you get into Azov, that's considered like, oh, good job, you did a good job, right? Especially now. And whereas the kind of common brigades full of people who don't actually want to fight, they're not as prestigious. Azov is full of people who want to fight and die for the white race. And it just
Mhm.
happens to be they're told the white race depends on defeating Russia. And it's not like there aren't Nazis in the Ukrainian past. There's this guy Stefan Bandera, famous Nazi that streets are named after. He helped liquidate, multiple hundreds of thousands of Jews and Polish people and stuff like that during World War II. And then so Russia sees this like what they see as Nazism happening, and they start telling their whole society that Nazism is building up on the other side. So now, fast forward 10 years later, and then the Ukrainians have a similar version where they're saying the Chechens are these like barbarous like demons that are coming over and raping their women and stuff. And so this Ukrainian guy at
Wouldn't
head of
Russian
HUR,
wouldn't the Russians believe in that?
no, the Russians don't believe that. They believe the Chechens are like the fucking like they're awesome retarded friends kind of thing. It's like they're culturally backwards. They're not Christian like us, but they're like
Mhm.
they have a bigger picture role that is like
I
super
thought they would be super against Chechnya just because of the two wars that happened and the suppression
well.
of.
So that's the thing, because the Chechens, the outcome of the war was that Russia installed a bunch of pro-Russian Chechens. So like it was considered like a Russian victory, and then the
Mhm.
pro-Russian Chechens see Russia as like kind of their guardian. Like, oh, if it wasn't for Russia, we'd have this other government that we were against in power, and they
Mhm.
liberated us. Almost, there's like a loyalty between this guy Hamzat Kadyrov and Russia, and Hamzat kind of Kadyrov runs Chechnya. And so the Ukrainians have this narrative of these barbarians coming and raping their children and women that are the Chechens. And the Russians have these narratives of these Nazis suppressing the Russian language in Ukraine. And so
Mhm.
now this Ukrainian intelligence chief is trying to trade prisoners. And he's like, he had a great quote where he's like, the problem with info war is that you like, smear your enemies to the point where you can't work with them. Like he's
Mhm.
like, we both sides want to bring our soldiers home in this prisoner swap, but we've told both our sides that the other side is full of like inhuman monsters. And
Mhm.
so this war stuff is super beneficial short term politically, but long term, I mean, how are you going to justify, letting go these fucking monsters that are raping your kids? Or if you're Russia, how are you going to justify letting these Nazis escape from their war crimes that they did against their, your Russian brothers? So, and it's not like there aren't war crimes. Basically, every Like every war is just full of war crimes. Like, you know, I don't send this stuff because I'm not a freak, but there's a Telegram channel called Spook, which is just literally full of Ukrainians torturing Russian people. Like it's not even, it's pro-Ukrainian. It's like, this is what happens if you go to war for Putin, but it's just people being like hammered to death. They're like fingers getting ripped out. Like
Jesus.
it's just horrible. Like we don't see it because we're not on Telegram, but
Mm-hmm.
both sides are fully just watching daily people they consider brothers being tortured by people they consider like borderline inhuman. And so, okay, that's tough to then negotiate an end to that war. Do you know what I mean? Like in that context, how the fuck do you tell your side we're going to end the war? And I think Zelensky's trapped because, you know, and I was talking to Orvik about this. Like, if he ends the war in a way that signs away mineral rights to the U.S., which again, it's really not an actual thing. The same Ukrainian weapons guy I talked about.
What is the mineral? You explained it earlier, but is it like a lease on the land? Hong Kong?
The idea was that the U.S. would provide funding through various companies for the ability to extract, because there's two processes with mining. There's the extraction and then the processing and the refinement, right? So they would provide investment for the refinement and the extraction. The U.S. would then, based on that investment, be paid back a certain percentage of profits generated until the principal is fully paid off, the 500 billion or whatever it is. And after that point, the U.S. would then receive a percentage of the profits almost forever. Like forever in the future, the U.S. would always maintain like profits. It's a small percentage, but it's still like an amount of money. And Zelensky wanted to use this to get more aid from Trump. In fact, people don't know this, but Zelensky proposed the mineral deal in February 2024. And it was done specifically because he was scared Biden was going to lose. And like this is what the Kiev Post specifically says, that he was scared Biden was going to lose and that Trump was going to come in and cut off funding. So he's like, oh, okay, we'll use this to get more funding. But Trump comes in and Trump's like, no, you're going to give us this because of what we've already given you. And so Zelensky's like, fuck, okay, well, if I give up this for what you've already given me, I have no more leverage to get more, if that makes sense. Like I can't, like the whole point of the mineral deal was to get more. It wasn't just to be, thanks for what you've given me, if that makes sense. And so if Zelensky goes back and sell like, okay, actually, this is all the weapons we're going to get. And also I sold away all of our like resource rights to the US. And also I gave Russia all of this land that we've been fighting over. And also all of the prisoners get to go free from Russia. And also no one gets put on trial. And also we owe both countries tons of money. Okay, that's not going to fly. And I think he's rightly scared that he goes back. There's going to be a lot of narratives about how Zelensky was like a Jewish puppet of the global order who was like sold out the Ukrainians to like the West or something. Like that is not a tough narrative to imagine. Like a lot of stabbed in the back narratives are totally possible. And if I'm Zelensky, I'm scared of that. I'm scared that the narrative is going to be, I fucked up, I sold out like the nation. And so from his perspective, compromise, not something he can do. From Putin's perspective, why would he compromise? Why would he trust that the compromise isn't going to be just used to rearm? And why does he think that Trump's policy is going to be the policy of the U.S. going forward? You know, Trump kind of seems like a new person who, you know, let's say 3 years, 4 years now, totally flips around. Right. It's like not the U.S. policy at all what he's doing. Right. Yeah. So then why would Putin think that that's going to be the long-standing U.S. policy? He wouldn't. So neither side has any interest in negotiating, but they also have interest in pretending like they want to negotiate because China hates that Russia invaded. They see it as destabilizing. People don't think about this, but why is China not provided troops or weapons to Russia in the last 3 years? Like they provided technology, they provided CPUs and like circuits and like, that kind of stuff. But they do that in general anyways. Like they have not provided weapons to Russia. And part of that is because they are very against any destabilization because they see their benefit as economic. They don't want to go to war with the US, mainly because they see that as how they lose. If it's an economics game, they win every time. If it's a war game, the US wins every time. And so they see this as just playing into the US's ability to destabilize and provide more war. And they see Russia as playing into that and like falling for that, if that makes sense. Like they see it as like a failure on Putin's part, but they also see the West as like, responsible for the war in a similar way. And so China, not a fan of the war, and Trump, because of his ego and wanting to seem like a deal maker kind of guy, he also doesn't want the war to continue, not for any specific reason, but just because like he said it would end, and he kind of thinks he wants to show that Biden is like a failure, and like Obama.
Yeah,
is
he
like, a
always
failure,
keeps talking about Biden, but
which irrelevant ultimately. Like you think
Yeah.
of Biden like irrelevant in terms of like why certain things happened. I think ultimately like he's not a central figure. So it's like this is this is very like not logical and not economic driven. Like the U.S. is trying to posture, and Trump's trying to posture like he's getting this crazy deal where he's just like getting the U.S. all this money and like, oh, we're gonna get repaid for all this like military aid, but that's just not gonna happen, and the deal is not gonna happen. Neither side really thinks the deal is possible, and it's dangerous for Zelensky to agree to anything that could make him seen as like a Jewish shill that sold out the like country to both U.S. and Russia. Like that's how you get murdered, like 100%. And there are a lot of far right Nazis in Ukraine. I mean, I know and I've seen horrifying videos of initiation rituals into a lot of these groups, often involving just beating up and torturing gay people. Like
what?
Again, I don't want to go into too much detail on it because it's just fucked up, but a lot of what they do, it's also gypsies and it's trannies and it's single mothers and stuff, but they will find people on the street.
Single mothers too. Oh.
Yeah, well, those are seen as kind of failures of women, but also like, in a lot, like not now, because single mothers are just like, oh well, your husband's at war, right? I'm talking 2014. They see single mothers as like the scourge of like, oh, these are sluts that are like couldn't keep a husband, or they're failing their kids by not like finding a man or something. Like it's a very intense position they hold. And
I didn't know that.
The gypsies.
I didn't think that the social issues would be so close to home.
They're so close, right? That's what was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I actually can't believe that, because I don't really know anything about the social issues in Ukraine or anything like that. I don't really know anything about the conflict. I guess I know a little bit. Russia and Ukraine, or like Russia and Ukraine compared to us?
Ukraine and America, like 100% in terms of like what we're going through, like 100%.
Yeah, I guess that's like so unbelievable, just because these are like blank slates to me. I don't know anything about these countries or really much about the war. Yeah, that's insane. Even in torturing them, just like killing them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like not just killing them necessarily.
Like whipping them across the street. Gang rape.
Like the knockout game, yeah. So with women, it was like a lot of gang rape, and like with men, it was like the knockout game where you fucking like run up and just beat the fuck out, like you hit them in the back of the head and you just beat the fuck out of the back of their head, like when they're on
what?
And like people are like cheering, and like it's and you get these patches that show like your and also they beat up recruits too, like it's like there's a
wait, can you hold the floor? I really need a piss. Got me. I'm back.
I don't know how, like, I don't know. There's some stuff that's like just straight up Game of Thrones type shit. Like, you know, in this one, like, you know, just again, like, it's very much Life League type stuff, but like, you know, the war is just littered with this type of shit.
So what happened to this guy? Yeah, I see this guy.
He was beaten to death with a sledgehammer. His head was crushed with a sledgehammer.
And this guy, so is this a Russian soldier?
Yeah, this was a Russian soldier.
Mhm.
And they said this was inspired by Russian regulars. This is like one of the women who was like, you know, like lynched previously. Like you can see, she was like left out to die, so she got frostbite. And it's very cold there. A lot of what this stuff is just propaganda of like, this is what you'll do if you'll, you know, come to Russia, you know. But this is like, it's horrifying. It's like actually horrifying. Like they're just dismembering and stuffing people in like.
Wow. Yeah, that's
it's really
insane. Wait, what was that woman?
Oh, that woman was she was like beaten.
No,
up
not that. The like the one that you were just looking at. Yeah, that one. Yeah. What is? I don't even. I can't even tell. What is that? Like a skull or a mask?
And that's his chin, and then that's a beard there, and then that's. Wait, I don't know if you can see that.
How the? No, I can see it clearly. It's I've never seen anything like that.
Oh no, this is the kind. Again, it's like self-denazification. Like it's Russian that bled out, found by Ukrainian. He secured the tourniquet with a zip so tightly that nobody could actually get it off and then apply it.
Wait, wait, what was that? The zip you were talking about?
Oh, this one.
Yeah, what is that? That they were trying to get off?
So this guy bled out, but this was a tourniquet that he put on
What's
himself
a tourniquet?
in case, like, so a tourniquet is, let's say you get an artery severed in your leg. What you do is you wrap a cloth around the leg to stop the bleeding, so that you can temporarily get help and like actually like, you know, deal with the wound. It's a temporary measure. And so soldiers are given tourniquets like on their chest so that if they need to stop bleeding, they can. But this guy secured the tourniquet so tightly on himself, he wasn't able to put it on like his leg. So it's zip tied to him. And so as he's dying, he's struggling to get this tourniquet off to like save himself, but he can't. And so they're laughing at that because what an idiot, he died in such. But again, this is a group of people that are laughing at death, like just constant death. Like it's actually horrifying. It's just quite horrible. Like I've seen like you know, executions of like 30 people like at a time in pits. And again, this is put out by Ukrainians for the purpose of being like, this is what will happen to your sons if you let them go to war, right? That's the idea. But it also has the effect of the Russian soldiers seeing their friends being beaten to death and murdered and being like, I'll like beat and kill them too, right? So, and then now there's videos of Russians beating Ukrainians to death. And so Ukrainians are like, well, then we can do that to Russians. And so the InfoWar stuff is pretty bad in terms of any ability to compromise. You know, both sides have spent the last 3 years seeing each other as literal human monsters who will kill anyone that looks like them.
What is that?
No body bags, no problem. Just crush your comrades into meat cubes for easy transportation.
That's what it looked like. I wasn't sure what the. That's insane.
Yeah, those were the bodies before. Fuck, why is it doing this?
Oh, did they do it when they were alive or?
Oh, when they were dead, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say if you were alive doing that, that's.
Actually, it'd be so crazy, yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. They call it a U2 unboxing, but it's the orc version. So orcs are Russians.
Yeah, I know that lingo for sure.
Yeah, so slow, dude. They're just looting him, right? Just constant videos.
Just someone
You know.
that just.
Yeah, they
He's-
stopped doing this in 2024. This guy stopped doing this in 2020. So this is all like 2023.
Mhm.
This is like a
So-
lot of what you see the war.
So wait, scroll up. There was another picture of the woman.
Oh yeah.
But her back, I think I saw her back. There was
Yeah, her back
just
is full.
black all over her back.
Where is it? I'm so stupid. The fuck? The man uses a homemade flamethrower and then harpoons a female? That's crazy.
What?
I don't know.
That sounds like a wild video.
Yeah. Wait, how do I share this? Like, I think if I share this and oh wait, come on. Oh,
Oh my.
so slow. I hate Russia so much. It's like the internet's so bad.
She's taking it. I think she was taking a video or something.
Yeah.
Insane.
But yeah, like again, like if you're dealing with that information war like all year for multiple years and like everybody knows someone who's died in the war and like the ability to compromise is going to be so difficult. You know what I mean?
I'm just wondering that how, because I'm just so unfamiliar with I'm way more familiar with like classic wars. I'm not familiar with any way modern wars have ended, how that's negotiated,
They
or
mostly
anything
don't.
like that.
Like think about the Korean War. Didn't end really. I mean, it's just like a ceasefire technically, but there's just constant like Cold War between the parties now.
How about World War II? How did that end? I'm not.
Well, one side was so badly
Familiar.
defeated. I feel like.
That couldn't have been everyone though, because there was like
definitely yeah.
switching of alliances during that war.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. No, but I guess maybe for it's true. Well, like I guess Vietnam is an example. Like they eventually the North Vietnamese just kind of won, but both sides were so cleared out and they didn't want to continue war that they made concessions. I guess. But yeah, like this kind of war is also pretty rare in the modern era. Like the last example of a war of this scale that I can think of is like the Iran-Iraq war, because the Iraq war itself is not of this scale. It was like the U.S. versus a pretty like already devastated Iraq army, but the Iran-Iraq war, like both sides are taking like over 1 million losses. So it's like
That's in the 80s now.
Yeah, I think like the late 80s it was. Yeah,
I thought it was early. I don't know. I have no idea.
or mid 80s, one of those. But you know what I mean. It was that around that time. It was Saddam versus the Shah or whatever.
What was that war for about?
I actually don't know, like the full history of that one. I'll be real.
It was it happened from the beginning of 1980, like the beginning of the 80s to 1988. What?
Okay, got it.
That's super
that was crazy
long.
long. Yeah.
I didn't know it's that long. I haven't looked up the casualties. I just looked up the timeline. Hold on. Casualties. 500,000 people killed during the Iran-Iraq War. That's just like the top thing on Wikipedia. I haven't actually. I don't know what. That's insane. Especially, I've only heard about this. I have no idea in terms of why it was for or anything like that. I just know it was cataclysmic. Only between two countries as well.
Which is crazy.
I mean, I guess, wait, was Kuwait involved in that war? I don't even
I
know.
think that was the Desert Storm one. I think that was the U.S.
That was, yeah. But I was wondering, was it involved
It might have been longer.
prior
It
to?
might have been. That would be interesting.
I don't know. I know that there's also some what's that, DRC war or whatever. That was it might have been the Congo. Somewhere in Central Africa, like the biggest nation or whatever.
The genocide, the Rwanda.
No, like an actual full-out war.
Oh, like a war. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know just wars in general, but I know when you go outside of Europe, I don't know anything to do with modern wars or anything. and I barely know anything about wars happening now. I'm completely uninformed. Completely out my wheelhouse. But 19th century wars, yeah, I'm completely unaware of anything that happened in those. But what was that war fought about, by the way? Iran, Iraq.
I literally don't know. I wish I did. I think I'm gonna head off.
All right. See ya.
Good hanging out.